Duel has always taken center stage here for Quake Champions, but now the spotlight is on the 2 versus 2. We've had 7 team series, 13 qualified teams, and only 8 teams left remaining. Who's going to take it is anyone's guess here at Barcelona KeenCon 2024. Hello everyone and welcome to Barcelona KeenCon 2024 as we have a non-stop Quake action here for the entirety of the weekend throughout the 2 versus 2, and of course I can't do it alone. I am Lethal, joining me is Int, and a diamond in the rough, we've got Zoot back with us down from the rubble. We managed to dig him out here and back here onto the desk. But Int, I'll start with you. Year on year, you've got to deal with me once again, but how are you getting on?
Yeah, sadly, I love you, but it's getting too much. 3 times in 3 years, it's quite a lot, but here we are once again in sunny Barcelona, although this time around not so sunny, and we have with us a very new caster to the scene. Everyone, welcome Zoot.
Thank you. Brand new here to the Quake scene. Very excited to be here, very nervous. Again, it's been since the Foundry. I haven't done this stuff, but I've been helpfully guided by my 2 co-commentators and co-hosts here. They've been so helpful to me this entire time.
Surely.
That this is going to go very smoothly and wonderfully.
We tried to be helpful, but I don't know helpful is the right word. No. But yeah, we haven't seen each other for like 4.5 years. It's been absolutely crazy.
Exactly, since the days of the earlier QPL and for a little bit of 2v2 somewhere in the mix over there. And lo and behold, we get this wonderful LAN here at KeenCon. So yeah, it's going to be some amazing games this weekend. There already have been some amazing games. So yeah, I'm ready to crack on.
Well, as usual, it's a pleasure to have you back once more. It's all right, mate, it's all right. But we do have a formats video here for you guys if you missed out on all the group stages yesterday. Let's check it out and find out what happened.
Welcome to Barcelona KeenCon 2024. The final event for KeenCon Team Series takes place from 1st to 3rd of November in Barcelona. The first round of the finals will be a group stage divided in between 2 groups based on their placements during the online stage. In the group stage, 2 groups of 7 teams will be formed, and only the top 4 of each group will qualify to the next round. All matches in this round will be played on best-of-3 maps. During the playoffs, the losers will drop down to the lower bracket for a second chance, and both upper and lower brackets will be played simultaneously. The clashes of the playoffs will be on best-of-3 maps up to quarterfinals. The semi-finals and the finals of both upper and lower brackets will be on best-of-5 maps, while the grand final will be played on best-of-5 maps with a map lead. Before each fixture, the pick and bans process will be on site. For best-of-5 matches, teams will ban 2 champions each. The total prize pool of the Barcelona KeenCon 2024 will be €5,000, distributed in €2,500 for the winner, €1,500 for the runner-up, and €1,000 for the third-place team. The 3 podium finishers will also receive trophies. If you have any questions, check the official rulebook of the tournament on our website or contact us at info@keencon.org. Warm up your railgun to show your best version and enjoy Barcelona KeenCon 2024.
That's right, all the series here today will be a best-of-3. Group stages is over, that's all done and dusted, and now heading into the double elimination bracket. And the group stages, we're not going to talk about too much as of yet, because we'll be talking about it a little bit later on, but it was quite a spicy affair on a lot of occasions. But let's head to the prize pool and see what these teams are going to be playing for, as the first place position will be competing for €2,500, the trophy, and not only that, but the Vaxi mouse as well. Second place will be getting €1,500 with the Vaxi mouse pad and the trophy. And third place doesn't go empty-handed, of course, that will be heading over to them for €1,000. So let's be honest, it's not a bad chunk of change here for a weekend's work.
Yeah, especially I really like the trophies. Like these kind of things are the things that make me like want to compete again. Because competing for trophies is always cool because the money is great and all, but having the trophies to show eventually when you're retired and you still have the trophies, it's really cool. And if you watch like Kilson streaming or anything, you see that he has like so many trophies behind him, and that's awesome.
Yeah, I always feel like the trophy is kind of like the coup de grace, like the main thing people will probably play for. It's never been about the prize, always about the pride of being the best, and the trophy will represent that.
And you don't have to return it like any of your school trophies every year. You have to go back, you know. So it's even better. It's like a lifelong thing there. You are ingrained in the history books of Quake at that point.
And we were talking about the format, and I especially like that there's 2 champion bands per team eventually, and there's also like a little correction I wanted to make, because in the video final it says the finals is best of 5 with a map advantage, but it's going to be a full best of 5, no map advantage, and then if the team coming from the lower bracket wins, it will go to a final best of 3.
I know you said you love a map advantage, but I like it this way. This is perfect for me.
Yeah, this is fine as well. I like this format a lot.
I wanted to find a way to just, you know, insult you early on in the broadcast.
Sure.
Get your diggers in now beforehand.
Yeah. You have a lot coming.
Before you get to me, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, get it early because he'll do it throughout the whole weekend, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But we do have a little recap video of what occurred during the group stage if you guys missed it at home. Check it out.
Team killer.
And we did feel like the group stage would be a bit more predictable, but it just wasn't. It was quite far from it, actually, especially starting off with Group A in terms of how things occurred, what things were in motion. We know that some of the teams have been very well refined, very well drilled coming into this event. Some of them had to make some last-minute changes due to discrepancies, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I think we need to make a start just talking about how things occurred yesterday. So yesterday, was there any highlights from Group A which made you a little bit surprised, so to speak?
A lot of highlights. Group A was basically the group of death, with Chicago Dogos being the clear favorites. As we see, they didn't lose a single game. They only dropped a map to Dragonborn Esports, and that was it. But amongst the other teams, you had DB, MytzTwo, Big Flop, and Team Boba all trying to fight to stay in the group. Sadly, out of those, Big Flop dropped out, and it was DB, MytzTwo, and Team Boba going through. Zoot, what was your favorite game of Group A?
As you well know, Ents, I was getting lost in a taxi on the way to the event. But what I've noticed, though, having looked at all the results and everything as I was traveling, was Big Flopper with NSC and Yup. I was really looking forward to getting to see them play on LAN, particularly when I was a lot more active. NSC was just coming into the scene, and suddenly this absolute tank with DPS and mechanical aim was just incredible. So I'm really disappointed that I don't get to see them. It looks like MyzTwo just slipped by on the same amount of points.
Sadly, NSC was a little bit ill last night, and he already had a flight back home earlier today because he was really feeling very sick.
Oh, wow. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's a slight shock to me, but obviously that sounds like unfortunate circumstances for him. But otherwise, yeah, Team Boba, I guess I'm quite sort of surprised to see how well they're doing.
Last-minute team, basically.
Yeah.
Chenzo is an up-and-coming player, Splitgate Pro. He's been grinding Quake for the last 2 years, and FaZe, since his teammate couldn't attend, FaZe teamed up with him. And FaZe is a very solid team player, great comms, great combat, a lot of experience as well, great champion pool, and they're showing work.
I know. I remember I was asking you earlier, it's like, who is Chenzo? And it sounds like he's going to be really interesting to watch. I always love seeing some fresh names in the scene. Maybe not as fresh as you're saying, but to me, it definitely is going to be a new experience, an exciting one.
Yeah, he's literally, what, 18? And he came to the scene, well, he's been in the scene for the last couple of years now, and how he's established himself is pretty damn good. He's shown a lot of pedigree skill behind him, and for only just a couple of years, and considering Quake's been out for like, you know, well beyond 27 now, it's pretty crazy considering the, you know, the veteran experience they have across the board, and still manages to keep up with the best of the best.
We have players, if he's 18, we have players over twice his age in the tournament.
Toxic,
pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Toxic isn't here, but Kilson is.
Kilson is 58. I don't know.
I think some of us here probably won our first event before he was even born.
Yeah.
Right? That's how crazy you've got to see it. We do have the bracket though for you guys at home to check out what's going to be occurring here today and who's going to be matching against whom.
Before that, we still have to look at Group B.
Oh, we do. I do.
Okay,
Go on. I'll leave
We are so excited
B.
about Group A. We forgot about
I think we
Group
went
B.
from Group A and then we just went on the end of it.
what I thought.
Vincenzo, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, talk about Group B.
Group B had also very interesting results. We had Cheaters going up versus Maestro. I think that was the biggest highlight of that game. And Maestro actually taking down Cheaters. And Maestro, you know, are a team that they came into this as like, if we ask anyone who is the best 2v2 team from like last year, everyone would say Maestro, but then they came into this without almost not taking part of the team series online, and they started practicing like 2 weeks ago, and they still managed to beat Cheaters, who were the first seeded in their group. They are playing really well, and I think they're only going to keep improving as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, I think it's impressive. I think you have to agree, Zoot, but don't get me wrong, they've got incredible individual talent across the board between the two of them. But the fact that they've had very limited practice over the last couple of weeks, and they're still able to perform as highly as they are yesterday.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, these are two of the most mechanically talented people in the scene that we've seen over the last few years. But certainly when I was commentating, just ridiculous quality. Wenger and Rave, especially when they used to duel each other during the QPL, that was always like the El Clasico,
a really good highlight.
Just amazing, amazing games. And when you put them together in the same team, as long as they are synchronizing well and gelling, you can always expect something good. And hopefully the practice they've had for the last couple of weeks is helping them just to get back close to where their ceiling was, at least. And that might be all they need in order to just get close to the ceiling in order to take the tournament.
And they were one of the best teams previously.
You were saying earlier that they usually have really calm comms. Yesterday, as they were playing especially the first couple of games, all I could hear was Wenger shouting, "Stay with me, help me!"
As you do, as you normally would, which is quite interesting, because normally the comms are quite calm, so the fact that you witness that is actually quite interesting but funny at the same time.
I also want to point, I haven't seen Sirius play at a LAN since PGL, must be 2018,
when
he played Duel.
When he got top 8?
He got top 8. He celebrated a night too early and then did terribly in the final day. And now I'm really excited to see him play at another LAN. He's playing with Celts, and they're obviously one of the favorites as well to take the tournament, at least among their, sort of in the mix at least. Yeah, really, really keen to see, because Sirius is also one of the most impressive mechanical players that you see, at least with one weapon.
And he's still a gifted aimer as well. Nothing's actually changed in the last 6 years. He's just been pretty much the same, just probably a little bit more refined. So. And we do have the bracket for you guys at home to see how things are going to occur throughout the course of today. And it's going to be quite a spicy affair indeed. As we'll be kicking things off with Chicago Dogos versus Pita. But I want to ask you two, I'll start with you, Ince. Is there a particular matchup you're very excited to see coming into today?
I think the first game, you know, Chicago Dogos versus Pita, there's a clear favorite, Chicago Dogos. They'll be favorites versus every team, considering how dominant they were in the last 6 months of the team series. Every other game for me should be very close, especially Team Boba versus Endpoint. The last one, I think Team Boba can cause an upset there. The other two, there's Cheaters versus DBE, which should also be very close, and Maestro Rave versus MytzTwo. It's a Maestro team kill where you don't really know what to expect. Venger and Rave are the favorites, but the Bucks and Garpy have been stepping up their game a lot.
I'm just excited to be here, guys.
Dude, you're so calm and chill. You're just like, I'm just happy to be here. I think we're all just happy to be here at this point.
All the games, to me, I'm seeing players that I love watching and a couple of new ones, and they all look like they're going to be great games. So you've talked about them in detail to some degree. The Maestro team kill is obviously always going to be an interesting one, but I'm genuinely very keen to see.
It always happens as well at every tournament.
Yeah, exactly. There's always,
Maestro have so many players that it's always going to happen, right?
But yeah, I'll be happy to see any of them get through, really. And then we get to the lower bracket, and that's when it gets even hotter because you're playing, you know, it's your lifeline at that point, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. But we do have the schedule for you at home, as we're going to be kicking things off. If our first match will be Chicago Dogos versus Pita to see how they're going to be getting on. And then we have Cheaters versus DBE straight after that. And then we're going to have that Maestro team kill between Wenger versus Garpy and Buxter. Later on, Team Boba versus Endpoint. And honestly, it's like I said before, with Team Boba, we don't know what to expect from them. They're kind of the wild card coming into this bracket. And then, of course, with the lower brackets, we'll be finding out later on, which will be finishing up the day here around the 5 p.m. CET. But yeah, honestly, I think this is going to be a great first match to witness, just due to the fact that for Rafa and MytzTwo, we probably had a few indicators to see how they're going to perform during the group stage, going 6-0, only dropping a map. Let's be honest, it's not really something to push to shove. It's pretty damn good, so to speak, record-wise, statistically. But now this is where things are going to get heated up, and we're going to find the true indicators.
Fun fact, Rafa has lost more maps so far than he has lost in the last KeenCon 1v1 altogether.
Because he didn't drop a single map, did he? It was actually quite a quick day.
Yeah.
Or maybe a quick weekend, so to speak, for him.
Yeah.
I want to see from your perspective, though, because with Pita, they've had to make a few team changes leading up to this.
They were called Spasiba before, right?
That's right, yes.
So that changed it based on the team
players.
updates?
Pretty much,
yeah. Are they just doing wordplay with Base's name, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be an interesting one. But before we get into the first match and discuss it a little bit further, we do have our giveaways, and honestly, we've got so many to give out. It's going to be even hard to name. We've got T-shirts, we've got jerseys, we've got keyboards. You name it, we've pretty much got it. And make sure you head to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. And every time we reach 500 euros, that's when we hit that next milestone. So the first milestone will be 1,000 euros. I think we're currently on 765 and counting. So the first one will be a KeenCon 2024 board signed by all the players, and then that's where we get to the jerseys, the factory mouses, etc., etc. And then the final one, the 20,000 euros to see KeenCon happen again next year in Barcelona in 2025. Are we going to make it? We'll find out at some stage, but make sure you head over again to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. Very important. But also, not only that, make sure you follow our socials at KeenCon Gaming on X and Instagram, and on YouTube at KeenCon TV. So make sure you follow us to keep up with all the updates for the matches, results, and of course, all the future prospects. But that's all done. That's the thing. A bit of milestone. It wouldn't surprise me if we hit the first one, like maybe during the first match.
We might have hit it already. We'll have to.
Exactly.
We might hit the 20,000 straight away.
Yeah.
Looking out for all the All Barons out there.
One really good.
I want KeenCon 2025
Maybe.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Well, you never. Well, honestly, you never know nowadays, do you?
One cool thing about this is that I interviewed Sombra a couple of months ago, and when I interviewed him, the interview was kind of like in a somber tone because he was saying this was going to be the last KeenCon, but then he got here. He got hyped again.
Yeah.
Because he sees everyone playing together. It's like, oh, maybe I have to make another one work. So guys, it would be great if you could help with that. And just a disclaimer, if we don't hit the 20K, I'm keeping all the money.
Yeah, he's already discussed this about 4 or 5 occasions now. So even if it hits 19,500, he's still going to keep it. Yeah. So if you want to make sure that doesn't happen, please reach that target, because we would not hear the end of it otherwise. But we'll go into the first match. We'll discuss it a little bit now. So it's going to be Chicago Dogos versus Pita. I want to know your thoughts straight away. So we talked about indicators before and how statistically they've been performing really well in terms of how things are going to go. But what's your thoughts?
It's just going to give us a really great indication of the level that Rafa and Max are at in this tournament, and basically every team is looking at them right now. All the teams, they're going to stop their screens and look at this game to analyze their champion pool, to analyze the map that they're going to pick. With Base and Pita, the good thing is that they don't really have a lot to lose in this game. They're going versus the favorites. If they do anything at all, it's great for them. But if not, they're just going to get experience for the lower bracket match. But I still think they do have a chance, because they're the team that Ref and Maxer probably don't know a lot about. So it's going to be hard to play versus someone you don't know a lot about.
Now, I was going to ask for your opinions, but you're going to have to wait, mate.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because we do need to get the players out, don't we?
Yeah.
It does make a little bit of sense. But let's actually get the teams out here onto the stage. It is Chicago Dogos versus Pita. Now you see Max and Rafa getting ready against Base and Pita. It was quite an interesting one, Zoop, because originally this lineup on Pita was a tad bit different beforehand. I think Base was originally with Cypher and Pita was originally with Pepco, I believe. Yeah. So they've teamed together. They've had a little bit of practice leading up to this, and let's just see if it will be able to show and see if they'll be able to be kind of a thorn in the side of Chicago.
Pacita's someone who's been very active in the sort of online just dueling, right?
Yeah,
He's always been floating around there. Base is obviously better known for his dueling as well. I imagine their timing is going to be absolutely immaculate and there'll be no errors whatsoever in that side.
Hopefully.
That's what I want to see at least. But it's really cool, even like with, you mentioned Pepco, he was another sort of the players who you always see just queuing up for matchmaking on duels. So yeah, it's really nice to see Pacita on LAN playing with Base. I saw that they were doing some practices yesterday that I was trying to keenly observe. Not doing too bad versus Maestro Rave. So it's encouraging, and I guess we'll see. That everyone's been very complimentary of their playstyle so far, so we'll have to see what they can do against their favourites. I've not seen Rafa and Max to play much at all, certainly not practicing yesterday, but I know they've been taking it very seriously, and I'm expecting them to come out all guns blazing.
How do you feel, what do Pacita need to do to kind of take down MytzTwo and Rafa? We know it's going to be, well, for anyone it's going to be a very difficult task, but is there
It's
any...
actually very simple. They need to get more frags than Rafa and MytzTwo.
Whoa.
Get every map.
Whoa.
This is the
Then
sort
they
of
will
answer
win.
I was going to get.
The insight.
The cool thing about Pacita team is that there were a lot of there was basically 4 Russian teams trying to come to KeenCon, but these were the only 2 Russian players that actually got the visa, so they teamed up together, and they kind of work, because Pacita is like a really bizarre champion pool. Like he only plays like novelty champion, so to speak, and Base is a very good IGL, and their timing is going to be impeccable. And the only thing they have to look out for is what the pace of the game, basically, because Base likes to play at a very slow tempo, and Rafa and MytzTwo, they like speeding up the tempo massively. So if they can keep the tempo at their own pace, I think they have a good chance.
The fact that Base isn't playing with Wenger as well, like he was in DreamHack Tours or something several years ago, it's nice to have someone who speaks the same language as him.
Yeah.
And he hasn't had to learn how to time in English. So.
But he's actually really good at English now. You can actually have a full-blown conversation with Base in English.
But, you know, I might sound like a bit of a Quake boomer over here, but it's still unusual for me with MytzTwo, seeing him at like favorite level. I'm still getting used to seeing people who aren't
Yeah,
Rafa
because of course
and so
it's
on,
been so long.
Yeah,
because
it's
before he
crazy
was
to me.
like, you were probably at the time where he was trying to qualify for the QPL back in the day, but now he's just a household name.
I know, exactly, precisely, and that's
Seems we
amazing.
have the maps, the picks and bans going underway, and we do have a timer for every single pick. It's under 30 seconds, and the first map was already picked by Chicago Dogos. They picked the M6, seems Blood Covenant, seems to be one of their favorite maps. Pacita pick Veil of Nav. Chicago Dogos ban Molten, and Pacita, I'm not sure what they were gonna ban. They're gonna ban Awoken, okay.
I'm glad they've added a 30-second timer this round, because of the fact that I believe when I was watching, Celts and Sirius spent about 2-3 minutes discussing about one champion ban at one point.
I mean, if you remember QPL, they didn't.
They used to take a week to do this.
Exactly.
Pretty much,
If you had the game
true.
versus Chain, for instance, it would take him 5 business days to make any pick.
So
this is a great, especially doing it live adds another layer to this. Chicago Dogs is banning Exile now.
Can I go back in time to 2017 and have this as well?
You could.
That would be amazing. Actually, can we go back to sort of 2008?
Just go back to 1997 and play Quake 3 again.
So the first map's going to be on Blood Covenant, second map will be Veil, and we're going to be finish things off on CK if it does get to map number 3. Just to let everyone know at home, it is going to be a best of 3 format for the entirety of today. Best of 5s will not begin until tomorrow, as right now Pacita just trying to decide exactly what champion they want to ban.
They got
haven't got much time left.
They should probably ban something like Athena.
They're doing combat now.
Oh, they're not. Did they ban? They banned Strug. Okay.
But so Pacita banned Strog. But I'm very curious what they're talking about here.
Both teams. I can't hear it from here.
Yeah, no, nor can I.
You can always walk over.
I can just walk over, but
you could.
Are they because we can see that their hands on the mouse, so are they getting timed out with their picks at the moment?
I think if you don't pick anything, it picks up a random champion.
Right.
Probably banned Death Knight or something.
But maybe something went wrong. But it seems they banned Strog and Anarchy. I don't know if they actually.
But I don't know if they actually banned them. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that seems like very sensible bans.
Yeah, I mean, I can believe it.
For a random pick, that's not bad.
What are your favorite champion duos of the MetaZoot?
I've heard that Clutch and Anarchy is really good.
Yeah, Clutch and Anarchy is a good combo. Another good combo would be like Athena Slash on especially the M6. So on the first map, we're likely going to see Chicago Dogos go with Athena and Slash.
I've heard that all the medium champions are really good at the moment. So Wenger gave me a 2-minute synopsis of the meta.
Oh, you trusted him?
that's probably where I might have gone wrong.
That would have done you a favour because you only play medium champions pretty much, don't you? Or
Yeah.
ones with not really too much.
I play
movement
Ranger.
No
mechanics.
mobility for me.
I play Ranger and nothing else.
Oh.
Oh, and Nyx. I don't. Nyx is okay.
Yeah.
Right, it's still continuing at the moment,
What
but
of a
it's
filthy
decided. I
dueler.
think they were going to ban the champions on Veil, but I think something might have occurred. But we'll find out shortly what is going to happen. But
So-
I'm sure the admins will tell us quite shortly.
So as opposed to the QPL, where you sort of every time you play a champion, it technically bans it as well. Is it just the 2 champions that they've banned? They're banned for the entire series,
Yes.
and they
Yeah.
can pick whatever they want
Yes.
all the way through the
Yeah.
series.
Pretty much, yeah.
And they get
Yeah.
the sweet
It's
champions.
almost the
mid-game.
kind of thing that should have been done in
Almost.
QPL.
Who would have thought?
You two are digging.
I'm here all weekend.
In a good way. But yeah, sorry, we'll find out very shortly who's going to be banned on Veil. But if it was you, Inns-
It's not Veil. It's the champions for every map. That's it.
No, I'm saying that what would you ban on Veil just in general?
On Veil, you can ban anything, honestly. 2v2 right now is at a state where it's kind of balanced and you can kind of go play any kind of champion, so Veil doesn't really warrant a specific ban. Because even champions like Clutch aren't that good on Veil. Maybe, I think the best champion on Veil is probably Ranger, but no one really bans Ranger because everyone likes playing it.
I've heard that Scalebearer is out as well. No one plays Scalebearer.
It's good right
Venga,
there.
you better have sorted me out of this a little bit. I mean, I trust
You'll find out that he's giving you completely
Everyone
off
picks
meta
Scalebearers.
picks.
There's
Yeah.
4 Scalebearers.
Yeah, we even saw like a Clutch and a Sorlad coming out from DBE at one stage, which
I mean, Clutch
could have
is-
worked, but they switched it halfway through from Clutch to Ranger, I believe.
They shouldn't have, I think. I think if anyone wanted to switch, should have been the Sorlag out. But RMB wasn't feeling super comfortable with the Clutch there, so they just switched to Ranger and still did really well.
Can they switch champions
Yes.
halfway through the game
Yes.
in
Yeah.
that case? Okay. That does change things up quite a lot. in that case.
Yeah, because it happened
The thing
yesterday.
is, you lose your
DBE
ability.
switched.
Yeah, that's true. So, it is
So
a
you
bit
gotta
of a
do it like
sacrifice.
after the power up, basically.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
do it.
Yeah, because DBE did it, against Rafa Maxter yesterday. They were switching from Clutch to Ranger because they kind of felt like it wasn't working. But I feel like it could have worked.
So are they making changes then? If they're trying to protect a lead, would they maybe change champion if they've just used their ability and they've died?
You see that the only thing I still haven't seen happening is if one team loses power up, I would like to see the other team going for like Slash and Anarchy just to run away from the power up.
But the problem isn't, if they don't have their ability at that point, then
But
can they?
Anarchy's
I
fine
guess
without the
Anarchy
ability.
doesn't
Or
necessarily...
Strog is fine with the ability, without the ability.
True. I feel like Anarchy, it's a little bit slow now though, the...
People use it just to get like a pocket mega, basically.
Right.
For fights.
Yeah.
Or during a fight.
No, exactly. But it's that injection that makes you speed up significantly.
Yeah.
It makes it a bit less sluggish to just get to your maximum speed as Anarchy.
Although you rarely see people going, like doing more than one straight jump at a time.
Right.
Maybe you'll see 2 and that's it.
2 strafe jump.
2, yeah, 1 circle jump and then a straight jump.
What? And then they stop moving?
And then they fight.
And that's it.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot more movement in 2v2 because there's a lot of action all the time.
Okay.
Maybe in DM6.
And I guess
you'll
some of these
see-
maps are quite small that we've got
Yeah.
coming up as well. So
Like Blood Covenant is probably the one where you'll see more movement going
Yeah.
in. And that's it.
Well, before we get into the series predictions, I'll start with you. From what you've seen for the maps and the bans,
2-0 for Chicago Dogos.
I mean,
do I even ask you, or is it the same?
I guess it has to be that way just based on sort of league stats.
Yeah.
Basin Pasita, they're really just partnering as of very recently. And it's a nice thing for them because they're not playing with any pressure.
Exactly, yeah.
But you still have to give it to Chicago Doggos.
Yeah.
I was calling the Chicago Dogs.
And they have to put out a dominant performance right now because all eyes are on them. If they get anything except a comfortable win, the teams are going to be out for blood in the next game versus them.
There's some times where you have to say, you've got to play into the tournament a little bit and you've got to get rid of the nerves and stuff. But with Rafa, I would expect that those nerves don't really exist anymore for him.
He's just start playing at home for
so
now, pretty much.
tremendously experienced.
He has
Maybe
more...
Maxter? I don't know.
Maxter has played like in 5-6 lands at this point, and
Yeah.
he's got like that Latino blood, that natural confidence.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really affect him much. And with Rafa, he has more majors participations than anyone else in Quake.
For all the amazing data that you've accumulated,
Exactly.
you spend significant amount of time
Yep.
going through the history books of Quake.
Yeah.
And
And it's still far from finished.
what's amazing is, out of people who've gone top 8, Rafa has the most LAN attendances of
Yeah,
anybody,
44.
which is
In duel only. I'm not even counting team tournaments.
which is crazy to me actually.
Yeah.
I was
And he won
really
22.
surprised. Yeah, that's 50%.
Yeah, that's
Played
like win rate of
44.
50%, and that's just like winning the entire tournament. It's not
and
just beating someone.
His win rate of the finals is like 72%.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Well,
29 finals, 22 wins.
I do need you to go back and see, are there any that he attended that he didn't get top 8? Or
I didn't see that.
yeah.
I think he might.
Because there maybe are some team
Maybe
event,
the
team
first
lands.
ones. Maybe the first dual lands where
Yeah.
it was still Quake 3 and early Quake Live, he didn't get top 8.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to let everyone know at home, I think we might be doing the champion bans again, just due to the
Okay,
fact
so
that
that was what they were talking about.
Yeah, that's what they were discussing earlier, because they were trying to decide exactly what was going to happen, because we saw the timer run out. I think they were still discussing about something else. So I think we'll be doing either the champion bans again or doing the whole pick and ban phase again. But I assume we're just to do the champion bans. It makes sense.
Rafa's playing mind games just so he can get that extra 5 business days to
Exactly.
really think about
Yeah,
it.
probably. It would
So
surprise
no, I
me.
need to clarify the rules.
Because I would assume-
3.1a.
I would assume Basita would ban Athena, probably.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a very strong champion for Maxter and Rafa. The Slash maybe not so much, because maybe Slash would only be useful in the first map, but Athena can be used on both, like the first 2 maps at least. Veil is also good for Athena, but if not, they should ban Anarchy. But banning Strog, I don't really see it. Unless neither of them wants to play Strog.
That would be more of an impact on map 2 and 3, I guess.
Yeah,
Strog would.
the Strog will be played on CK for sure.
I do agree. Get rid of something that Rafa will be very confident on
Yeah.
map 1. And Athena's usually the one,
The
right?
Athena and Slash is the best combo on Blood Covenant.
Right.
It's very strong.
And it still goes to that sort of, the faster you can be, the better almost. It's almost
Yeah.
irrespective of your stack at that point. If you
Yeah,
can move
exactly.
faster than everyone and outmaneuver everyone, then there you go.
That's it. That's why Clutch is still very, very strong, because his acceleration, he still has the highest acceleration out of any champion in Quake, and the highest
Radius.
stack, and then a shield. So it's
least
a lot.
See,
least you
nothing's
can't turn
changed. It's
in the
like
air.
you've never been away, pretty much.
Exactly, nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Speaking of changes, what is out of the last 2 patches, what is the change you like the most?
I really find that the LG is going to 140 DPS has been excellent.
Nice.
So that was I got a tutorial recently. I have been reading some of the patches. Okay, he's trying to throw me under the bus here.
Literally, it's been what, half an hour,
hope you get
and
out
he
your
started
system.
already 3 times, and he just won't let up at all. Unbelievable. But it looks like we are going to get underway very shortly on Blood Covenant. Sadly, we have missed out on the champion bans, but you guys will get the gist of it when we head into the game anyway, in terms of what they avoid. But I'm going to let you guys take it away with our first series of the day between Chicago Dogos and Basita.
Let's start on Rafa's point of view. I want to see if they actually go with the Athena Slash combo, because I do see Athena and Anarchy. Let's see. So it's Athena and Anarchy. I'm gonna assume then the Slash was banned. That seems about right. And Athena is very strong for this kind of start when he just wants to get that rail. They're gonna be focusing a lot on the rail. You can see Basita getting the rail of his own, trying to cover that area. They do get the first kill, and Rafa wants to get back to the rail position. He knows that on this map, you want to stay on the high ground. You want to keep control of that rail. Maxer does miss out on a frag. And usually we see Maxer and Rafa play at a really, really high pace. Right now, they haven't not been able to speed it up just yet.
Yeah, it's been pretty slow and
Zoo has
sparry
no
to
game
start
count.
with.
It's been still pretty slow, but that's the pace that Basita want to play at. If they can keep it at this pace, because especially Baze, is someone that can do really good decisions. He has a very good decision making and positioning. So if they can keep it at this pace, they have a very good chance. With power up coming in the first 20 seconds from now, I kind of want to go into Maxter and Rafa's team comps to see how they prepare for the first power up.
Yeah, let's take a
If
look.
that is possible.
Sorry, he wants someone to go to the stage quickly to check out his headset.
Sad next
It might
news.
not be game 10, it might be something else as well. He wants someone to go
Here's
to
the
the
power
stage
up.
to
I'm
help
being
him.
absolutely deafened by the quad damage. Base managing to get it first and them with a little lead to work with. Let's see if Base can actually pay his dues. No ghost walk, so he's going to have to be completely on his toes over here. And
Cheers,
Max
Ricky.
and Rafa are just legging it away. Nasty bit of damage. Keeping it safe. There's one frag. At least he gets, but Max is still able to take him down at the end. There'll be about 2 or 3
Zoo, one
seconds
the
on
way.
that.
It's
Yeah,
his
2 or 3
headset.
seconds should still be enough for Anarchy to do something. Can't really find anyone, so he's going to be able to just collect that heavy. And right now it's still Basita and Base in a very marginal lead. There's been only 9 frags in over 2 minutes. Blood Covenant is usually a slow map, but Pita are really making it slower than normal. Let's follow Maestro for a bit, see if you can grab the weapons again. You can see that the Chicago Dogos do not have the high ground. You can see the Russian team having the high ground, and getting back to the high ground on this map is very hard to do. You can see Pita in base really well positioned. Maestro does steal a heavy. It's a really big steal. He's gonna trade it with his life, but just stealing the heavy is important enough to allow Rafa to try and push for another fight. But they keep landing the rails. It's very surprising. And they keep landing all of the rails. And they should be getting the kill onto Rafa as well.
This is absolutely insane from them.
7 heavy.
We can listen now. Some comms from Rafa and Maestro there. You can see they're very focused on going to the items despite not really having the weapons or the positioning there. And Pita and base seem to be fine with giving them the items.
That was a good move from Rafa, but he's so low on HP. Can he actually hold on to it? Unbelievable rocket. Maestro has a little bit of a stack and he's trying to make a recovery. Is it going to be enough before the protection that spawns in a couple of seconds time goes towards there? Oh my god!
I really thought Nyx was going to be able to steal it there, but Bay is not really going for the steal. And he doesn't really have mega time, and I don't think he's going to be waiting here for long. He needs to get that frag difference back. Sadly missing the rocket jump. Let's see if he can find some frags here. There's one.
Yeah, just not able to hide. Can Pita get away?
Good timing on the mega as well, so he knew exactly the timing, decided to go away to find people.
Or if he had a chance to run into both of them, that would have been useful while he had the protection up.
Yeah, now he doesn't really want to lose a lot of HP, but Pita 2v1ing Maestro there right after the power-up. But the power-up was still enough for them to pretty much tie the game. But still, I think Chicago Dogos were expecting this map, specifically since it's their map pick, not to be as hard as it's been.
Yeah, I mean, this being put under immense pressure. I'm quite surprised to see how even that it's been at the moment. But it's a sort of a war of attrition at some point. Rafa, Maestro, are they able to just kind of hold it together? I think Base and Pita are working together, trying to move around the map together quite well. But being able to sustain that for the full time limit, that's where it gets tricky.
Maestro there, I thought he was going to move closer to Rafa because they do have position on rail now. So him dying there, not the best. But now they have mega timing. They're trying to get the mega right now. All teams fighting for the mega. That's kind of surprising on this map.
Yeah, Base was left on his own a little bit. Pita was trying to aim from the side, but I didn't really see if he connected with any of the rail shots at that point.
Oh, there's a rail steal. Rafa wants to just steal him as quickly as possible. And this is where it gets hard, because as soon as Rafa and Maestro have control of the map, it's going to be very hard for Base and Pita to come back.
And Tri-Bolt.
As we can hear some Rafa team comms.
Conceding that, going to power up.
Trying to rail short.
Fighting portal.
Okay. Coming from rocket.
Hurt, 31.
Okay, waiting for you. Books.
I spawn close, come.
Yes, I'm here.
Ooh, the steal.
Books, rail Latina.
Okay, I spawn close. Killers. Okay, did another 50, they're together.
Coming back to
low
heavy.
fast to heavy.
Yes.
I'm above,
Still
you can hide.
Yes, our team. Probably going up.
Yes, I'm seeing what I can do here.
No one.
That is brave. That is really brave from Maestro to face that. Oh my god, I can't believe they took him down.
You know the best thing about it is that Maestro staying there, fighting the quad, didn't allow for the quad to finish the run where we would like, which should be at the rail.
Don't you think that's a bit of a messy play, though, to make that risk?
No, because if he dies, it's fine, but him doing that allowed Rafa, since he has a Tina, he's gonna spawn somewhere and go straight to the rail. It was a real, I don't know if it was completely intended, but it worked out really well. Nice combo there.
It definitely worked out well, but I'm just curious that if he was able to hit those heavy machine gun shots, then he would have been able to rotate over quite easily. So what I'm saying is, it worked out really well for Maestro.
Yeah.
But if he does that play every time, that could be tricky.
Even if he dies there, it's fine, because Rafa gets the rail regardless. That's the most important part.
15.
Well, it's still tremendously close, so anything can happen at this point. I wonder if Pita can continue to sort of get under their skin, and the power-up plays that they've had have been really, really good, but no exchanges there. Rafa getting 2 kills.
Okay, I'll take
Shotgun.
29.
Yes, one LG and a rail.
I'm already headed at
Directly
rocket.
needs both at shotgun side.
Yes, on heavy. Shotgun.
Helping.
Nail. Fight it, rocket.
Rocket.
Coming soon.
Nick sweep, heavy up.
Yes, Athena will get.
How the teams are preparing for good rail on the heavy.
Catwalk.
Very fast to you.
Nick, she does it all the time. It's 29
Yes.
mega, 31 power up.
I'm with. Behind you.
He got it.
Mega.
Nix
close.
almost got it there.
I got you.
I like what Base tried to do with the Nix. He just tried to get it and then go invis right after. But Rafa was too fast and got it himself.
That amount of damage has gone so low at that point. And this is where we start to see that lead really extending.
Yeah, as soon as they get control, it's very hard to get them out of the important positions on the map.
And this is where you also see how strong Basita can really be. Can they actually generate a comeback? It's one thing holding on to an equal game or getting into a small lead, but making a what is an 8-7 frag deficit. This is where it gets tricky. They have time to do it and to recoup a little bit, but they're taking a lot of free damage with the rails.
Yeah, you can see that as soon as Rafa spawns with Athena, the first thing on his mind is going to be hook to the rail. And if you cannot stop that, it's going to be very hard to mount a comeback. They seem to be playing a lot of the lower parts of the map, which is kind of like very unconventional on this map. So you need really good decision making to make it work. And right now, like the scoreline isn't that far apart. They're still taking the items that they want. They're still taking a lot of the fights that they want.
Got the heavy machine gun. He's going to try and face. He needs to help his teammate a little bit.
Yeah, heavy spawning soon.
Wrong gun, wrong gun. But surely break away at this point. You're not stacked enough for this fight.
Yeah, it didn't really work out. I don't think that Pasita was ready enough for that fight.
I think Base has been doing some damage. He's managed to pick up some kills. He's
Nice.
managed to get himself another one.
Let's follow Base for a while after he spawns. I want to see like his decision making from his point of view a bit more.
This has been really, really good so far. We've got 20
Nice
seconds until the next power-up. Can you get another angle? Oh, brilliant shot. Great, great pressure that we're getting. And I think they might be conceding power-up here, or have they got time to get over?
They should have time. If we could go over to Base for this power-up, I want to see how the Nyx approaches it.
Oh, that timing from Rafa. Let Max to get
The
in.
Nyx, it's Rafa getting it.
Let's move over to Rafa, seeing if we can watch him on his quad run. No, it's just
We'll see
hiding.
how Team Basita is hiding.
Yeah, we might see all the action from this side, actually.
It's a very action-packed POV here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there it is. We saw how Rafa found him. Rafa is just going all over the map right now. And Basita, okay, now he needs to get back that rail. Because now the scoreline is kind of getting out of hand a little bit.
They were just bringing it back as well, and
Yeah, they needed a power-up, and it didn't work out. They will still have the next power-up, and they cannot let the scoreline get too far apart before it.
Yep.
Now they need to play extra slow, try to build up a stack, try to get the timing on the items again.
I'm just wondering when was the last time Rafa died, because he has every single weapon on the map. He's not super stacked, but you need to get these weaponry options away from him. Oh my god, that's so painful. Oh, can't even take down Pasita.
Right before the mag as well. Oh, and Pasita coming up. That was Base actually coming up, but a little bit too late. And Rafa keeps landing the shots. Oh my god, this is what you get when you get Rafa on land. And they get the items as well with 1 HP. And I was saying they can't, Pasita can't let the lead get away this much, but they've got maybe 2 frags, and Chicago Dogos now with a 14 frag lead.
There should be smooth sailing for them to get to the end at this point. I haven't seen the scoreboard, but I do feel like Rafa's got the vast majority of the kills on Chicago Doggos. At least that's the name that I'm seeing every time coming into the kill feed, at least. I'm not saying Max is not doing his job. He definitely is. But Rafa's being able to get all the final pickoffs.
This is the last chance now for Basita. They need this power-up. They need something to bring them back into the game, and the power-up is about to spawn. Max is just going to get there just in the nick of time, and Rafa gets yet another power. That's pretty much game over at this point.
Yeah, he's still got all the weapons. I don't think he's died in a couple of minutes at this point. And he's just going to chase. Might as well.
There he goes. 1 kill left, and he's just going to
I think it's soon.
He wouldn't mind
try
some
to find
help.
it.
LG
But
fighting.
I'm grabbing mega.
I don't even think this mega matters. There we go. Max to gets himself the last kill
Good
with
second
map
half
1
time.
going over
Great
to
job.
Maxa and Rafa.
And they still seem super focused.
It was close for a while there, though.
Yeah, until Raf and Maxer got control of the game, but like Baze and Pasita spawned at the rail, and they kept control of that area for the first 3-4 minutes. But as soon as Maxer and Raf get control of the game, as soon as they start dictating the tempo, it's very hard
What
for
just
an
happened
team
at
to
the
go.
beginning that we were so tight.
I didn't feel my mouse yet, and then I had to play a little slower.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Then it
mean,
started
look at
working.
the amount of damage, the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you were getting a lot of the high ground, so I was just
listening
running
to
around.
Team Maxer and Team
Yeah, I
Rafa
focused more
post-game
on trying to
analysis.
like chip and wait, and then like
Very
then
interesting
converge.
to hear the post-game kind of debrief with
Yeah.
them, you know.
Very,
Right, I
he
mean,
was
it's
telling
not
Maxer to
unusual
focus more on
from
long
practice,
distance
because every
fighting,
time that you got
basically
the
long
Fina-
distance trading. And if you're
Yeah,
playing
yeah, the one just
Slash or
broke every
Anarchy,
time
that's what
and-
you want to do, because Anarchy
And I
is the
was
king of
target,
trading.
technically, so it was
Yeah.
fine.
Are we still hearing them
Okay.
debrief?
Oh, I think we stopped now. Oh,
Okay.
it's secret team comms.
No, we're good. One thing I thought, Pasita, he was challenging it a lot against railers when he didn't have the rail to work with himself. I
Yeah.
felt like if Pasita can reduce the amount of angles that he's giving, and maybe sometimes he just needs to just get away from the fight.
Yeah,
Just a bandit ship, he has got a way out, but I saw him giving a lot of easy angles and sometimes exposing himself to two sides of the map where he's getting railed from, and you're obviously going to suffer at that point, and it's hard. Even if base with you at that point, you're too exposed.
definitely to get a little bit more coordination. But again, they're probably the least experienced team together versus the most experienced team. So you're going to get a lot of that, probably.
But I guess the question is now is, are Maestro and Rafa just going to take off where they left from on DM6? And are they just going to storm through map 2? Or is it going to be base and Pasita resets and actually they have to get used to it again? Because I enjoyed seeing the fight. I enjoyed seeing that attempt, that comeback when we had that 7-8 frag differential sort of around the mid-game. They brought it back to about a 4. I think base got some really nice kills. But it was right at the end. It just felt like it went from 40 frags to 50 frags in a minute.
Yeah. On Veil, it's going to be way easier for Base and Pasita to slow the game down to the pace that they want to play. And even if they start losing control, there's on Deep Embrace, it's... Oh, right, I thought it was Veil, but I guess they do the map picks completely again, so it's going to be Deep Embrace. Oh, then I don't really have good news for Base and Pasita.
No, there's no hiding here at all.
There's no hiding, and this can get out of hand very quickly with the double power-up.
I mean, it's a good start at least.
Yeah, and they're together still. They cannot let this guy get out of here with a rail.
Oh, he's trying to support his teammate, but Base couldn't get up to him and it's gone all wrong. How did Rafa benefit from that?
That went so wrong so quickly.
I thought that was going to be a 2-0 to start with, and now Rafa's just farming them. The drop from Base. Stemming the bleeding a little bit there.
Oh, a double kill, mutual kill on the heavy. No one benefits from it.
And it was taken as well, so that's maybe a slight relief for Pasita.
He's not really landing the shots that he wants there. And with the double power-up, in this map, usually Raf and Max either try to take one power-up each, or they try to delay one of the power-up so that they get the massive double run. And when you're playing...
That's got to be the dream.
Yeah, when you're playing double mobile champions like Athena and Strog, what you want is really each of them running a different power-up, because then there's no hiding from that. We'll likely see them attempt this, and it's really up to Base and Pasita to stop it.
What do you think of this Ranger pick?
I like the Ranger, like it's Base and Pasita. It's kind of, I would have expected Pasita to go with like a weird champion, but he's going with Ranger. The Ranger is never a bad pick. Never a bad pick. Even on, with 4 HP. Just use machine and kill him. Oh, there he goes. The rail works. Oh, but the Maxter spawns there and he gets both of the kills. And protection is still up. Who is spawning at protection?
Where is it?
It seems Base got the protection.
Okay.
But Maxer, he should be very happy to fight him. Oh, he gets flanked there by Pasita. Good damage by Pasita.
Again, should you really be challenging there, Pasita? He's got a chance to sort of steer away. Well, he doesn't do it.
Oh, that's a great
Nice
kill.
rails.
Can he find Base? He finds him. Can he get the shots? And
Wow.
he does get him right in the end. So he's still going to get almost 15 seconds of that protection because it was so delayed. And this doesn't really look good for Pasita. As I said, as soon as there's a... Oh, nice rocket at the end. As soon as there's the power-up delay, it means that Rafa and Maxer can get a double power-up run.
Yeah, this sounds like it's getting really tricky. They need to be perfect then on the next quad spawns, essentially. At least to get themselves into a chance to competing for 2 power-ups.
Maxer really wanted to help there, but he never got to shoot.
Okay, good job, Base.
They're both at the heavy, they should be able to get it.
Can it be more than that, sort of interrupting that open frags? Like stringing them together? That's what we haven't really seen from them properly.
Nice kill.
Good work.
They got the heavy as well, so if they stack back up, they should be okay. And now they have the rail control. When their enemies don't have rail. Oh, sadly doesn't see the second shot. They're getting hit so much with the random damage. Good damage, but they're going to go down. However, I think they did enough damage to warrant a push back to the rail. Base is going in, Pita going in as well. They got the kill on Max. They should be able to get the kill on Rafa before the heavy. He can't. Where is Pita? He was a little bit late. He does clean up at the end. And I think... oh, Max, I was going to say Max had a really big stack for the power, but he decided to use the pummel to get the kill and lose all of his stack.
Pita's under pressure. He's just missed a chance to do damage there, and now he's on his own, and he's used his ability to nothing, no damage whatsoever.
And this is going to be so dangerous now, because Rafa's going to get the... Oh, maybe he should give it to Maxer. He does steal it in the way, but... Oh, he's
good damage.
Not
oh my god!
Can he get it? But Maxer is right behind him. But
no, he's died.
Everyone died. Who's getting it? It's Base. It's Pita. Pita has double power up. Okay, let's see if he can do anything with it. Sadly, he is the least mobile champion on the map right now, so it's going to be very hard to catch them. However, Deep Embrace isn't really a hard map to catch people on. Let's see if he can actually get it.
He's sure he knows where they are. He's got to know where they are.
Oh,
he's got to land the shots. The quad's gone already, and he's going to want one rocket if he wanted to move with it.
I don't think he has hit the... There we go. The shotgun works, gets 2 kills on that power-up, and it's still a 9-frag lead.
I mean, that stopped it,
Dogos.
because if they didn't get that kill, there could have been another 5+ frag swing, which they cannot afford at this point.
And very importantly, he finishes the run at the heavy and rail side. So they should be okay to get another couple of kills before they need to actually commit to the fights, but he does decide to hyper-commit with the shotgun. Oh, the rail at the end doesn't really hit, and they should have been able to hold that for, you know, almost another minute, but Chicago Dogos were a little bit too fast.
I'm wondering where Base was at the end of that fight, because Pita really needed that support. Rafa and Max seem to be in each other's pockets almost the entire time. But they're getting a nice couple of kills there. Slight more swing towards Pita.
And I think they also got the heavy. You can see Rafa trying to make his way to the rail. Not quite working. Does get a kill though.
We've got 15 seconds roughly until the next power-ups are going to spawn. Already some fighting taking place. That neutral frag. Oh. Some damage there.
No
from
one
Base.
has anything. Rafa has 100 HP, but no armor. I have no clue who can take this power-up.
They surely have to fight for this. Can they get close enough? They're doing damage from the sides. They're trying to poke it.
Oh,
there was a steal.
Someone stole it. Blaze got it.
Pita?
Pita died. Maxer suicides in the end, so Pita gets the power-up. Protection about to spawn. Is Base there? And Base gets it, so they get a double power-up.
Across both heroes.
Yeah.
Oh,
great
lovely.
kill on Maxer, and now they should be able to maybe even tie up the game. This is a very small map. You can find Rafa. Can he get the kill on Maxer as well? Pita hitting all of the rockets. He's only 2-frag lead for Chicago Dogos.
This is going amazingly for them.
Yeah, I didn't think this would work out this well. I had really, when I saw this map, I was a little bit scared for them.
50 to 30 kind of run. It's just tied. It has just tied between the two teams.
Control of the heavy. Oh, that's the kind of...
That was bad.
That was a good flank by Rafa there. They did not expect it.
They've actually taken the lead.
Crazy is very good at not dying. He takes damage, but he knows exactly when to back out of the fight. Neck about to be up. Yeah, I don't think he can take it.
It was just being baited for him there.
I think they went a little bit too aggressive there. They could have just stayed on the rail, but I think they got a little bit confident.
Yeah.
And now they need to protect the rail once more. They've been doing a great job. It's 35 apiece.
It's a while until the power-up still, so there's plenty of fighting to take place. Base manages to get the kill. I thought he was really vulnerable there, but Rafa couldn't find him around the corner. We are still tied, but we do have, I think that's Base on 1 HP there from a moment ago.
He's trying to survive, and Pita coming in, trying to get a kill on Maxer, but the rail is not quite landing as much as Pita would hope for.
Yeah, if he didn't take that last rail, then he had a chance to fight versus MytzTwo. It's now a 1-frag advantage, but this is still nothing. As we get to the power-ups, this lot of power-ups is absolutely critical.
Rafa stacked for the power-up.
It's not too bad, though, for Pita. They're more or less starting stacks. Pita's a little bit low. They found Rafa on his own.
He went way too early, and where is Maxer?
Oh my God.
They lose the quad. It's going to be the quad for Pita. and the protection is only up in 7 seconds. Pita should be able to get to the protection. He's just farming kills before. Can he get it? He knows where Rafa is, and he gets Rafa. They can get a massive lead right now. Even a couple of kills at this point are so... Oh, that's a nice... Finally hits one of the important shots.
Are they going to take a map here?
That would be massive. And
Can hit him!
The rail,
I can't
really?
believe he went with the rail.
Okay, 5 frag lead for Pita.
He's not taking many risks though with this. There's still plenty of time with the protection. Like, yeah, he's not pushing into the mega side of the map at all for some reason.
He can get another kill. He does kind of fumble his rockets a little bit, but now he can get away, knowing he still has the position and the timing on the heavy, and he doesn't want to lose his weapons.
Very conservative run, it feels like. But look, they've got a 5 frag advantage at this moment.
Heavy. Oh, and he
rail.
keeps going for the rail.
What is going on?
I mean, as long as you hit them, it's okay, but it's so risky. Especially because giving the rail to Chicago Dogos. Oh, that's a great air rocket there by Pita.
But they've given away some really easy free kills just then. Base has managed to come back a bit. They need to get 3 more.
But now look, they're not in the position they want to be. They allowed Maxer and Rafa to get to the heavy and rail side of the map. And to get back here, they need to take risks again or play safe and depower. They decide to push aggressively for the heavy, and it doesn't work out for them. Maxer gets the kill, he gets the heavy, and they should be able to get the kill on base as well. So just like that, they got 2 free kills given.
They've done a bit of damage, but I'm pretty sure that Chicago Dogs will be able to heal through this a little bit. There's been a push. I think they're just trying to force it.
They're not getting them. They should be able to get this kill, but still no, Maxer's still surviving.
Unbelievable. Surely he can find it. Base does manage to get one.
It's pretty much tied now. It's 46 to 48. Only 2 kills that they need to get. Power up coming soon. Rafa getting another kill, it's so risky now, and Rafa has a really good stack. He's coming in, he's trying to get the kills with Maxer. He gets 1 rocket, gets 2 rockets. Can they get the kills though? Base gets 1 of the kills.
49!
49, and look at his stack. Surely he gets the kills now. There's no way they can survive from Maxer. And there's the rail! And Rafa and Maxer take it home 2-0 on a very close game between Pita and Chicago Dogos. Way closer than I would have expected.
Amazing, amazing second map just then. That was fantastic. Got the handshakes well. I think they all had a lot of fun in that last map. Yeah. Probably Rafa might have even been sweating for half a second just there. That was close. It came down to the final quad.
Yeah, and I think we nailed it when we said, like, when Pita, after getting the heavy, went up to take fights on like the top light, and Maxer killed him, and then Rafa came in. They took that opportunity and they didn't let go because they were behind like 7 frags, and they still made the comeback just out of that. What did you think of the game, Lethal? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really think that Pita doubted themselves, their strategy at the end. They pivoted from one, like, let's be hyper defensive, then no, let's just scramble for the frags.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, we've got the quad, we don't have a choice. At this point, we have to go for the scramble, and then you can't really afford to sacrifice those kills anymore.
If the team had a bit more experience, they would have probably made a few better choices there at the end. Now what I'm wondering is, how did the other teams see this? Because this was a much closer game than expected. And do the other teams see Chicago Dogos now as being vulnerable, or still stronger due to being able to mount that comeback?
I mean, that's it. When it comes to the clutch positions and the clutch situations, you can see that, like, Rafa's instinctive knowledge of how to commit to a strategy is unparalleled, in my opinion. But so I think there's going to be some feeling that maybe there's a chink in the armor that we can expose a little bit. But is it actually getting to the finish line? That's always going to be the hardest part.
Agreed.
There's a few cracks there, you know, with the stage in that second map. I think there's an element of vulnerability, I think you're right. It just depends on if any of these other teams can execute that. You can tell that they've been in that situation many times before, and they have that full setup around heavy just to make sure they can at least take advantage of the amount of times that you sort of see to go out of position. They did it a number of times. I think they got a little bit overzealous for those final few frames. Time and time again. So,
congratulations, first of all, to Max and Rafa for winning this. Max, I want to ask you about the callouts, because you're one of the teams that has the most refined callouts. How long did it take you to get a grasp of this?
Well, I don't think it took me that long. I mean, I think that just trying to get the callouts and some of the meanings that he wanted, but not so much time, actually.
Okay. Yeah, you seem quite comfortable whenever we jump in comms and hear you. That's quite nice to see. So, what I wanted to ask you, Rafa, is about the power-up control, because you seem very well prepared for every power-up that's spawning on the map, but you're not really seem to focus on frag hunting when you have the power-up. Is your approach more to gain map control and control points of interest on the map with the power-up?
I think that just depends on the game situation. And I also think, when he has the quad, he tends to get more done. I actually do really well with protection runs that we've noticed, but it just comes down to the situation. Like, did they die 5 seconds before the power up and decide not to re-engage? So now they're like healthy and they're trying to bait corners and stuff like that. So you can't just rush in blindly. So it's kind of just feeling out based off the info we get during the run, and then decide like, okay, I'm going ham at X location, or it's like, no, we're playing for control. We're going to get both of us really stacked, and then we'll try to end right at, as it runs out. We'll try to be greedy or something. So I think the biggest thing is like, even if you don't get a bunch of kills, you're reestablishing control, and you're not dying. As well as you're not giving them time with the power up to run away with the game.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, the last game was super close, right? It went down to the last frag. How does that make you feel for tomorrow, Maxter?
Actually, well, not that comfortable for tomorrow, to be fair, because, I mean, we have done pretty well during the group stage, and, I mean, not respect in tandem, but Basita is really strong. But probably the second map didn't feel as good as we tend to perform. In my opinion, probably later we'll just catch up what just happened and see what kind of coordination we just missed and things like that. I mean, we can still fix the mistakes that we just made. I mean, it's early in the bracket yet. We still have tomorrow, which is best of 5, because we don't play anymore today. I mean, winning a map by 1, it's not probably the happiest thing to have, but I mean, feeling comfortable, I mean, confident, more than comfortable, but confident. I mean, we have been practicing for the last 7-8 months. So, I mean, there's a lot of work done. So, I mean, we will be ready for it.
So, Zoot asked me to get this information from you. He wanted to know how it took you so long to learn to sit at a desk properly.
I mean, the last time I played a tournament like that was 2006, to put that into perspective. So, no, I would still be sitting with keyboard on my lap, but with the keyboard I'm using now, it doesn't have a wrist rest. And so it kind of like pinches in the wrist. So I just decided earlier on this year, because I did feel a difference in like the responsiveness of the keys and like how it feels in the game, that it is better. So I was like, all right, I just need to find a way to get used to it. And that's what I've done. So, but if I can, find somebody to create a mold around it and create like, a wrist rest, I'll go right back to playing, with a keyboard on lap and sitting sideways.
Okay, thank you for your time, guys. And yeah, that's from Rafa and Maxter. What do you think about their opinion, Lethal?
I mean, there's some good opinions, so to speak. We need to contemplate how good the defensive structure was in terms of their setups for the end. I think people may say, yeah, they look very vulnerable, and look how things turned on its head after having a 10 frag lead. But that defense has set up, just making sure that if there's any kind of minor errors which they'll make flying through to try and at least take them down, it wasn't going to work. Or it could work, but it depends how effective they were to close out some of those frags. And they literally just couldn't. And we could have gone into a map number 3. That's how crazy we have to discuss it. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There, I think, in the answers. I think they felt lucky is probably a bit harsh, but they got over the finishing line. And you could tell Max is saying that I don't feel as confident with that type of win going into tomorrow. And again, you have all of this time now from now until then to mull over what's just happened, don't you?
I think it's more that, as I said, if Basita didn't just had a little bit more experience, maybe they wouldn't make that mistake at the end. And if you make a mistake versus players like Max and Rafa, they just took advantage.
But think about how Basita, if they got the lower bracket, they still get to play more teams. Yeah. They'll play them today. They're probably feeling quite good against one of the favorites that they brought to game like that. They're able to display all those different dynamics of the game, holding an even game, getting into a lead, making a comeback.
They got out of this feeling way more comfortable, probably.
Yeah, I think very much think so. I'm really excited to see them play later today.
I think they'd rather get these kind of matches out of the way now,
Yeah.
rather than like the upper bracket final or anything like that. So, of course, there's going to be a few blips here and there. I'm sure they'll rectify it. I'm sure. Well, they technically did at the very end. It's just midway through with the power-ups there. Because Blood Covenant, they look absolutely flawless. Is the Deep Embrace a little bit lackluster, but I'm sure they'll rectify that anyway, going into the future matchups. But guys, we're going to go for a short break. Our next series will be between Cheaters versus DBE. It will be a spectacle in itself, and I'm sure it'll be nothing short of spectacular. As we'll see you in just a few moments.
Someone starts trouble with me. You must feel terrible having I can't imagine that going worse. Do I have you now? Did someone order some air support? Someone starts trouble with me.
And welcome back to Barcelona KeenCon 2024. We just had our first series with Chicago Dogos managed to take the first series 2-0 with a nail-biting second map, but we'll be seeing Pita later on in the lower bracket. Joining me again is Ints and Zoots, and our second series of the day is going to be Cheaters versus DBE. Definitely going to be a very close affair between the two. We've seen DBE playing pretty damn well throughout the group stages, but how are they going to fare well against Cheaters is going to be an entirely different story.
That's the question. I mean, we're unlikely. It's impossible to see a closer map than we did between Chicago Dogos and Pita, but I think all of this series will be relatively close. Both teams have a similar play style. They both have a lot of, especially RMV and Sears. They're both really big gamers. And when it comes to Dramis, he has his own style, right? He has his flair. The Dramis, remember, is still the same. He's just gonna
nothing's changed.
No, nothing changed. Just gonna crouch slide with like 5 centimeters 360 and try to hit rails everywhere.
and that's it.
Yeah.
I spoke to Celts a bit yesterday. I don't think I'd met him in person before, and I was asking her, does Sirius kind of like yell a lot? Because I just assume that's what Sirius does.
No.
No?
No.
But it says sometimes he gets a little bit.
Yeah, he gets angry.
He gets tilted.
On stream, he gets angry all the time.
Right.
But when he comes to LAN, he's like super nice.
Oh, he's
super
been
polite.
lovely. It's been charming seeing Sirius.
It's too bad he can't always be a person this good.
He was talking to me about European history and stuff yesterday. Wow. It was very, very insightful.
Okay. Yeah, you'd expect it to get a little bit leery on occasions, wouldn't you? But yeah, entirely different.
I felt like he's very passionate though in game. Is the way that I see it.
Yeah.
And
even more so at home.
True. I'm curious, if we going to jump into their comms, I'll be very curious to see in sort of a troubling time or a power-up that they might be missing or something like that, how is Sirius responding at that point?
Usually,
if he can stay cool and stuff, I feel like they shouldn't have too many issues.
I've played with him for a very long time as teammate, and usually when it comes to scrims, he's usually a bit more heated. When it comes to tournament days, he's just like in performance mode.
Right.
He's like super chill, just hitting his shots, and he usually performs really well. The problem with him is that he usually doesn't like screaming a lot.
Right.
But when it comes to tournament days, he's
I'll do it on the day.
Completely on point. Yeah. And that was one of the things that wasn't really working out for me, because when I play, I need that scream. I need to grind a lot the game, and he's kind of the opposite.
But he just goes to some kind of aim trainer and just does LG all day.
Yeah, he just goes and plays UHT, and that's it.
Right, yeah, classic.
Standard, basically.
Yeah.
With DBE, it's going to be, reason to say it's quite an interesting affair, because very early on in the team series, it was actually DBE who took down Cheaters at one stage during one of the first tournaments in the team series. But not only that, they're great aimers, but they like to be the ones to create the tempo and dictate the pace. And the question is, are we going to be able to see that during this series?
I don't know. I'm still going towards thinking Dramis is not playing with high ping. I presume they've been playing differently.
Hopefully he's not playing with high ping.
Yeah. Does that change the pressure? Does that change that dynamic then? I don't know.
I don't know. I think Dramis, like both Dramis and RMV, are such aggressive players that they're gonna just keep wanting the pace up. Even if they're losing, that's their strategy. Just keep the pace up, keep going for fights. The thing is, versus Kelton series, it might snowball against them very easily too.
Yeah, and to me this is another strange dynamic, because you got Sirius been around forever, got Dramis been around forever, RMV and Celts. I know RMV slightly less than Celts, I'd say. They're both quite new blood, as what you'd say if anyone's sort of been around Quake for more than 5 years. You would call them quite new school players.
Yeah,
so
Quake is the only game where that happens. Like I've been playing for 15 years, and I'm still relatively new school compared to the old Quakers.
I mean, you're almost there, though, right?
At this point, I should be.
You'll be mad if he's actually been nice to you.
Yeah. just to point out for half a second.
No, he just doesn't want me to throw him under the bus. So
it's a diplomatic play there.
Well, Celts, like, he has been performing really well over the last 12 to 24 months. Like, think about last QuakeCon, where he actually did qualify for the QPL. He got quite a decent placement, if I remember rightly. So he was able to prove himself.
They killed it.
Exactly that, yeah, exactly. And so in terms of his dual performance, he was a very good player individually, and I think it does suit Sirius quite well. The only difference with this lineup is we know how Sirius plays, so it's kind of that more support-based role and doing the damage, but Celts is always going to be the player who will either step in first, more due to the fact that he needs to feed Sirius info and decide when to reposition himself, when to strategize, when to go. Yeah, exactly.
And then he has that champion pool. If he plays any champion, he plays it really well. Just like RMV, they both play any champion they play it well, and he's really good at timing. So he's the one creating the opportunities for Sirius to piggyback from.
Yeah, exactly that. And we'll have to see if that does work. But I think it is going to be very map dependent. I have heard that for cheaters, they do prefer maps like Exile because, as you mentioned before, just give them a little bit more of a breathing room, a little bit more space to kind of collect their thoughts and to stop the tempo being created by DBE, because that's what they want to do. They don't want to stop. They're just literally all gas, no break, and we have to see if they're going to
So you're expecting
on.
DB then to be the more aggressive?
Yeah,
yeah,
DB will be the more aggressive,
yeah,
and I think cheaters will keep beating them down.
Okay, so it's like fend them off with the LG, stop them coming into the
Especially
room.
with the rail. Like, Sirius is just going to be railing all the way through.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting debate. But before we get the players onto the stage, you know, we talked about DBE quite a lot, but for cheaters, I kind of feel like when it comes to setting up for the power-ups, that should be fine. But we've seen it in the past where with DBE, they use their abilities a bit too early before the power-up. So you kind of feel like the timing of when they actually use their ability to then go for it, they need to kind of plan that ahead a little bit better rather than just using it willy-nilly 20 seconds beforehand where they've got no abilities left anymore and probably got a weak stack.
That happened a lot yesterday during the group stage. I think they lost to Team Boba because, especially Dramis, he kept using his ability way earlier in power-up, and Army kept being left alone to the point where he even had to switch out the clutch, etc. So they definitely need to be more on point this time around. Thankfully, it's not something that hard to fix.
Yeah.
So I guess between the last game and now, they might have fixed all of it.
If I had to ask a harsh question, which is the stronger player between RMV and Dramis, would you say?
RMV.
Really?
RMV, like, I taught him how to play 2v2, so he's the best player in the world.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, no, RMV has made some like huge strides in the past couple of years. He's always been trying to make it in that dual setting, but never really had the...
He can play all the champions. He can speak and listen really well, and he has impeccable timing and amazing game. So
I think used to get really angry when he beat me on duel in matchmaking as well.
He went from being
because he's another UK player.
Exactly.
I know that feeling.
But I'm also quite happy that we got a UK representative.
Yeah, not happy now. Is he there?
He's somewhere. He's somewhere.
He's heard you from the from somewhere, probably from
another
the land
UK
area.
representative is what I meant.
Yeah, exactly. But I do believe the players are ready to come up onto the stage, so I think it's about time we bring them out. As the teams come up onto the stage, it is going to be Cheaters versus DBE. Representing Dragonborn Esports, we're going to see what impact they can make in the scene this time around. And I've already mentioned earlier that they have defeated Cheaters once before, but it was very, very early on in the year. And you know, offline setting, things can change. From what I've witnessed yesterday, they performed extremely well. Very impressed with RMV's movement around the map and how he's performed with his aim skill along with that too. It's just about for the likes of Cheaters just controlling that aggression and putting him in check.
Definitely. Cheaters will definitely be trying to play more defensive and positional game, and DBE, they just want to put their foot on the gas and go.
What I love at the moment, it's not just between these two teams, but actually for the event as a whole. It used to be a case where you go into a LAN and there was one, maybe two incredibly clear favorites, and it's almost not worth talking about the rest of the teams. I love the fact that every team in this bracket seems really interesting, and when I'm asking players who's the favorite, no one is just immediately saying one team and nobody else. There's always caveat after caveat for almost all of the teams and their ability to play the game. So yeah, I'm just so excited to see what these two are going to be like, and you know, it's all about the scrimming and the practices and what results have you had earlier on in the year. Deliver it now. Show
you know,
us.
the interesting part is that DBE, they've been a team since like the start of the online series, since like March, but they probably are the team that has practiced the least.
Yeah.
Because RMV has a really weird schedule, and then Drum is from America, so I think I probably practiced more with RMV in the last 3 months than he did with Dramis for the whole year.
Yeah.
So they got a lot more practice at the event itself than throughout the whole year.
How is RMV and comms and stuff?
He's very good at comms.
Yeah?
I mean, he's a native speaker, but he's more than being good at comms, he's very good at listening.
Right.
So he knows exactly when to listen and when to do something. I was very surprised when I started playing with him because just his ability to listen the information and to absorb all of it
immediately act on the
Yeah.
information.
It's a very needed skill, especially in team games.
Yeah.
Because some people will listen to it, but not really do anything based on that. He's listening, he's acting on it, and it has a tremendous impact in the game.
That's what I find quite interesting in the Quake scene. You normally always get one or the other. Always one player with good comms, one with no good comms, two very good comms, two almost silent, or sometimes you can have good comms, but it might be like talking to a brick wall because they're just not listening at all in the slightest. We've had that a
Like
few
playing,
times.
playing with Kelson, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kelson.
You'll see him now poking his head going, would you just
But
call me?
you know, dual diehards, really. You know,
Yeah.
but it's taken him a while. But he's managed to integrate himself into the team games.
But they've all integrated nicely. Let's be honest, they've had plenty of time now. They've had since March to kind of sort out their social skills and their comms.
I remember it used to be a me when there was sacrifice and stuff earlier on. And it's like Kelson doesn't talk or something like that. I can't remember exactly what people used to say.
When we started getting the duels in team games, the norm was that most duelers couldn't speak and play at the same time.
Yeah. So it certainly wasn't just Kelson. I think Cypher as
most
well
of-
was very
most of the
similar.
duelers.
But players like Avec, a lot of people know him for being a dueler, but he
He's
has
so
this
good at team mode.
illustrious team mode career.
He is amazing
behind
at
him.
team, and Navek is someone that he just understands what he has to do at any point, and he can like lead the whole team in almost any mode. He just has that natural instinct of what to do, and he's very good at communicating as well.
Sounds like someone who would be quite a good IGL, like a good
seems
in-game
that-
leader overall.
Seems that we're starting the picks and bans already.
Going quickly.
So let's see. Cheaters Peak Exile. DB, they're going very quickly. Okay, chill. You have a whole 30 seconds. You might want to think it out a little bit. So Cheaters Peak Exile, DBE Peak Deep Embrace. No surprise here. Both Deep Embrace is a super aggressive and fast map, so that's the map DBE want to play.
Yep.
And Cheaters going with Exile, as we said, they want that more space. There's not going to be Veil, there's not going to be Blood Covenant, no Molten, no CK, so last map will be Awoken. These teams should be very good at all of these three maps. For champion bans, I'm not sure what it's gonna go like. So DBE ban Anarchy, okay, very good champion ban. The super event, because like Celts can play every champion, but you don't want. Oh, and they banned Clutch, so the most effective and OP combo is banned. So there's no Clutch for Celts or MV, and no Anarchy for anyone else. So they do leave the Strog and the Slash open for DBE. Being two fanatics of crouch sliding, they're gonna love that. They might just run Slash and Strog at every single map.
What do you say is the most powerful combo to have on Exile, actually?
On Exile, Nyx is very good on Exile. The second champion, it's usually, I mean, if you Clutch is good on Exile. Aizen is very good on Exile. I think Exile is a kind of map, like not super long range, not super close range. Almost every champion kind of works. Ranger is also very good.
Is Athena, would you expect Athena? Because there are multiple levels on that as well.
Yeah, you can play Athena. I think Rafa definitely played Athena a bit there on Exile. But I think the other champions are probably a little bit better. Like Strog is always good. Ranger is always good. There's two champions that you can play on any map and not really have any drawbacks.
I find it quite interesting that Awoken was still left as the final map, but at the same time, if you think about it from Cheetah's perspective, there's all those narrow. Yeah, I know, but they've got all those narrow choke points to actually be able to prepare for those for the power-ups, and also with the control straight afterwards. It makes a lot of sense, and it's pretty much textbook Quake at this point anyway.
Are we expecting any heavy champions to come out, do you think, now?
If that would be Clutch, but Dramis on Exile, he might play Kill.
Okay.
Dramis likes basically three champions. It's Slash, Strog, and Kill.
We saw Sorlac come out, but that was on Veil, so obviously it's not going to be used for anything else.
Not going to happen, most likely.
Yeah.
I expect Cheaters to go with the Nyx and Strog on the first map, and I expect DB to go with like a Ranger and Strog. Maybe a Slash there. Slash would be kind of unconventional because the map is not great for Slash, but definitely a Strog for sure.
Well, I'll start with you, Zee. We've seen the picks and bans. We know exactly what's going to be occurring throughout this entire best of three. How do you feel this is going to pan out? Is there any favoritism for one of the teams?
I mean, you are asking the wrong person here, but I think Cheetahs is definitely the name that the team that people are quoting as one of the favorites. So I certainly have to give it the advantage there. But everything I'm hearing about Dragon Ball Esports is that they have got a play style that you want to watch and almost one that you want to root for. So I hope we can get a tiebreaker map, but I don't know if I'm kind of talking rubbish.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's going to go all the way, but it just depends on who it's going to be. I feel like for Woken for Cheetahs, it can be quite beneficial for them in a lot of ways, but it's, you know, what Woken can be like, can be very situational depending on the circumstances. So I would say Cheetahs 2-1, but honestly, it's anyone's guess.
I'm really curious to see how Sirius is going to perform. Oh, it seems like we're going to go straight into the map. And I was just going to say that for the first, like, 4 months of the Team Sirius, Sirius was winning every single tournament almost alone. So we're going to see if we're going to have that same kind of performance here at LAN or not. And if not, the DBE does have a good chance of taking it all the way.
Surely is Sirius on or off kind of question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get into our series very shortly between Cheetahs and Dragonborn Esports. Hello, mate. Bon voyage. We'll let you go have your little 30-minute break or 20, depending on the circumstances of the series. And Zook, first time I'm going to cast with you in 5 years, and I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fabulous, as we're going to kick things off from Keltz's perspective to see what shenanigans he's going to be up to from the very get-go.
Yeah, peaceful first moment on the map. Now if they get their starting weapons going, as the Mega Health area held into by Dragonborn Esports, a lot of damage after them, and immediately Sirius and Keltz just eliminate them. Keltz off with the rail for a second, but yeah, he's going to look for a bit of a stack up. He's got the Mega Health in a moment. Is he vulnerable to this? He is. RMV gets a brilliant angle to finish him before the Mega spawns.
Supposedly Rafa's on both teams and he's playing both of them, so that's that's interesting in itself, but don't worry guys, at home we'll changed for you very shortly. But still with a 1 frag lead, making that 2, as he's just doing absolute work with that heavy machine gun. And a lot of people have been saying they've been benefiting more with the LG and the heavy machine gun, considering, depending on which map they've been playing on, there's slight lower stack in favour of Cheetahs, but they're buying the time now. They've got the heavy, so that's going to completely change. Quad will be up in the next 20 seconds. Let's see how both these teams prep for it.
Yeah, they're very much keeping to their own sides of the map at this point. I think they want to keep their stack as much as they can. Certainly Sirius is going to want it with the quad spawning soon. Yeah, he's used it and he's just said it on the comms himself. That's not what he wants to do, but 2 brilliant rockets. He should be able to hold on to the quad now. Worked out very nicely for Sirius despite that issue.
It certainly did. I wasn't going to confirm the outcome of what was going to occur due to the fact that with the Nyx he had the potential of stealing it, but he used the ability so early that we knew that he was planning to get that flank round. But even though Sirius is just running around, just running and gunning at the stage with the quad, up 11 to 4 is huge. Make that 12. You need lead to start things off. Make that 13, and there seems to be absolutely no stopping them at the moment. We've got the heavy coming up in the next couple of seconds. Mega will be up shortly, which is quite good for Cheetahs due to the fact that with the timings being so heavily segregated, they will have time to contest both of those items.
Dramus burning that. A lot of damage there. RMV pushing through straight away. How much stack has he managed to keep himself left there? Oh, not too late. He's gone down already. Dramus is going to clean up quite nicely from this.
first.
They are got a decent amount of frags behind at this point, so there's some catching up to do. And I'm not sure if you guys are able to hear their comms as well.
I'm on Mega. On nest.
Dramus now just going to TP up, see what he can find. He'll be greeted.
I am dead here.
On one of his opponents, but it looks like Sirius will be getting cleaned up there by RMV. And this is what we were talking about before. Their pure aggression and trying to dictate the pace and create the tempo they desire. And they've been doing that a little bit later on in this series. You've got to remember, this is Cheetah's map pick, as RMV did take them by Sirius, but actually they traded each other out. RMV now just trying to contest that heavy a little bit. It's already been taken as 6 seconds ago. Mega is now available, as they're now trying to at least find each other around top mid to try and clean up. Keltz managed to finish the job, and now up 19 to 14, but protection is going to be up any second now. Dramus is already in position, and so is RMV, but this looks like this could be a guarantee for the protection. They're just trying to steal it, and it looks like Keltz has been cleaned up and using the Pika now to finish up on Sirius. Fantastic way to get that protection, but fair play to Keltz for trying to at least rocket jump up to try and steal it, but it looks like it wasn't going to be, but definitely worth the risk.
Well, they're closing up a little bit. Has he got enough stack to really engage into it? That LG, you've got to be so careful with that. He just does not have the weapon really to fully take advantage. 1 rocket left. Does get some damage. Okay, that works out for him right at the end. And we've got plenty of time left to make a comeback.
So he does indeed. They were up like, what, 13 to 5, something like that.
Yeah,
Something
exactly.
ridiculous. It was like absolute madness for them. They managed to bring this back. Great rockets coming up from R&V. It looks like Dramus will be able to try and get the broom out and clean up, but he managed to do so a little bit later than required, but at least he managed to get it for 2 for 1, which is the important thing. But yet they've now closed it up. Now only a 1 frag difference between the two. Heavy is available, has been picked up. Sears is going to back away straight away.
I'd love to see Dramus, actually. If we're able to watch Dramus, he's been playing brilliantly at the moment. He's getting a kill after kill. And is it going to be setting up 40 seconds now still? They'll probably start saving their abilities soon to get over to the power-up. Dramus now finally very weak, but he's got, you can see how many weapons that he's got. Can he hold on to his life a bit longer? The rush in from Sirius at the end. So Dramus now has to restack, get those weapons with only 20 seconds remaining. He's going to be under pressure to be prepared, and he needs to support R&B just there. Unfortunately, he could not get any damage out.
And this is a good thing for Kelt. So timed it so that with the Mega coming up, it gives him 15 seconds just to hold this setup and get ready for the next quad. And Kelt is still doing a lot of work. Sirius has come in and said hello to do additional damage. Good rail coming up from Kelt. And this should be a guaranteed quad now for Cheetahs to extend their lead.
No heavy. Oh, sorry, no Mega Health has spawned just yet. There's the heavy over the other side, which the others are going to be able to take. Both players on Cheetahs are very weak. They still managed to get kills. It just makes it difficult to get that confidence to really push in. Dramus getting away with his life, just and knows he's got to be careful to not give up that angle, and he just gets through the teleporter in time. I would say that was pretty brave from Kelts to still go through just then.
I kind of felt like Kelts was actually taking more damage than he was actually given during that quad phase.
But he didn't want to give away the quad, so it was really important for him to not sort of make a mistake with that respect and give it away. So from that sense, he didn't do too badly, but we can see already Dramus and R&V are bringing it back in. We are 1 frag differential on XR.
Yeah, it does make perfect sense. It's now Cheetahs with that 2 frag lead, approaching that 6.5 minute mark. Sirius tried to push in earlier, but it was cleaned up by R&V. Dramus gets a good rocket kill onto him as well to tie things up. And the Heavy's going to be up any second now, but look how heavily segregated these items now. Almost the pinnacle you could. And this is going to be perfect for DBE.
How did R&V get those kills there? He was surviving on 10 health. He's still super low. Finally goes down. Dramus got to be careful to go 1 versus 2 here. It's a bit too much. You want to preserve the stack as much as you can moving into the power-up. He loses it. He got so little value from that. He was fully loaded and nothing came of it. And now you've got 20 seconds to set yourself up. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get back to that level. We've got Kelt who managed to get full armor and the Mega Health. And Dramus goes down again. This is going to be the Cheetahs probably setting up much more effectively for the power-up.
They probably didn't mind too much because of the stack they had going to the power-up at the same time. They're not going to have the weapon required, but R&V managed to get 2 as Kelts is trying to dive on it to try and steal it again, but that's not going to happen. This protection is now going to go to DBE.
I couldn't have been more wrong, but I don't know where Kelts disappeared to at that point. There was Sirius on his own.
Yeah, the coordination wasn't there, sadly, but it looks like they're going to take full advantage of this. As it's seriously been neck and neck and very difficult to kind of sway who's going to be able to take this first map so far.
Okay, come back to...
But R&V now just using the remainder of the protection, but it looks like Sirius will be able to take him down with those rockets top mid. As R&V now just going to be baton forward with that heavy machine gun and trying to get as much damage as he can. Did a fair amount before being cleaned up by Sirius. You got to remember, it's Cheetahs with that 2 frag lead. Quad's going to be up in a minute 10. Mega's going to be up shortly. And Kelts has just basically put him in his place, and a nice clean double coming up from him, finishing off all the work and damage that Sirius did previously. But the question is going to be, how is Dragonmon Esports going to come back from this? But the 2 LGs coming out from the likes of DBE, and still Kelts just doing another double, but Sinker would once again...
He's smiling about that, at least.
I don't blame him. I would smile, probably cry, actually.
You have to. Oh, Kelts goes down again, and from 0 to 0 for just a short second. DB've got a bit of a chance to catch up a little. And Kelts, bring it back, manages to get the Mega Health. We are finding a couple of solo pickoffs over here. This time does get the jump successfully. Sirius over from the other side. Again, double kills. He's just railing from the top. And Kelt, if you ever lost any semblance of confidence for a moment from falling down, it doesn't mean anything anymore. He's absolutely on fire. Quad up in a second. Good push. That's exactly what we needed to see from DBE. But again, where was Sirius at that point? I don't really know where he... There seems to be some kind of like desync a little bit with the Cheetahs players.
Yeah, their coordination seems to be a bit inconsistent at the pinnacle moments when they're trying to go for this power-up. Or maybe they had a plan of action but just couldn't time it right. It's quite debatable. But they did have quite a marginal lead at one stage, about 8 frags, but now narrowed it down to 4. His Jammers is still trying to get what he can out of that quad, but wasn't able to finish up on Celts, but Sirius is able to make sure to have the potential to trade out if he needed to, and was able to.
I think Dramaset didn't need to go for that kill. He was being a little bit over-aggressive when you just need to preserve it. There's 5 more kills left for Cheetahs, 4 more for Cheetahs to get the map win. Every single kill is of such high value, and Sirius just threw the TP, absolutely destroying him. Oh, God. Mega health in a moment. And I don't even know if we're going to get to the next power-up, because there's 2 more kills. We've got high ground position for Cheetahs. Tries to get himself out of there. Dramus manages to get 1 kill. We've got Sirius on the Nyx, who's just used his ability. The rail, both so weak. RMB goes down, only 1 more needed, and that's going to be Sirius finishing the job off with the shotgun. 50 to 41 for that first map.
You know, that wasn't too bad to consider we couldn't hear each other.
Yeah.
Well, it
was great.
Yeah, it was synergy, mate. Synergy.
That's it.
But yeah, we saw, it was very neck and neck between the two. I kind of felt like there was some good play from Cheetahs to try and steal the power up a couple of times, but on the odd occasion, it was, like you said, it was like quite inconsistent. There's moments where they were very well prepared, and other times where they weren't really in sync in terms of coordinating for the power up.
Both teams definitely felt like they had just, the chemistry wasn't quite there in map 1, at least. There wasn't always the cover at the power up, at least a handful of times I saw there was a player missing, and it's not that he had just died recently, he just didn't turn up, it felt like.
Just didn't feel like popping down to say hello.
Sometimes it was a different player each time, it felt like. It wasn't just one person doing the same thing.
I watched a bit of the game, and...
Oh, did you?
Yes, I watched a bit. I watched like the first 2 minutes, and all I saw is like Sirius getting like 15 kills in a row. Then I went away, he came back, and the game was tied. And that kept happening. It was either like one player getting a lot of kills, and then the game getting tied again.
Yeah, it did go back and forth quite a bit. There was a nice sort of comeback that happened from DBE, and I really thought they put themselves in good contention to actually go for the win, especially when Celts and Sirius had this sort of dysfunctional coordination going on for a short while. And I don't want to make too harsh, because unfortunately in the game of 2v2, one mistake can suddenly rupture yourself into a sort of 5 frag deficit or even more. And that's just if you suddenly don't appear at the same time at a single point in time, you lose control of the map.
Basically creates that snowball effect, doesn't it? And then it's going to spiral out of control. Yeah, we've seen it time and time. We saw it a couple of times in the first series.
Talking about snowball, we're going into the most snowbally map there is in 2v2.
Yes, we are. Obviously, if you guys just joined us, this is the second series of the day, and this is between Cheetahs and DBE. And Cheetahs did manage to take that first map, and it was their map choice. And now we're going to head into Deep Embrace to see how they're going to comprehend and gather their thoughts going into this next matchup. But we'll see what DBE can do a little bit differently, but this will definitely suit their style coming into this matchup. We're going to kick things off from RMB's perspective for Slash and Strog, and actually it's going to be a complete mirror matchup. There's already trying to back away, left on 59 HP. Trying to hold that bottom middle area.
I was seeing that aggression early on. He just immediately uses his ability, wants to get stuck in. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the job done. I wonder why he didn't push in directly, because he would have been going up versus someone who had a railgun. I felt like maybe he could have pushed in even harder just then. But only 1 kill on the board, 30 seconds in. Sort of tentatively sort of poking at each other. RV, nice little dodge there.
Now RV just going to keep that Tommy control and just keep him at bay around that rocket area. Still quite weak, but managed to get the light just to give himself a little bit of leeway. But 14 HP is doing so much work with the heavy machine gun. And we were discussing with the meta with everyone discussing about the heavy machine gun and the LG and how beneficial it can be to your weaponry in your arsenal, and he just made a good example of that.
Nice rail work, and again on Sirius. Getting himself a small lead, but Dramus is on 2 points of health at the moment. Oh, he got knocked down. I think he got the kill at the same time.
It did seem that way, yeah. It seemed like the trade did come out.
He got upper window
This
rail.
is looking very good for DBE. An early lead, but
Okay, try to
see if they
save.
can be able to maintain it. Quad's going to be up any second now, of course, along with the protection. Who will be able to get it? It looks like they do manage to get it as DBE managed to try and get it, but Celts has actually come from behind and stole it.
They're going to get
by
the other
taking
one as
them
well.
both out. And now that he's... Stack is an understatement, but Heavy's coming up in 10 seconds. But as you know, with the protection along with the quad, he's had absolutely no need. He can go for the Mega, switch to the Heavy straight afterwards, and he's just on the hunt here. Zoot on the chase, managed to get jammers, can't find RMV, but the main thing is he's keep control of the items as well as both of the power-ups.
Evan, he's just so fast getting around the map. It's impossible to get away from him, and especially on a map like this. Push, 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 push. Let Dramus do the job on himself. Done. And his protection's about to go, so he'll be vulnerable, but still so much impact from that run. Very, very nice play from Celts.
Yep, DBE were up 5-3, but then down 5-9, so couldn't make any
swing.
progress to try and make a stop to those pouches is understandable, especially with the slash with a ridiculous stack and that quad and protection. RMV whips out the double though, which is a good way to kind of keep the game as competitive as possible. And RMV managed to get another.
Yeah, he's kept a lot of stack doing all of that as well. Sirius finally manages to take him down, but RMV having huge impact at the moment. Good work from Celts, takes down that bit of pressure. Oh my god, that's absolute chaos just then. RMV just dealing with pure insanity. Again, going 1 versus 2. It's amazing how much damage he's getting, despite being under that amount of pressure.
The bloke just has no fear, and he's been showing it for the entirety of this map. But RMV is now getting literally closed in between the two, but still managed to take down Sirius and did a bit of damage to the Celts earlier. And as you can see, Dramus was able to take him down with his Pika and then rail Sirius straight afterwards. And you can't lie, but this is definitely a map that Dragonborn Esports can excel on.
I mean, it's just awesome watching RMV. Again, I have very little sort of exposure to this player and this sort of new gen, but he's awesome to watch at the moment. Loving his rails, loving his quick movement, and just watching him be that virtuoso of the mechanics. Celts, though, he's back on the power-ups. He's been getting all of them at the moment. Let's see if we can move over to him. He's managed to get himself the double power-up. And all that work that RMV did, can he get away? He is legging it. He's trying to make it around the corners, slipping and sliding, and he's somehow got away. Dramus can't, but he's on Strog, so you can forgive him for that. But RMV playing hide and seek.
Literally getting away with murder then, and he quite rightly did, and deserved it as well with the using those movement mechanics to try and get away. It was weird because he wasn't actually being that unorthodox with the routes he was taking. He was being quite predictable, but still got away with it.
Always around the corner, always around the corner. I can't see the guy, I've just got a hit scan,
But
please.
you know what it's like at this level, you just assume, you do tend at this high level to kind of overestimate what they're going to do. You think, oh, they're going to double back at some point, he's going to reroute at some point, and they don't expect you to have that kind of predictable movement to try and get away from the power. But fair play to him, as now Cheetah's up by 3 frags.
Celts tremendously weak, surely going down in a second, but they're going to be trying to rail him as they might not know exactly how low he is. It feels like for DBE, it has just been the RMV show. Dramus just trying to get himself a sort of bit of kudos on the board. But RMV, as you can see from the side, he's the one that's really stacked, and again, having that impact. So hopefully we'll get to watch him for a moment. Got a bit of help there from Dramus with his ability. The stack's not too bad. It doesn't need a health bubble, ideally. That rail, nasty work. And he still get the kill, not quite. Goes for the flick, but we've got the quads spawning in just a second. Who's going to be ready for it? RMV's on point with Dramus. They managed to get the kill. There's a small exchange over here, but again, Celts gets himself on that power-up.
It's quite incredible how RMV plays. The way that, with how aggressive he is in terms of his style, when he actually faces you in a duel around the map, you kind of think to yourself, have I actually done any damage to him? Or has my teammate done any damage to him? Because he's acting as though he's got like a 150 stack or something. But yeah, unheard of. But yeah, Celts is just continuing with the grind on that quad.
He's so confident with it. This time he's not able to get away the same as before. So it's a big chance for Cheetahs to get into the game properly, cement a lead with something that they can at least defend or run from a little bit more.
I think it's quite worrying with the power-up control Cheetahs have had throughout the whole of Deep Embrace and still only up by 5 frags. If that was me, I would be a little bit, almost.
They started with every power-up, didn't they? I'm not sure if DBE certainly haven't started with a power-up.
I think they picked up a quad at one point, but then Celts come in with a shoddy and just got a double. So I think they may have had it for like a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's crazy that it's not a larger frag differential, given what's happened. Dramus has gone for the self-kill somewhere, presumably Rocket or one of the many voids in the map. And now it's RMV. I mean, I'd say he has been the carry for DB on this map. Is he able to push a little bit further, bring themselves back in, because now this is the biggest lead that they would have to recover.
I think the key phrase for RMV is how proactive he's been. He's been probably the most proactive out of any player on the map so far, and this is what's going to help them keep a minute if they can. Still a 9 frag difference between the two, but just, you know, one power or maybe just a couple can easily not only bring them back, but potentially take the lead. As now Dramus is going to be holding that top mid angle, gets a good amount of damage with that rail, hits the second. Great stuff from Dramus. As we're going to try and find out how we're going to approach this quad. But Dramus is still doing the work, but will RMV be able to get the quad? Will he be able to sneak in? Dramus! My goodness, he's going to get away, but no, Celts has picked up the quad.
Dramus had to clutch a rail just there. That's all he really needed. And Celts again, double power-ups, double kills. And he's fully stacked at the moment. He's with Slash. He's just going to be able to run through the map. RMV always seems to get taken down by Sirius. He's able to run away from Celts somehow, but he just keeps falling into Sirius's hands. Dramus managing to get a kill to help a little bit. And surprisingly, Celts not been able to lock down many of them. Finds Dramus sitting around. But that's it.
This should have made it the final nail in the coffin, but we'll find out shortly.
Dramus is going to be kicking himself for not hitting one of those rails, though. He had to land that on Celts.
But I'll be honest with you, for the last few power-ups, DBE have actually been prepared for it, but it's just the unorthodox routes they've taken from Cheetahs, which have actually been able to establish themselves or a way to be able to steal these power-ups.
Right, they need to deal with Celts at the moment. RMV, can he pick off that kill? He manages to get away at least. Finally, they've killed Celts, at least to stop that kind of momentum that he's been having. We have got the heavy spawning in a moment, but now you've got Sirius to deal with. Life doesn't get any easier for you.
Yeah, not someone you want to have a name duel with, is it? So it's understandable why they were trying to at least back away, of course, with the weak stack alongside with it. But it looks like it could potentially be a 2-0 series here, now up by 12 frags. And Cheetahs are now able to establish, well, they've maintained the lead for quite a while, but they've extended it with the last few power-ups.
And it does come down to just sort of those key moments, doesn't it? It's not like DBE been playing bad the whole map to be having this, but it's just, firstly, they've been off every power-up. They've been challenging very, very well, but it's one missed shot there, one missed shot there. That suddenly transforms into a tremendous amount of kills. I think finally they've managed to get themselves onto the quad. Are they able to get over? RMV does get that kill. Let's switch on him, so I think he's going to have a double power-up. And with Slash, he's got that mobility. Can he make good use of it? This is the time to get back into the map.
It's about time to get a power-up too.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He managed to grab one in the air, which is going to make more 2 now, so to speak. But as you can see, they managed to close the gap, but is it too little, too late? This is going to be the next question here, as he's still going to do a little bit of work. Quad's actually going to be running out soon, but he's still got a fair amount of protection to at least tank any damage he requires to when he starts some of his engagements. He's now brought it back, a 4 frag difference here, Zoo.
Big swing, huge swing. They really, really needed that. They actually have a chance to bring the map into their favor. If they can hold on to these stacks and continue playing together tightly, this could really work for them. Whoa, we've got a 1-for-1 exchange there because Sirius got the kill on Dramus, but RMV still looking pretty good. He's got the mega health. He needs to get up there and support his teammate as quickly as he can.
That's getting a lot of damage, but both of them are just holding their ground and also took out Dramus in the process. Only one more frag remains here for Cheetahs. As you can see, they're not getting overzealous. They're not going to try and give away any easy frags. They're just being well aware of the situation, well aware of the info they've been provided. But Celts is going to be the one who's going to take him down. But you've got to think about it, though. They had that one power-up, and they managed to almost tight. It was only like a 4 frag difference in between them. But imagine if it was the opposite way round. They would have been staked.
Exactly.
That's really the question to ask cheaters after the end. With so many double power-ups, how was the game still close?
Yeah.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, it made little to no sense. It just shows how proactive the lads on DB were being in order to try and keep it as close-knit as possible.
I think RMV was awesome to watch on that map. I certainly, it makes life harder for Dramas because he's not on Slash. It's easier to look good on Slash, especially when you start hitting your shots. But those minutes between where there's no power-up activity, he was just amazing. He was cleaning up and he was making all those power-ups look like they weren't having any impact whatsoever, and sometimes reducing the impact during the time that cheaters had it.
That's even harder to do on a map with 2 power-ups. Like, you can kind of like play, if you don't play on the power-ups, like on Blood Covenant, for instance, you can come back outside of the power-ups. So on a map with 2 power-ups, especially when the enemy has double power-up all the time, it's really hard to play that 1 minute and be as effective as the one without power-up.
Yeah.
It's really, really good.
And you've obviously got to shout out Celts, who I think took almost every single power-up on the map, and most of the time having really, really good impact with it. Sirius definitely helping him lock down RMV, who was always slipping away early on, doing the round the corner, running away.
Some highlights.
Yeah, it was brilliantly played from Celts.
Celts was literally the Quake thief, wasn't he? But how many power-ups did he steal or make a good rotation for the
double
TP?
power-ups and everything.
He had
like
4
3 times,
double
I think, I
power-ups.
believe that map.
Yeah.
4 double power-ups, I think. It's 130, 330, 530, and then 730. And then DBE took the one at 930.
Finally.
Yeah. And yeah, if there was another minute in the game, I think DBE could have turned it around.
I think so.
I have no worries with how DBE are going to perform in the lower bracket anyway. I feel like they will still not just perform extremely well, but they will get very far. I think just that one instance with the power-up prep needs to be worked on and needs to be discussed.
And that's what we talked about at the start of the game as well. It was their power-up work, their power-up timing, their power preparation really needs to step up a little bit. And I think in the lower bracket we would go versus Pita.
Is that right?
I think so.
Okay.
It's
that would be an interesting game.
Don't trust my words, but I believe so.
I don't never do. But Sirius and Celts, it looked good that they fixed their power-up issues from map 1, because they were fairly desynchronized then, and I think obviously it's a smaller map and it's easier to get there, but they were much more in sync then.
Yeah, and I can see why this is the map they selected.
And the highlights.
Obviously one of their best maps. It makes,
the highlights is basically
sense.
just Celts running the power-ups.
And Sirius got really carried, didn't he?
Yeah, he agrees with you.
He did not. Sorry, Sirius.
And just to let you guys know, we've actually reached one of our milestones already. Donations are already up to 1,318 euros. And make sure you guys at home to continue to contribute to our GoFundMe. Just go to GoFundMe and search KeenCon 2025. As honestly, we've got so many milestones. I think it's every 500 euros up to 4,000, and then we've got the 20,000 one, which is to have KeenCon 2025 next year, believe it or not. But yeah, we've discussed, we've debated a little bit of thought-provoking discussion about how that match went. But I want to see what they thought from the players themselves on how that series went, as Linus was with them on the stage.
Thank you, Lethal, once again. Congratulations, first of all. That was an incredibly close game you had, at least on map 2. You had basically every single double power-up on the map but one. What do you think was the issue, Celts?
The issue for them was that they were not really properly set up. A lot of the time they were fighting too soon for it. So I could come in and then burst them down, and then the second player Slash, she was rarely standing right on top of it, so I could just usually get it and then kill her and then just rush. So it usually just came down to these setups, and then that they were just standing right on top of it, and then they were just too early, and they were super close fights still, but I don't know, we just had better setups, I think.
May I add to that? Sure. So essentially, a more simple explanation of this is he won a bunch of 1v2s while I was late for power-up.
Okay. Yeah, but speaking of winning 1v2s, then the game must feel quite nice. How do you experience that on LAN series?
It feels great. For me, this is probably the best game he's ever felt on LAN. And just in general, it is really crisp.
You want something to add as well, Celts?
For me, the game feels pretty similar to playing from home, because I have super low ping, and but now I guess most people have super low ping, so it's it feels good, but I don't notice like a super huge difference.
Okay, so I'll give you one last question and then you can enjoy the rest of the day and go back to practice. So the games were really close, you had more power-ups. Does that make you less comfortable for tomorrow?
Not really. I think we feel fine. The only thing for the second map, we had quite low pickups for like megas and heavies, but we managed to get the power-ups. So I think we just need to be more like on the megas and heavies, and then we should be like super good, I think.
And I'm sure you're confident as always, right?
Yep. As always.
Perfect. So with that, we go back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Linus. And yeah, they also said that their setup just wasn't that strong to begin with, or they just got there way too early, which we did see on multiple occasions. They were always standing around it. I don't know if they knew the exact timing on the power-ups on some occasions, but...
Yeah, they were too early, Sears was too late. At least Kelt was there on time every time.
Dramus choked some rails. Dramus, are you there?
Oh,
I was gone.
you left.
Okay, sorry.
Nah, he's had enough.
It was actually it only happened once, but there was 2 critical rails that he
You can't
missed,
say
and
Dramus choked rails. In the last 2 KeenCons, there was a trophy for best rail,
Yeah.
and both KeenCons, and he won it.
But he's
both
not going to
times.
win it this time, though,
No,
is he?
definitely not.
Sorry.
Probably not
Sorry,
this time.
I'll cool off. I love you, Dramus.
I'm sure he loves you too after that comment.
I'm not sure about that.
We'll find out later. But that's all we've got time for the second series. Our third match coming up will be the 2 Maestro teams. It will be Maestro Rave versus MytzTwo, and that'll be coming up shortly. But before we go into a break, just to let you guys know, again, we've still got our milestones to reach. We're currently on €1,318. And if you guys want to donate, head to the GoFundMe page. Just go on GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025, and you'll find it straight away. But for now, though, we're just going to head to a break, and we'll see you very shortly. And we're back at Barcelona KeenCon 2024, and our next series is going to be Maestro Rave versus MytzTwo. And we could say, well, it's going to be a team kill, but at least one of us is guaranteed to go in the upper bracket semi-finals, joined with Ints and Zoot once again. Yep. And I think this is going to be, quite different compared to what we've seen in the previous two series.
Yeah, it's definitely different. Usually we put like Maestro Rave as the favorite for this one, but Garpy and Buxter have been playing really, really well lately. Especially Buxter has been stepping up a lot. His game with combat skills and his aim. He's kind of having like the glow up effect that CNZ had when he went to QPL.
Right.
In terms of combat skills.
Yeah.
Because he was like a sort of above average player, but then he went to QPL and he just started being an aim beast. Buxter's kind of starting to get that glow up lately.
Interesting. Yeah, because CNZ became a bit of a monster in the end. I remember Buxter
he had like the
coming
best LG in QPL at some point.
It's insane. But Buxter definitely been one of those just outside that sort of pro rank, and I'm talking 6 years ago plus.
Yeah, and he got the qualification for the QPL in the last LAN, and sadly that's when they cut it.
Didn't he get? I think it was top 8, wasn't it?
He got top 8.
He got a really high placement. Yeah.
But he's just been grinding and grinding for years at this point, and now he seems to be on top here.
I think the only thing that was missing for him was the confidence, and as soon as he got like the top 8 in QPL, he just started glowing up.
And it's nice to play with someone who has a lot of experience, because I know teammates of his in the past haven't had as much experience. I can't remember one of the Polish players that he was playing with before, but...
He played with CNZ a bit, and then he also played a lot with Sparty, and now he's with Garpy.
Right, yeah. I think there was Pikawa he played with for a while.
Pikawa, yes,
there. And when you've got someone like Garpy, who's been around for, 400 years old or something at this point, he's one of the ancient guys here, like Kelson and so on. Tremendous amount of experience. And Garpy, a bit more of a dueler at heart, I think. Do you think he's kind of adapted well
to team modes?
He's obviously spent time with team modes, but he's always been better known for his dueling.
Yeah, the thing you'd expect from Garpy is he's very solid. His aim has also been insane lately. Like his rail is out in the last 3 months has been out of this world. The only kind of issue I have with like Garpy's team play is that his comms are very hard to understand.
That's just him generally, though.
Yeah, that's just him generally. That's why we never have him on the desk, because he can't understand him. And besides that, like the only problem I see with their team is their very limited champion pool. Like Buxter plays, 3-4 champion, mostly VK3, and then Garpy plays Anarchy and Sorlag and Ranger, basically.
Well, Garpy was Half-Life Deathmatch experience.
Yeah.
Always going to love the
I doubt.
Yeah, from like the early noughties, late 90s.
I doubt Maestro are going to let him play Anarchy at all. Because his Anarchy is just really, really good.
But surely Razy in particular would be quite happy with Anarchy.
Yeah, but if they can like delete his best champion, because Razy and Wenger, they are great at like 16 different champions.
I guess they've had to be through constantly being in the QPL and constantly having to
exactly.
practice every single one. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So they're really good with every champion, and I think that would be the biggest struggle of MytzTwo to overcome.
Yeah.
And how do you guys feel about Maestro Rave? I'll start with you. Like, would you say, from what you've witnessed in the group stages, we've talked about how limited they are in practice, but the skill is still there. Would you still say they're one of the favourites coming into this competition? It's quite hard to say they're not.
I think now they are.
Yeah.
I don't think they were before coming here, because their online scrimmage results weren't really that favourable, but now that they got here and people are watching them play, and this game is going to decide a lot of how other people see them, but they have all of the skills necessary to beat any team. They have great communication, they have great synergy, they have an amazing champion pool, they have great combat skills to go even versus cheaters, and they have the same. They can play at any tempo. They can play as fast as Rafa and Maxter, and as slow as Base Pacito want to play as well. They can do it all basically. So the only thing that goes against them is their lack of practice.
Yeah, no, it does make a lot of sense as well. And we got to understand from this perspective as well with MytzTwo, we've been together for a little bit of time, but you've got to remember back with Maestro Rave, they won quite a lot of twos tournaments during the off seasons a couple of years ago. So it's not like they're unfamiliar from that perspective.
No, they're not.
They were winning a lot of the 2v2 tournaments online. I think they won almost all of them throughout, since 2019 to 2021.
I thought Razy just farmed all of these online cups on everything.
Yeah,
but used to,
Yeah, on all the modes.
He doesn't really play a lot of Duel anymore.
Yeah.
But the online cups, until last year, they farmed almost all of them.
Yeah.
You might as well call them the Razy Cups at that point.
But again, wasn't it from sort of 2018 onwards when people hated him playing clutch? And he would win and people would get very angry.
Yeah, I mean, Razy is one of those guys that I think he's always going to be underrated in Quake, because since he hasn't won like all the majors as other players.
Where does he sit in your sort of big spreadsheet of...
He's at 10th.
That's
but
pretty
it's
good
all
for
of the
someone-
Quakes. He's the guy that is highest rated on the list, having played only one game.
Right. Well, there we go.
And he gets enough points to get to sit on 10th.
And he's got 80% of his top 8s at second place or something, wasn't it? Something
He
outrageous
has a lot.
like that?
Yeah, he has like 10 top 8s. He played 12 finals.
And they're
he,
mostly it's mostly second place.
Yeah, he played on 12 finals, or I think 12 finals, and he only won 2 of them.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That's the unfortunate thing.
Maybe this time with Vanguard, they can go all the way.
I mean, hey, they're a beautiful partnership. They're good friends with each other. They've been in Maestro now together for years at this point. And I think, yeah, it always helps when you're playing with someone who you're kind of mates with anyway.
I feel like it's been a long time. Must have been, what, 6, 7 years now they've been with Maestro?
I mean, Razy has been with Maestro from the start, right? He was one of the first players that they got.
Yeah, they really spotted the talent fairly early. I think in Quake Champions is quite a shock to a lot of the system, the elitist system that we have in Quake about...
Was he in Maestro at the first QuakeCon? I don't think he was yet, but I think it was after that.
It was right after that. Because
you remember
that was like
the
the
Blood
launch.
Covenant versus Rafa, where he kept going on a straight line, and he lost it after that. And I think that's when Maestro realized, oh, this guy is actually really, really good.
An exceptional talent. And a lot of players are wondering, who the hell is this guy? Because most players hadn't really heard of him, but he'd actually been grinding Quake Live at the end.
Yeah, he had 2.3k elo in Quake Live.
And everyone just thought this was some random cheater or someone or using a fake nickname.
Everyone just thought he was a smurf, but no, he was just not competing in Quake Live, but he was really, really, really good.
I used to get so angry at Razy. I didn't even know who he was because he used to beat me in Quake Live, and I was like, who is this guy who won't show me his real name?
I mean, if
it actually was technically his
if you're going
alias.
to get angry at everyone who can beat you in Quake.
No, but let me tell you what I dislike is when people don't put like their real nickname, if people hide under the
But that
fake
was his
at
real
like a high
nickname,
level,
right? It was No Fear.
No, his name was Razy spelled backwards.
Oh right, he had to, and then he changed.
Was that
to No Fear.
was that too difficult for everyone to compare?
No, but I didn't know who Razy was
or
with his name
EZR
spelled
was.
forwards.
Yeah.
Like it didn't make a difference to me. I just didn't know who this player was, and I felt that at the time that if I'm losing to someone, it's usually someone who has appeared somewhere in the online circuit. It's not someone who's obviously only like a top player, but you normally at that point don't get to that point without having shown your face somewhere. Right?
Yeah, it does aggravate you more. Like there's a lot of times where some player will come out the scene like like really good, and I'm just like, what is like? It has to be a smurf, has to be someone just playing whatever. But yeah, it's actually way more frustrating being in that position because you think as you start judging your own skill, and you're just like, have I just got worse? Or
but you get into your own mind
exactly,
about it massively, and that's the kind of the advantage I think that, and I know that Celts and RMV and players like that are not unknown at this point, but they are lesser known as names than other players that are in this tournament, and they sometimes give that shock factor because as an old player you're used to 15 years ago playing against the top guys, whoever it might be, and suddenly this young guy's kicking your ass.
Yeah,
and sometimes maybe they're getting into their own mind about it.
It's something that in Quake Live never happened because there's no one that got to pro level in Quake Live that wasn't a Quake player before. But in Quake Champions, we got a lot of new faces reaching QPL and taking the titles of like God Slayer. That was Razy's first title. Everyone called him the God Slayer.
And going back to this matchup, so you did speak about Garpy and Buckster. They've been playing quite well. They've been put on a reasonable performance. What do you feel like they need to do in order to take down Venga and Racy? No, I know that they're both.
Don't say the same as before, okay?
Okay. We know that. Yeah, true. They're quite good in Exile. They seem to be quite neutral, but seem to adapt depending on how the game goes in a situational sense. But what's your thoughts?
The first thing is they have to ban clutch. That's the first thing. You cannot let Razy play clutch, and I think MytzTwo are going to ban Anarchy. The champion bans are going to be very important for MytzTwo, and then their coordination communication has to be spot on. If not, they have no chance of taking down Maestro.
Garpy quite likes clutch himself, though, doesn't he? He fancies
Not
himself
since 2017.
No? Okay.
No.
Am I that old now?
Yeah. It's been 8 years.
yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Oh, God.
But yeah, of course, yeah, the clutch. But I think it's not going to be these guys just banning clutch. I think everyone's going to against Maestro.
Yeah,
Rave, aren't
against
they?
Maestro. Unless you're DBE. DBE or cheaters, they can kind of get away with it because Kels plays clutch and RMV plays clutch very well. Every other team is just going to ban it.
I always remember Buckster as someone who plays almost exclusively Galena and
Yeah,
Pfizer,
that's
stuff
still
like that.
that's still
Is
his
that-
champion pool.
okay, fine.
And then you have Garpy with also very small champion pool. That's really their own wrongdoing, and that's the only way they might lose the game. It's because of their champion picks.
Yeah, we'll find out very shortly. As Gudas join us, we're just waiting for the next match to get underway very shortly. We've already had 2 series, which being quite close now. It was even the second series a little bit different, but it's more
The
based
second
on
map out of in every single series has been very close.
Yeah, and they've both been on Deep Embrace, funny enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is
that's the thing. We just need more Deep Embrace. at
yeah,
that
just
point.
bring Deep Embrace every time.
You don't really expect that map to be the one that brings the close games usually.
Yeah, because that map
would be
is
the blowout map.
very swingy.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why it
But
It can be very swingy. It's also very easy to trade, but yeah, it's
in duel. Those kind of maps usually lend itself to one player having loads of control for half the game, and then it swings over, and it's quite sort of almost binary in that point. Whereas in TDM, what we've seen is it's really going back and forth, back and forth. a lot.
The most famous clip of Quake Champions is on Deep Embrace, Wenger versus Strong Sage. Not sure if you've seen it.
I'm not sure if I have.
You've seen it for sure. It's been on,
course, yeah.
Twitter. It's like 1 or 2 million views with Wenger just mounting a 30-second comeback, just getting rail after rail on Strong Sage. It's incredible.
that was ridiculous. But we do have him ready to come up onto the stage. We don't want to keep you guys bored any longer of our chatter, but we'll come up now. It is going to be Maestro Rave versus MytzTwo. I always get a little bit worried as well because I'm waiting for 15 seconds to come out, and I was like, "Are they there? Are they ready?"
The Maestro team kill.
Did Buckster just completely avoid all physical contact there?
Yeah,
He
Yeah,
just really
yeah.
thumped them off there.
And he annoyed Razy a lot apparently.
Yep.
That's
I
what
like
you gotta
it.
do. You gotta get under their skin.
I don't think that's actual BM, by the way, just in case people think there's some kind of internal
They hate each
war.
other.
More accidental
They hate each
BM.
other.
They're livid.
They hate
They've
each
been
other.
fighting outside
Exactly.
the venue.
Whoever loses this gets kicked out of Maestro.
Like a nighttime brawl or something. My goodness. So I'm going to go with the predictions from you guys. I kind of feel like you guys are definitely leaning towards the 2-0 in favour of Maestro Rave, which is perfectly understandable. But I want to know your thoughts and why you think that's going to be the case. I know we haven't had the picks and bans yet, but this is until the picks and bans.
Yeah, I just
do
think
appear.
that the champion pool of Bucks and Garpy is far too little to allow them to beat Maestro Rave. It's at least today you only get 1 champion ban per team.
Yeah.
And if they do make it to tomorrow, they're gonna have to expand their champion pool quite dramatically to be able to have much of a chance.
And also just the accolades, you are looking at which feels weird to me saying the QPL winner, and that's not Razy. And Razy, who's always been second place
Yeah.
in QPL. Like, they're just those accolades and put them together in a team and, give them a lot of time to get used to each other and play
This
the
is
team
like-
games together. It's just so much. It's so much to go up against. Even
There
for the
are
likes
no
of
weaknesses in Maestro, basically. In Maestro Rave,
Yeah.
they don't have really, their own weakness is their low practice time, but apparently they don't need it.
Yeah.
So,
I'd be very curious to sort of hear how much shouting are we going to hear, because the first game of the day,
hopefully a lot.
we heard a lot. When we had Rafa, Maxter, Base, and Pita, and it was coming to that 49-49.
I wonder if
it
people
was
can hear
loud here.
It was very loud.
It
Yeah.
was really loud.
I hope
It was,
people
it was louder
at
than
home
you
can
guys
hear
at
it
the
as
time.
well.
I couldn't even hear you guys at one stage. It was crazy. But yeah, we'll see how things will turn out. But yeah, well, what do you reckon? Do you reckon if they beat Garpy, then they'll drop for Maestro?
Right now, I'm just kind of spaced out looking at Buckster's shirt, which is this year's KeenCon shirt, and it's beautiful. I need to get me one of those.
Not as good as the Maestro shirt, no?
Has he not been granted the Maestro shirt then?
The Maestro shirt?
Yeah.
No, Buckster is using the KeenCon shirt.
That's what I'm saying. He's not. But that's why it's MytzTwo.
I was told he has to win the event to get it.
The funny bit is that there was another player with a Maestro shirt at this LAN, and it was serious. He was in Maestro, and he never got the shirt from Garpy. Because Garpy went to a LAN with him once, but he forgot to bring it, so he brought it this time. And Sirius was playing the first day with the Maestro shirt.
That's hilarious.
Already making team changes midway through the event.
Yeah.
There we go. Sub them. So maybe Buckster, if he wins, he'll get a shirt? Like a,
Maybe.
like a
If
sort
he's
of
lucky.
honorary
Maybe he can become an
Myztwo.
official member.
I'm not sure if he's actually signed
See
a
what Apex
contract
thinks about
I
that.
don't
or
think
anything
so.
like that.
I don't think so.
But if they had it, it wouldn't be Myz2, because it's a kind of...
Yeah, Maestro
Why
too.
not Myzdro 2?
Yeah.
I like that. Myzdro sounds... Sorry, sort it out, Nigel.
Yeah, as we see the shirt that Buxter's wearing, this year's KeenCon shirt is absolutely beautiful.
Actually, it's pretty sick. Yeah, I might have to grab myself one of those.
Does look good.
And just let you guys know,
love
speaking
that. Oh
of
my God.
jerseys
His-
and T-shirts and all that shebang, we do have our GoFundMe with the milestones going up every 500 euros. We were on 1,318 earlier. I'm sure it's probably a bit more than that now. But if you guys want to get involved, make sure you head over to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. And I think the first goal was met at 1,000 euros, and the maximum one is to 20,000 euros to be able to have KeenCon next year. So if you want us back next year, then of course donate to that GoFundMe. If you don't, then just leave it.
If we have a QuakeCon next, KeenCon next year, what is your favorite game mode to have it?
CTF.
Why? Well, you have
I have a
Sacrifice.
soft spot for
Sacrifice is 10
CTF.
times better than
CTF is my
CTF.
favorite game mode.
On Quake Champions.
No. On
There
Quake
you go.
Live.
On Quake Live.
Yeah. 4v4 CTF Quake Live
That's
is
fine.
always been one of my favorite. But I don't know, 2v2 and Duel, they both bring very different kind of flavor. And if this tournament turns out, we get
What about
lots of
round
these
duel?
types of deep embraces and things like that, I would probably say 2v2. Round Duel, I like it, but not when a single map lasts 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. If there was round duel, I think you need to have like something to
something would
spice
need
it
to
up,
change,
like a
and-
power up spawning
exactly.
every 2 minutes after sudden death. Because if we have round duel, Killzone is not allowed to play in it.
Yes.
Or
agreed.
every map is going to go 30 minutes.
Yeah.
What about you, Little? Favorite game modes?
I prefer CTF, but this is on different games. I haven't watched like quite a lot of CTF during the obviously previous Quakes. Once upon a time, like I saw a little bit in Quake 3 and Quake Live, but how it works on Quake Champions, entirely different story. I didn't mind Sacrifice back in the day. I wasn't a massive fan of it, but I was quite keen to the idea. And I think nowadays, I know that in North America they do quite a lot of Sacrifice even nowadays. Not just during the off season, but just throughout the year. We know that a lot of the lads in NA do play a lot of Sacrifice. But I think over the years, I've become quite accustomed to it. I've been quite lenient to it.
I do think 2v2 at the moment is letting itself to just being more competitive. When you get Duel, it does get very top-heavy in terms of who are the big dogs in the scene. Whereas we're seeing a lot of really interesting matchups, and it becomes less of that sort of obsessive, hyper-focused duel game, which we really all know that Rafa's going to win. Whereas it doesn't feel quite as obvious this time.
Yeah. So is Max bringing Rafa down? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that everyone else is bringing themselves up as like sort of units. And honestly, Max and Rafa might dominate the tournament still, and I'll be left it might be meaningless what I'm saying in its entirety, but it just feels very, very competitive. And we already saw that they almost lost that map too against 8th seed.
Yeah.
So it speaks volumes as to what we could see later today and tomorrow when actually they're going to be playing again.
I would like to see it just as a side tournament as well. If we had 2v2 again, or if we went back to Duel, just have a side event for 2s, or maybe just have like 3v3 CTF or Sacrifice. I'd be quite keen to actually witness it compared to play. Pure DM, yeah.
Yeah.
We had some FFA tournaments back in Quake Live. It was always really fun.
Yeah.
I love FFA.
That was at Sturmy's event, wasn't it?
Yeah, but also online we had some.
Okay.
Because I remember Yakumo hosting a few
Right.
FFA events. I think we streamed a few of them. I mean, we streamed everything, so.
But yeah, a side event would be nice. Like I would say, or I would suggest having like a side tournament for one of those game modes, and then only have the finals played on stage, and then have the finals of Duel or 2s or whatever it is next year to have it on stage straight after. Like it's a kind of like a warm up beforehand, but then again, you have to try and get 8 players all on stage, which is going to be another kerfuffle.
We have free for all at the Foundry, right? We had the free for all tournament at Foundry.
Oh yeah, I remember
did.
watching that.
Crazy
You
one.
did, yeah.
Crazy one.
But it was like that was like a seeding exercise,
but
wasn't
Crazy
it?
one.
Yeah.
That counts as a major on my power.
Each trying to give him at least one first.
He has 2, okay? Before QPL, he had 2. He won, what was it?
Luca, he won Luca.
Yeah.
Just
No.
the knock. Yeah.
No.
He won Luca against Rafa.
Cooler? No, it was someone else. No, that was another event. Sorry.
No, he won.
Brazy won against
He won
That was the first
Italy
stage, I
Open.
just remembered.
But that's what that was in Luca.
Yeah, that was in look, but that was
It wasn't a
not the QPL one.
yeah.
He won the Italy Open 18 and he won Denver.
He did win Denver.
Yeah, versus Dewey or Garpy.
I want to say Garpy.
I think Garpy and Dewey
But
got
I
top
might be
4.
discrediting Dewey. I remember it being really Maestro top-heavy results.
It was
and really
it was
surprised
really
exits.
weird
Like,
results.
I think Rafa only came top 8 that time. And the Hang, I think, got knocked out top 8
It was really weird
It was
results.
very strange.
Like, it was still very early in Quake Champions. Everyone was
It was like,
figuring
wasn't
out
there
the
like a patch or something, and people were jealous that Maestro were boot camping too seriously or something?
Yeah, with so much money in the game.
Imagine complaining for practicing too much.
Yeah, I can't remember.
How dare
There
you
was
grind?
there was some changes happening. It's a bit like, you know, the Quake World Championships also was Claws obviously mouse, but no, I'm joking. But
for sure.
Oh, which one? What, the first?
the first one, the $1 million event, which
that was great. 2Z power.
I heard it was your favourite. I heard it was your favourite.
It was my favorite.
In terms of the lineup of players, of dual players, I'm talking just dual. What a collection of players that we had for that first year, but especially at the Quake World Championships, all the way through the qualifiers and the regional lands and moving into the Quake World Championships.
You was actually in it on the EU qualifier, if I remember, in 2017.
I can't remember who I lost to Agent in the lower bracket. I can't remember who I lost to. Is it like Vu or someone like that? I can't remember.
Possibly.
That makes sense, because Vu went out quite early, and then he started storming through the bracket, didn't qualify, and then he qualified through BYOC, and then came second.
Yeah.
Right.
From the top of my head.
Yeah, that was it. I remember because he had a lot of problems going through the qualifier, but then as soon as he found like his shape, it was in Vu watching him play, especially with Anarchy. Like, I still watch sometimes the VODs of him versus Claude, and he's just moving backwards.
Yeah,
with
that was amazing. It was really
He moves backwards better than I move forward.
But these are the old...
and he's hitting shots while moving backwards across the map. It's insane.
These are the old Quake 3 CPM players. Like I remember I beat Gaia, who was also a highly renowned CPM player. That's how I qualified to the LAN. I'm just trying to justify myself as a player and my existence here.
Well, unlike us, at least you qualified.
I didn't after, but I was very honoured that they let me still commentate the event, even though I was
going to say, because you had to focus and prep for the commentary, and you had to compete and play and get ready, because you had to, well, bare minimum play 2 series no matter what.
It was technically my first time playing on LAN, even though I ended up playing against Agent, who was at home.
Who was online, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was a few players online at the time. I think Kula was online, Agent was online.
There's a lot of players.
Cypher was online, I think, as well.
Yeah, in Chron as well.
Yeah, Chron was, yeah. It was quite a few. I think it was at least like 4 to 6 players, I think, that were online at the time.
At least.
And I remember, I remember because Vu missed out on qualifying during the EU qualifiers, but I can't remember who it was to, but I think that was online. I don't know who he was against, though. But then he lost that, and that's when he won the BYC at the World.
Vu came to Leicester and played with Maestro, didn't he?
He made that? I can't remember.
No, I think he had. I think his sponsorship was Steel Series. I think he was still solo by Steel Series, and then he played with Maestro after that.
Right.
Because Maestro had the team of Maestro. It was they didn't have Vu on Sacrifice. It was.
Did they not?
No, it was Sparty, I think. Sparty and
Garpy and Hell.
Garpy, Hell, Razy, Sparty?
I don't think Razy was playing Sacrifice
Maybe
then.
it was Vu then.
Yeah.
Maybe it might have been. It's been 8 years.
It's got to a point where, give us a break, guys.
Yeah.
Give us a break. There's going to be someone looking at Liquipedia going, actually, guys.
Please
rightfully
do.
so,
Tweet,
by the way.
Tweet at me with the right information, please.
Yeah, probably do us a favour, actually, because
I was technically
all
in
we're
Myztwo
saying,
then.
we could be making up, so we could just be making up on the spot. We don't have a clue what we're saying, so.
You need to do what Team OG did with their recent thing of all the old OG players, but have all the old Maestro players. I can have my face in there.
I mean, if they're gonna put with all the Mytztwo players, there's
Quite
a lot of them.
people.
The list is like, I remember doing a percentage of like the competitive player list compared to the players that have played for Mytztwo. Mytztwo had like over 45% of the competitive players that had already played for them.
Yeah.
Right, finally
we're
we
getting
do
to
have
the
the
picks
picks
and
and
bans.
bans, even though it was
Sorry, guys.
nice to reminisce over old times, but it looks like it will be Deep and Base coming up first, and it will be Blood Covenant coming up second, with XR being banned straight away. And I can understand that, because I know that MytzTwo are quite good on XR, as I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, and it looks like they're just taking out the pool straight away just to make it a little bit awkward.
And MyzTwo are really, really good at Blood Covenant. It's really a map that Garpy and Buxer play very, very well. It's weird that they play it very well, but they are surprisingly good on that map. And MyzTwo now banning Awoken and Maestro Rave, getting rid of Veil, so no CK. Last map is going to be Molten Falls, I believe. Yeah, Molten Falls not there.
Must be.
Yeah, a lot different compared to what we had in previous map pools. It's always been more towards the smaller maps. Especially, we know we had Deep Embrace, we had Awoken, we've had, I'll probably say Exile is probably the biggest map we've had. So, oh no, we did have Blood Covenant earlier on, actually. Ignore me. But yeah, now we've got 2 larger maps. We'll have to see. Well, that's if we even make it to map number 3.
Yeah, I'm really curious about MytzTwo have to ban clutch here. That's the only thing they gotta do, unless they want to go clutch. But I've never seen them really play clutch, so I doubt they would play it. They probably just have to ban clutch, or they're gonna have a nightmare on deep embrace.
Yeah, just from experience from watching him in duel from Bucks and the QPL, and I know we only seen Garpy going in and out of challenges like it's his day job pretty much. So we haven't got really too much to go by. But yeah, from what we've seen, yeah, we've not played clutch much, so it's understandable.
Yeah, they were really thinking. And
Anarchy, as you mentioned.
Anarchy, as I mentioned, it's just removing Garpy's best champion. So I'm on the first map. I assume Maestro are going to be playing just the slash Athena Straw kind of things, and MytzTwo will probably go with like Ranger, Strog, also the same kind of things, except maybe the slash. Not a single one of them plays slash. Athena Bucks kind of plays her, but he would rather go anything else basically.
Do you think like DM6 they're going to get to? Are we going to see Galena or something on DM6?
I would hope on DM6 that Buckster goes Athena and Garpy goes Nyx. That would probably be the best for them, because Maestro are likely just going to go Athena slash. It's a really powerful combo to have on Blood Covenant, so that's what they're going to go with, and it's really on MytzTwo to have the Athena there.
I feel like MytzTwo don't have too much pressure on Embrace, but if they are going to use a slow, and I'd always associate Buckster with a slightly slower game style.
Yeah.
I would assume.
But he did grind the Athena quite a bit.
Right.
But we still don't see him play her that often. But I think versus Maestro, they need to bring the Athena, at least on Blood Covenant. It's going to be absolutely necessary.
Yeah, I feel like MytzTwo, the kind of maps they want to keep away from. Deep Embrace they want to keep away from. Veil, they want to keep away from. Awoken. Anything that gives them a little bit of space and a bit of space to work with in order to kind of recollect their thoughts and decide exactly what we want to do strategically is going to be absolutely fundamental for them. But yeah, with the first map pick, that's not really that's not exactly going to do them any favours, but yeah, it is what it is.
This is where we test whether Deep Embrace is going to be perpetually one of those really close maps, right?
That is exactly it. But Ince, you're joining me for the casting here this time around. So you can see you later, mate. You go have your break or your lunch. You can go grab mine if that's all right. That's do me wonders. Thank you very much. And we're going to start off from Razor's perspective. And as you said, yeah, a little bit different. Yeah, that is a kill. Yeah, kill Strong.
Kill from Buxer, I would assume. Okay, I don't know what I think about this. On Deep Embrace kill, I mean, we see Maxter sometimes go for these kind of weird picks, but he makes it work. I don't know if any other player can make those weird picks work.
Well, he was the person who made Slash work on Awoken once upon a time.
Oh no, that was Maxter as well.
Yeah, Razy did Deep Embrace Slash, didn't he?
Like, I've seen Maxter make kill and Slash work even on CK, but I have not seen any other player make those weird champion works. And you can see how slow MytzTwo want to play it. They know that Maestro spawned on the rail, so they cannot afford to go for the long-range fights. They're trying to just chip away here and there and seeing how when can they buy their own opportunity.
Yeah, I remember kill was
no
selected
kill yet.
in duel.
It's been 1 whole minute. There's not been the single kill.
No.
It's the slowest Deep Embrace we've seen today.
There we go. I was going to say, I feel like this is probably the slowest Deep Embrace we're ever going to see, like, in the entirety of this tournament, unless we see MytzTwo play Deep Embrace again later on. But so far, though, Wenger just keeping that top mid control and just he's up all the items around the map. But it looks like he wasn't really expecting anyone to go through the murder hole, but Razy had his back and managed to get a nice clean double.
See, I'm just following Wenger's seal, but they kind of lost a lot of HP. If we could go onto MytzTwo team comms on TeamSpeak right now to see how they can run these power-ups. Garpy can get the kill onto who is the? Oh, that's Wenger, I think. Egg is still up for him. Can he find it? Oh, he dies with the power-ups. It's gonna be Wenger with the double power-up. Not a lot of time left on him, but he still should be able to get at least the kill. He gets one. He should be able to get the second one. There it is. Gets 2 kills. And now it's still only 4 frag leads. 8 kills in 2 minutes is entirely too little.
Yeah, entirely different ballgame compared to what we saw during that first minute. As Wenger and Razy now just finding a time here. They've already got the heavy. Mega's going up in 10 seconds. And let's see how they're going to continue to extend their lead. Great rails coming up from Wenger here. Managed to hit a second. Beautiful stuff. And great support there from him. As you saw, Razor was actually trying to solidify the frag straight afterwards. But still, been a bit of a fall here on the side of MytzTwo. Now 10-1. And this is a dominating start. Even though it was very slow, it's become a bit more methodical. They've sped up the pace a tad.
Yeah, because Maestro played like in control, almost perfect. They're good at every stage of the game, but when they are in control, they are very dominant in their pressure on the map. They know how to get those spawn frags. They know how to position themselves to abuse the weapon advantage that they have. And even now, you can see Rave, he doesn't even need to risk anything. He's just using the peeker to do as much damage as possible. And you can see Buxer on the other side. He doesn't want to really play. Oh, Buxer actually flanks him, and he gets the kill on him because he had his peeker out for like
quite a long time, like 20
minute.
seconds I felt, like 15 seconds probably. Yeah, that was ridiculous. But look at it now, so someone could actually go for the Mega first and then head straight to the quad. This would be the perfect opportunity for them to make that setup, but let's see if they'll be able to. Rave does take both of these players down, now 14-3. Mega has been picked up and decided just to pass to quad, and quad only did get caught with his trousers down there as he was dropping. And that's going to be the quad going to Rave, and now he's going to be on cleanup duty again. And yeah, this is where the lead extension is going to go for bad for worse here for Garpy and Buxter. This is definitely one way to really not just make an impact, but kind of show the rest of the teams that they're here to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expected from a team like Myztwo if they were on shape, and I guess now we kind of have our answer. They are.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Very much are.
Oh, quad just ran out, but it doesn't matter. He still has protection, so it's not going to make too much of a difference. And yeah, 4 minutes in now, 21.
And even more than dominating the heavy side of the map, they're going up to Mega and they're doing so much damage every time someone picks it up. That's a good push by MytzTwo. Can they get Wenger as well? He's very low. If they get the kill and they get control of the rail and heavy part of the map, that would be very good. They get it right before the heavy. Very important kill there. Can they get the kill on Rave as well? Oh my god, Rave still gets the kill somehow. Oh, and Wenger pushes him out of the map. No, Maestro. That was a good opportunity for Buxer and Garpy to get control of the game finally, but Maestro just not letting up. Right from spawn, they come at them and they get back the items. The 20 frag lead.
Yeah, they were struggling to dictate the pace at the beginning, but now things have utterly, well, completely spiraled out of control as Bucks are just trying to stand this ground around the heavy. When we have to stay for much longer, sadly, the heavy is up and has been picked up by Garpy at least. As he was trying to stay off as long as physically possible, but so much LG damage coming out there from Rave, but Garpy, of course, still able to take him down. As you can see, we've got a heavy come up in 15 seconds. Quad's going to be coming up at the exact same time, followed by the protection. And let's see how they're going to prep for it, which is going to be the key factor here.
Buxer and Garpy still in good positions and trying to get the next power up. He's just getting a kill on Rave, and they should be... Oh, that's Wenger. Wenger just stole it. Where were they? They both went to the Mega, and they just let go of power up, and now they're going to miss out on both, probably. Yep, that's a double. Oh, yeah, they almost got Wenger. They need to kill him. He's very, very low. He either has to give it to Rave. Maybe they don't know how low he is, I assume. Because they just missed out on a massive opportunity to get double power for themselves.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if I don't, but yeah, we're not expecting him to get a huge amount of kills at that quad considering his stack, just to try and waste it as much as possible and then he can push through with protection, but considering he's almost back to his default stack, that's not really anything he needs to worry about now, but still doing quite a lot of work, quite a lot of damage, 31-10.
Oh my god.
Wenger managed to get a beautiful double, and they're treating it like an average ranked game in terms of the scoreline. Madness.
22 frag. That's the most one-sided map we have seen so far today.
Yeah, yeah. What's the next one, like the mid-30s in terms of frag lines, frag scores, something like that?
Yeah, I think the most one-sided game we had seen was actually when, what was it? A 50-34, 50-40 maybe?
Something like that, yeah.
And now it's 20 frag lead for one team. That's insane.
And Buxter and Garpy aren't exactly walkovers either, which makes it even more impressive.
They made it today. So they're in the top 8 2v2 teams in the world.
So far, Maestro Rave leading by 20 frags, and Wenger managed to get one. Buxter just trying to stand his ground and just do as much damage as possible before getting cleaned up, which he has done. Garpy's now going to dive straight on through, but Mega's going to be up in 10, Heavy in 13.
I gotta say,
and then the power-up's following straight afterwards.
the kill is not working. They need to do something about it, or they're just gonna lose by 20 frags. But the kill is not working at all.
Yeah,
Should
maybe
be able-
more.
They have good position and good stack for this power up. Garpy get, oh, he didn't get it yet, so it's gonna be Buckster with it. Can he find? He doesn't. He gets.
Oh, he gets him.
Oh, he gets completely owned with Razies being a little bit cheeky with his traps, and that's yet another double power up for Maestro.
And he only used up about a quarter of the quad damage timing, so he's got plenty of time now with his quad now just to increase that score. And it's still only 20, mind you. And look at this, just again, Razies do so much
heavy
work.
machine gun.
Yeah,
It's a great weapon, especially when you have quad.
and we've said it before, a lot of people have been saying about the meta in terms of weaponry, the heavy machine gun and LG has been utilised quite a lot, or been used quite a lot just overall. And here we go, Razy now just extending it a bit further, now up by 22.
Yeah, there's not going to be a more one-sided game than this slam, most likely. At least from the playoffs on.
Yeah, I'll be surprised.
That's another picker going out. One kill. Can he get the second?
He does,
get
as
both
if
of
he
the kills with the picker.
As if he
That's
kept
insane.
that Pika alive the entire time, unreal. And he managed to get the heavy straight afterwards.
It's a 35 frag lead for Maestro. This is the most dominant game we have seen this LAN, and it keeps going up and up. 36 frag lead. Can they make it to 40? To 36, no, 26 frag lead.
They could now, yeah.
They can make it to 30.
I feel like even though they've had limited practice, yes, sure, as you mentioned, and as I've seen as well in scrims, that they've been, I wouldn't say ups and downs, but a little bit of a yo-yo here and there. Sometimes it's been good, sometimes it's been like, you know, in terms of consistency. But as they're playing more and more in an offline environment with each other, you kind of see their old twos, in terms of their performance, how it's kind of like returning to them. Because we said it before, like a couple of years ago, like during off seasons in different cups, they were a formidable twos team. They would never lose. It was extremely hard to come by in terms of being able to take them down, and they're kind of just being able to collect themselves and collect their thoughts a little bit here.
50 to 22.
Yeah, that is definitely something you don't want to
I couldn't hear you.
be on the other end of.
80% throughout
I'm
the match,
listening
I couldn't
to-
hear you. When I was in Peaker and you
Fine.
said that Keel is pushing me.
We were listening to Razy's
No, you have to get
post-analysis, and now we're going into...
jitters out.
That's cool. We
Yeah,
have
and
to get
kill
the
not
jitters
really
out.
working. Not gonna play him anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, you can see.
I mean,
with
we could see
Garpy.
that Keel wasn't working, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, from the get-go, pretty much, wasn't it? Like, Kill was used like in Duel, like very, very early on, when Kill was actually not that bad of a champion to use, when he was used back on Veil and Deep Embrace a couple of years ago. But for them to whip out the Kill there and then was it's different, but it was
And we really
debatable.
sucked with the power up for
Yeah.
whatever. Do you know where he caught me? So he used the
I saw
picker.
him hiding on there. I couldn't believe he didn't see.
No, I didn't see.
He was on
'cause-
the right.
No, there was a picker in my face. So I
I
was
shot
trying.
the peaker above you.
Yeah,
He was still full
and-
health.
yeah, but I was 100 HP after the picker, and he just.
Yeah, they were just discussing about one of the situations with the Pounce with that peak, and
They're very blunt when discussing things after games. That's what I noticed. Like,
Well, it's
both
like
of them,
you
they're
messed up.
They're super blunt. Yeah, they are super blunt. They don't take it personally. They're just very blunt. Other people think that they're arguing, but it's just the way they speak normally.
yeah, no, they're just very straightforward. It's more of a mental thing as well. There's some people who, you know, when they have a discussion about a certain situation which occurred in game, and you know, one person's going to say, well, you done this, why didn't you do this? It makes no sense. That person will take it to heart and then play even worse throughout the series. But no, but it's, you know, having a discussion about exactly what occurred in one of those moments for the Pika. But
My question for them would be, like, they knew that kill wasn't working. Buxer said it at the end game. Why not change it during the game?
Yeah.
Why wait until you're going to the second map to change it? Because there wasn't enough time.
yeah, it was a little bit weird, but maybe they were expecting something else to come with it. Maybe it thought they've had a poor, well, it was exactly a poor start. It was a very, very slow start. And then when it went from like 1-0 to 10-1, that's when it started escalating quite rapidly. And even one of those other moments where Garpy was on the LG defending his portion of the map to stop anyone to come from Mega to go for the quad.
Yeah, when they
Buckster
lost
ran
the
straight
power
through the
there.
TP, went past the quad, and then I think it was either Wenger or
Just
Razy
Wenger
went
just
straight
showed
through
up,
and just
yeah.
collected it and said, cheers, thanks very much. I'll happily take that free of charge.
Yeah, and kill for power-ups is not also the best. We could see there Razy at one of the later power-ups, stealing the quad from Keel and just going on an absolute rampage from the Maestro boys.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people today using the slash and working it quite effectively with the quad, but with the kill, it's entirely different ball game with the lack of mobility. There could be quite a few frags you could be missing out on, if any, depending on the situation. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. But that was a very, very dominating start, and I feel like that is probably out of all the maps. I'm surprised that this was the map which there was such a huge scoreline of, considering how easy it is to potentially trade, how easy it is to contest the power-ups depending on where you're positioned and how you're going to go for it. So it's a little bit of a surprise for me. I'd expect that on maybe Blood Covenant or Molten Falls, something like that.
Yeah, this domination though sends a message to every other team. Don't go versus us on even race.
Yeah, basically.
And now we're going into Blood Covenant. I'd like to start on Venger's POV. It seems that she's going to go with the Athena. I wonder what Razy's going to play. Is he actually going to play the Nyx, or is he going to go for the Slash? Oh, okay, he's going to go for the... Okay, Razy's going for the Slash. It seems that they switched the sides on the lobby for some reason.
It does seem that way, yeah, because I remember you did mention about the Athena Nyx going in favor of MytzTwo, and...
Yeah, they changed the sides of the lobby for some reason. I think they're doing... I think the players just decided to do to toss the coin and then change the sides of the lobby.
Yeah, yeah.
So it ends up messing up that we have, because the players are on the wrong side now.
Yeah, just so you know, it's not us getting it wrong, it's
players.
Yeah.
Blame the players.
So we had a very slow start once again. First frag not being initiated until the 42nd mark. And Razy now just eating up all the items from down below. And we've got the heavy coming up. Oh no,
and
sorry,
it's kind of
the
champion picks we expect, like the Athena Slash, but then MytzTwo don't have the Slash in their champion pool, but at least they're going with the Athena.
Yeah.
And that's kind of okay. For their playstyle, that's completely okay. Athena Nyx, but we see Maestro already from the start trying to control the rail. This is a good coordinated push by MytzTwo though. They managed to 2v1 Garpy, and they don't even have to fight Buckster.
No, but if they pick up these, if they pick up the heavy and the mega and be able to keep that stack intact, then it's going to be huge for them. As they pick up this quad, but still bursting through. Venger's just standing his own. Man's getting a lot of damage, mind you. What's his hiding around that TP? Razy might be able to clean up, and he cleaned up both and is able to pick up the quad.
How? I wonder where he even spawned to get there so fast and be able to get the 1v2. Can he get any kills with this? He knows there's one at the rail. He has just gets a lot of damage on him.
It's not only that though, but Wenger hiding around that TP and getting so much rocket damage gave Razy a lot of leeway to be able to clean up and get that quad, but still we'll have to pick it up in the process. Is from where he spawned. It's pretty mad.
Finds Garpy
nice
hiding there. Can he get anything else done? They're now in the lead, but not by a lot. Bucks are coming in with the heavy machine gun. Good damage by Wenger. Very good LG. And he gets the heavy right after as well.
But even, I was going to say, even if Wenger died, at least he's eaten up the heavy, but still managed to stay alive. But vulnerable at this stage, as the health bubbles come up just in perfect time. Heavy will be up in 18, but it looks like Wenger's just going to, instead of standing his ground and waiting for Razy to clean up, he's going to push straight on forward and see if he can at least sandwich Garpy, which wasn't going to be, as Garpy does take down Razy. He's available though, he's got to be very mindful. Heavy's up in 3, nice and because of that one frag, Wenger will be able to drop down and pick that up, and Razy can take the fight to Buckster, but Buckster actually wins that initial engagement.
It's going to be very hard to get Maestro out of the rail position, because to do that, you either like out-aim them with machine gun, or you manage to get a rail of your own and try to out-rail Wenger or Razy. Both options are kind of very risky.
Very bleak.
Yeah. Oh, we found someone there somehow.
Well, both teams do have time to pick up either item and go for the protection straight afterwards. Who's it going to be? That's going to be next question. Garpy does take that first rail, but he's just trying to stay alive. Most importantly, as he does almost take down Wenger, and he does. Which does mean protection will be up in the next few seconds. Where is Razy? And you can see they're both
delayed by a little bit
through the TP,
Wenger
and still
gets it. Because I don't think like MytzTwo weren't completely aware of how many seconds the delay was. Yeah, and Maestro knew exactly that we don't have to rush it. We could just go in at the perfect time, and they did. Good steal of the heavy there.
Oh,
he doesn't die. He took 260 damage and he's still alive. There we go.
So much damage, but managed to clean him up in the end. As it's going to be 14-8 now. As Wenger add another one to the tally. Still only 25 HP, still, even though he's vulnerable, he's still making himself useful here as he managed to get a couple of rounds before picking up that heavy. No one else was about, Razor wasn't there, but then again, Razor's actually still almost equally as weak at the time.
And so far, like, there haven't been a lot of frags outside of power-ups. It's only been like kind of the power-ups run and the pre-power-up runs. And Maestro got both of the power-ups, so kind of explains the scoreline. And Buckster and Garpy, they like to play very slow outside of the power-ups. That's a good opportunity taken by Buckster. Can he get the rail as well? I'm not sure if he has it. See how Maestro gets back to it. They missed out on the heavy as well, which is very big. But where is Buckster Garpy? They're not protecting the rail at all. They got the heavy and they got out. So that allows Razy and Wenger to get back on the rail. They just want position on the mech. They don't want to fight at all. They're already trying to get the position for the power-up, basically.
Yeah.
If we could go on TeamSpeak to get the Wenger and Razy's voice comms, that would be great.
Wenger still trying to push through, but that narrow choke point, it's not really going to do him any favours with that tri-bolt. Quad is coming up in 5, he's going to jump straight on through. Wenger's going absolutely flying, but Razor doesn't get one. Will he get any other? Yes, he does. Still gets the quad and got enough stack to then continue his pursuit. Hits Buckster straight into the noggin. And now the heavy is coming up for another 10 seconds. Of course, Razy's not going to be waiting for that at all. Oh, he's actually debating
I don't
it.
think he knows the timing exactly.
He doesn't, but I think he was hoping that maybe one of the players will try and contest him for hit, but it looks like it isn't going to be. But in the end, at least he managed to waste the quad. He's trying to be on the chase and does clean up Buckster. Fair play to Buckster trying to get away in that scenario, but that isn't going to happen.
Thankfully for MytzTwo, they missed out on the... Oh, nice. They missed out on the 3 power-ups, but the quad runs haven't been that successful. They've been very slow-paced as well, which is weird by Maestro. Usually they want to dominate the whole map, and they've been quite slow.
I kind of feel like Garpy and Bucks has forced them to play quite slow, to not really get into their hands quite a lot of occasions. Razy is available, needs to be mindful of that as he is backing away, as Wenger does take down Garpy, and they're both now trying to chase down. But what I love about these two as well with Wenger and Razy, they've been baiting switching so well, and their distraction tactics and how they just try and make sure they just focus on either player. Like for example, Wenger had the heavy stack, he's made sure to bring all the attention onto him, so Razy can follow suit and come back straight away. So it's good synergy there and chemistry from the two. And sometimes it's not really, you don't really need comms for that at all in a site.
It's more instinct thing, right? You know, if you're playing in a 1v1 and you know your teammate supports you, you know you can go out of focus for like 1 second, your teammate's gonna get the attention, and then you can go in with him and alternate. When you play versus Maestro, it's very hard to be in a completely committed fight with only one player, because both of them are just alternating the fight with you, and you end up getting sandwiched quite a lot.
Yeah. Still,
there's power up coming in.
Can you believe it? It's 7.5 minutes in, and it's only 20.
Garpy get it? Garpy. Oh no, he can't. Again, the timing by Buckster and Garpy is just not there for the power-ups. All the power-ups have gone in the way of Wenger and Razy.
Yeah, you kind of seen their knack for how they're getting in. You've got Wenger going in with like 2 or 3 seconds for the TP. Well, to be fair, well, actually, but they've been both doing that for the TP almost every single time. It's always been Garpy and Buckster have been very early in terms of preparation for the power-up. But Razy and Wenger try and create some kind of strategy in order to, or certain route, so to speak, to be able to contest it. And they've done it every single time without fail here.
To their credit, though, like Buckster and Garpy have been very good at avoiding the power-up runs.
Yeah.
They got fragged maybe like once or twice during the run, and that's it. The scoreline could be a lot worse.
It certainly could, yeah. But it's just crazy that we're only at this frag limit with 8.5 minutes. It's been quite methodical on most occasions. As Razy does take down Bucks, there's only Garpy left around that rail. He's going to have to back away, but he's trying to pick up that light in the process. But he's pretty damn weak, as he's going to at least try and hold his position and try and at least find a way to stack back up. But at least he's able to get that mega. or Buckster is.
Double the scoreline for Maestro. I like that Raze is trying to be sneaky. Can he get any closer? No, not really. Didn't really work. But he should still be able to get the kill at least. Oh, never mind. He got railed by Garpy instead. And I wonder if they do have better grasp of the power-up timing now, because the power-up is going to be at 37. And I know Buxer and Garpy have kept missing it for like 1 or 2 seconds. Surely, at 10 minutes in, they know the exact second it spawns. Surely. I want to go into Garpy's POV to see... Oh, never. I think he's about to die.
They're both so weak.
They just got so weak.
Don't get me wrong. Like,
I think Buxer actually is fine now. Let's see.
Oh,
they're at
actually...
the power-up 2 seconds before. This should be a power-up for Buxer. Let's go.
And
they
this
get
is
the
their
power-up.
first power-up. Yeah, let's see if I can make use of it. Okay, so Buxer managed to grab one. He's trying to see if anyone's actually hiding away, but as you can see, both around that rail, but this is going to be adding up slowly but surely. But Buxer is going to find Wenger hiding on that staircase and picks up Raze straight again. So they've done like they got more kills with the quad this time compared to all the power-ups combined previously.
Yeah, that's why the scoreline isn't that far, because that was the best quad run we've had in this map so far. He got 4 kills. Raze and Wenger has only gotten 1 each power-up. So not so bad, and now they are actually controlling the rail side of the map. Buxer might die here. He lands the flood shot. Can he land another? No, he can't. Garpy does get the kill in the end, so that's still fine. They need to go back to the rail ASAP. Oh, Buxer kind of spawns in front of Raze and has to pay the price.
Yeah, we see better spawns.
Good use of the Ghost Hawk. Can he get any of the kills there? That's a good rocket onto Raze. He does get the kill. And the kill on Wenger. Garpy popping off.
Yeah, huge play from Garpy there with that double. And in the process, whilst he's keeping that distractions around Mega, you saw Buxter actually rotate around. He's picked up the heavy. So this is going to be a good time for now to at least abuse this stack. Already one's been taken down. But still trying to stay alive.
It's very, very close right now. And they have the Mega timing as well. And they get the real kill on Raze.
Garpy's rail has been ridiculous for the last few minutes.
I told you guys before the game, Garpy's rail has just been insane the last couple of months. I don't know where he got all the aim from, but he's landing the shots. Heavy coming up soon. I don't know, Solid actually. I think Buxer might have taken it and got railed right after. They are well positioned for the power-up. Power-up in 7 seconds, and now they get the kill on Wenger and on Raze. Surely it's another power for them. I think Buxer is going to be the one running it, or it's going to be Garpy, because he does have the ability. So it's fine, there's Mega coming up. Can they tie up the game? Surely they tie up the game.
I've noticed their setup for the power-up now has been... You could say it's been a bit more predictable coming up from Maestro Rave. So now Garpy's prepared for it. They're literally getting the info early. That was the problem they had before. Before they had the positioning in terms of the setup for the power-up, but didn't have the info required in order to stop them from coming for the TP or potentially rotating from rockets or going through Nail earlier. But it seems to be that they're able to read them a little bit better now because they're collecting the info required early on and then able to pick up these power-ups a little bit more successfully compared to before. And now
they are in the lead by 1 frag. Despite, I don't think Nyx is a good quad runner, as we could see Garpy even tried to ghost walk to get to see where they were, but it's so easy to avoid as an Athena or a Slash, because you can just run out of the way. Now they're in the lead by 2 kills.
They've been riding the struggle bus. We said it earlier on Deep Embrace, but this team isn't a walkover. They just won Deep Embrace in dominating fashion and able to get the power-ups quite cleanly in a lot of occasions. A lot of teams here seem to be not preparing that well for the power-ups, or they prep early but don't position themselves well. But it looks like the comeback is on now as Raze managed to finally put a stop or halt to the ridiculous frags they were picking up over the course of the last few minutes.
Yeah, it's been basically 2 minutes where it was only MytzTwo getting kills. Now Maestro tying up the momentum at least. It's only 90 seconds to go. We have 1 more power-up and that is it. Because the time limit is 15 minutes unless the players messed up the settings, basically.
We haven't really spoken about the time limit because we just made the assumption that every single time it's going to hit the score limit. There's no way it's going to go to the frag limit every time, but they're making it work. They know
need
that
the
it's not
power.
a waste time. Yeah.
Maestro need these power ups if they want to come back, because it's 5 frags. It doesn't seem like anyone else besides Wenger is at the power up. He knows there's a Nyx invis. Really good awareness by Wenger. He's gonna let Razy get the mega, and he's gonna go hunting, because he has basically 1 minute to get 4 kills. And given the pace that MytzTwo play at, it's gonna be very hard to find. He does find one, gets a kill. He knows where someone else is at the rockets. He gets a second kill. They're only 2 kills behind, and he wants to do this while he still has the power up. He also gets the heavy. Very good movement by Wenger to do all this and still finish at the heavy. He might still get another kill. And he's hiding at the same place. Oh, the rail! You have the shotgun!
No!
You have the shotgun, Wenger. If they lose this map, I'm gonna blame Wenger for that.
I love it from Garpy as well. As if from Garpy, he just thought to himself, oh, he won't check it twice. And he actually did it because... Well, he did like very last second.
2 kills. They know... Okay, Maestro know the heavy time. Garpy trying to pick. He knows Garpy knows if he lands the shot before the heavy, he pretty much wins the map. But he doesn't land it. 2 kills. Oh, and they get the kill on Buckster. And they know where Garpy is. They know where Garpy is alone. They're gonna both go on him. And Buckster is behind them with a rail, though. Great flank by Buckster after the spawn. That might have just secured them the game. Wenger, can he hit the shot from anywhere? He hits one. It's 10 seconds to go. Are they going to lose the map? But Garpy gets another kill and pretty much secures the map for MytzTwo. They do take, 3 seconds, no chance. So that's gonna be map 2 going for Garpy and Buckster. What a win!
A warm-up game.
Oh.
We always need to have a warm-up game.
Very nice.
Call deep and best warm-up, I probably would after that situation.
Because the last map, they said, oh, it's just shooters. This is a warm-up game.
If I'm not applying pressure, I cannot. I was like fucking the map I'm having so many times. I think like past...
as well, because
I just got pissed, you know, because they're like running around and doing crazy shit, and I just got pissed and I like started to like engage and just fight. Yeah, can you just share some megas with me from time to time, you know? It's just, you know, like...
I was just taking it and you was at heavy. I was like...
Some interesting discussions there with
we have the most interesting team comms,
But we need to talk about the changing moment for that. So we know that the fact that with Buckster and Garpy, they were always preparing early for the power-ups, but they never were in position to feed themselves info to what was going on and where Wenger and Razy could be coming from to try and counter-attack it. Because majority of the time, they'll come in the last few seconds, they'll get the TP, they'll come from the rocket side. It was very difficult to kind of understand what they could be doing and how to position yourself. But what I liked differently with this time, that one of the players would stay near the TP for the power, and the other player would just either go around the pillars or go around rockets to try and find out exactly where they were early in order to then secure that power up with some early damage.
Yeah, it was really good. As soon as they finally started getting control of the power-ups, like this one they still didn't get, they were late for it.
Yeah, but in that case, in order to hold rail more successfully against them so I can defend it more, I need Eisen, because like I think it's gonna work.
do what you feel, mate. But what you want me on, Strong?
Okay, you know what? Give me Stroke and go Visor. Fuck it. Yeah, let's fuck it. Let's do like this. What we practice actually.
They might play Slash, but Slash is good on good covering because the ball shit.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that good on here because you fucking LG the country.
Yeah, okay, I'll should be good on Stroke. Let's do it. I'm Stroke, you Visor. I think last time we played with this setup and it was fine, and you should be fine as a Visor against them.
I'm really curious on Maestro's comms now.
But I think
like, what are they saying for the game as well?
I don't think there's going to be as much colourful language.
Probably not, yeah.
Practice against them as a Stroke, just running around and shooting, and it was actually working.
But it's interesting to see their plan of action before they do head into the game, because they're talking about the eyes and they're talking about the Strog and talking about what they're going to do with it and how it's going to work. Actually, they didn't say how it's going to work, they just said it's going to work.
Yeah.
No, it's like saying what 2+2 is, but not showing you working.
I remember looking at the 1 minute mark, and we had like one frag.
But yeah, that's the end of their discussions. And
some of the fights, it felt like they were so weak.
Sure, happens.
Very interesting comms on this side as well.
Yeah, maybe they've already...
They're gonna spawn on rail, so...
had a conversation about it.
I think they might switch to this lobby side again.
or Galena, interesting choice.
We haven't really spoke about the Galena.
You want to stick
to be in the matchup. Right, anyway, we've heard what they're planning. We've heard some Very good
words.
things, yeah, interesting points. But according to Garpy and Buxer, that was just a warm-up for them, that first map, so that's why they did so well in the second. Let's see how things are going to go in the third. So yeah, it looks like they're going to go with the Visor and the Strog versus Strog and the Nyx. Let's see if it's going to work out for them at all in the slightest. As we're going to be kicking things off from Racer's perspective, just keeping that height control with the heavy machine gun.
His next course of action will be trying to get that rail that Nyx so desperately needs to make her gameplay work. But Razy and Buxer and Garpy, they do not want to move from the rail platform. They don't want to give either Wenger or Razy any rail to play with. Oh, you got railed instantly, just by peeking once, and that's it. Still again, very slow pace, and the slower paced it is, it makes it better for players like Buxer, because he has really good decision making.
Again, a very slow start, but this isn't because of raising Wenger. You can tell that Buxton and Garpy are forcing him to play this slow, methodical style, and they're just trying to find a window to try and.
Now they did get the rail, so that's good. 1 minute in, no frags.
Because they've been denying it for over a minute.
Wenger still didn't get the rail. He went there, but he's like, oh, Mega's spawning, I'm just gonna leave. Now quad in 15 seconds. We see Wenger with a good amount of HP. Let's get the kill on Buxer. Where is Garpy and Razy as well? Can he find them? 3 seconds for the power-up. We see someone dropping in, but he's not gonna be able to do anything with Buxer dies. 1v1, Razy versus Garpy. Who can get the power-up? He's waiting for Wenger to come in and help. There's Wenger, but Buxer is the one that gets it. And Buxer just dropping in from the shotgun gets the kill on both Maestro players. He's going to collect his prize, because as we heard before, Garpy this time sharing the Mega. He's going to be happy about that.
He's been a good teammate. But even with that stroke, just using that to find out where the quad player is, and they're just going to try and move away straight away. But, oh, good thing that it actually didn't go any further, because it would have caught.
Does he know where the Nyx is? The Nyx is... Razy there is a very sneaky spot. I've never seen anyone hide there.
No, that's the first time actually witnessed someone hiding there. And Razy does manage to take down Garpy. Bucks is just hiding, good. See if he can bait out anyone whilst the Mega is up.
They get the heavy at least. And they get out with the, well, not so much of that stack anymore, because Maestro are just chasing them down, and they get the kill on both of them. Maestro miss out on both items, but they get the kills after.
Yeah.
It would be good to go on Wenger's point of view now.
Yeah, MytzTwo have just been playing extremely annoying and conservative, but also at the same time, they're trying to lay some traps like you saw with the heavy earlier. Razy just trying to stay alive. Really about to get away. As
Nice.
Wenger does take down Garpy, which gives Razy that window to get out of there and to try and restack back up.
He's not quite hitting the shot, but he knows where his enemy is, so all is good. With power of spawning in 30 seconds, they know where the MytzTwo players are. They need to be attacking the heavy from the shotgun. Razy just trying to get a flank, because he knows Wenger is likely going to attack from shotgun, so he's just trying to get a second. Oh, they're both attacking from the same side, and Razy uses... Oh, he gets one! And might get the second one. Great shotgun damage by Razy. Doesn't even need to kill him, because he knows he's left him very low, and that player cannot attack at the power-up right now.
Yeah, I think that last shot he shot did about like 6, something like that. Well, sure, of course it's understandable, but protection will be picked up by Razy and now the Mega too. So this means that they're going to be on the warpath here to try and chase both players from MytzTwo down. And they've gone a different route this time around. I think they've caught the chance down a little bit, but both of them are standing there ready. Takes down Garpy, and Buxter is running as far away as physically possible. With protection, still about 5 to 10 seconds left.
I like the double back by Razy. He knows where they spawn, and he gets both of the kills. Very well played. Razy has been playing very well, starting with the pre-power-up run, going after the heavy, killing one and then leaving the other low so that there would be a 2v1 for his team at the power-up. Since then, he has not made a single mistake. Playing very, very well. Heavy up soon, and there he is. Him and Wenger trying to secure yet another major item. Oh, well, Buxer was there hiding. Oh, and Garpy might steal the heavy. Oh, it all went wrong. Very suddenly, but they should still be able to get the kill onto Garpy as soon as Wenger spawns and gets back here. So they stop the bleeding, or what could have been the bleeding.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting that flank, but at least he managed to steal the heavy away to keep Wenger weak. Garpy does clean up Wenger, mind you.
Get the
But
Mega.
Garpy's just trying to stay alive underneath that Mega.
Good stack by Buxter. Garpy with a Mega stack. What can he do at the heavy? He's trying to push in. They get the kill, and Garpy now really huge stack that Visor has. Doesn't really have a lot in the way of weapons, but after getting that rail, we should see Garpy being a little bit more confident in his movements. Gets the kill on Wenger. Mega about to spawn in. Buxer seems to be here alone, fighting one of the Maestro players, fighting both. He got the kills on one. Where is Garpy? Is Garpy there to help him out? And he is. Garpy is there to help him out. They still have a substantial stack advantage. They don't even need the heavy, but they're still gonna drop for it. I don't know what I think of that.
You're literally, you're literally diving into a trap there.
Yeah, like, even if they got it, getting out, they lost position, they lost weapons, they lost tech, and now they might lose out on the power-up. Oh, Buxer gets both of the kills with the peeker, and that allows Garpy to actually get it, so they got back what they threw, basically.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to just fly in and be able to take one of them, but they were actually prepared for anyone to come around Shoddy. Obviously, the call-out came when he heard them jump up, and then one thing led to another. As Garpy now, with his quad looking to try and make this push.
The heavy gets stolen. Can Garpy get the kill there? He's looking for him, but he doesn't quite know where the player is. There he goes. Gets the kill onto Wenger.
So the guys on Maestro Rave are able to at least not get taken down too much with that quad and not make it too successful. But the fact they stole it in the first place is ridiculous with the Pika.
You see how paranoid Garpy was at trying to cross to Banana?
Yeah,
He was shooting rockets at every single angle because he knows he's playing versus Razy and Wenger. Good double kill by Buxer too, they got the heavy. They're playing very, very well. It's only one frag game so far.
Yeah, this is ridiculously close, and Wenger does finish up Buxer there. Tries to go for the TP, but Garpy's been more than ready for him, and Garpy's just been flawless with this rail, and just, it's not even just the rail, it's the way he positions himself for when Wenger and Razor are going to occur, and Buxer just feeding him the info required in order to be able to solidify and hold these angles and get these shots, rather than just being cautious and not really knowing or speculating where they could be. But Heavy is up, they do pick it up, took a little bit of damage there whilst they were down below, but speaking of low, both the stacks from Buxton Garpy is quite low indeed, as Wenger managed to dodge that rocket.
And Wenger and Razy have a really big stack right now. There's no way they should be fighting right now, because they need, it's 15 seconds for the power-up. If they don't fight, they have a big advantage in terms of stack and weapons. Let's see how they handle it.
Protection coming up next 12 seconds. Wenger is in position, but Razy's already taken down Buxter, but did get traded by Garpy straight afterwards.
He gets the power up
on time. You can see Wenger just going to keep him away, but... Oh, you can see Garpy made Wenger go off the map.
Oh, Buxter gets it, but Razy pushed him off the map. I don't know if he threw himself or if not, because he was still on the other POV, but that was a great chance for MytzTwo to come back once again.
You heard the call as well. Buxer said, I reckon they're waiting for Heavy, and that's exactly what they were doing. Is Buxer's already dived straight in. Garpy's just trying to catch up to try and join in the engagement. There you can see that they're just waiting for him to make the first move, but making good use of his visor. Great LG coming up from Garpy. Would about to clean Razy up? Yes, he does, but Wenger also got the trade onto Buxter. Great rails again from Garpy. As reason why we've, well, literally had no reason why to move away from his scream.
You can just keep watching Garpy. Yeah, he's playing great. A champion like Visor is very, very good for Garpy. Can he get the rail on Wenger? Yes, he can. Of course he can. Oh, that's missed a very easy one on... he gets another one on Wenger. Wenger just like, I just spawned, why?
Yeah, not the best grid to be standing on whilst, whilst you're being railed up, but it is what it is. You can see at the time that he was considering going for the TP, but instead spawned Wenger right in front of it, which was the angle Garpy was holding. But 9 minutes in, again, it's going to be a very slow game. Looks like it will go to the time limit. Wouldn't surprise me at all in the slightest. Quad is coming up in 40 seconds, but this could be a make or break moment here if they grab this power up, as Buxter does take him down, and now Wenger is actually just hiding behind top Shoddy and need to decide how and when to go for this quad. But you've got to remember, Mega's still coming up, and Heavy's actually coming up about a second or two before the quad does, but they can just leave that straight away. Exactly, yeah.
But he was like, I'll take it if they don't commit for it, and they didn't commit for it, so Garpy took it, and now look at his stack. He's definitely going to get his power up. Where are the Maestro players? It's 9 seconds for the power up. He doesn't need to be here just yet. It's still going to take a little while. Not the best timing there. They don't have to drop yet, but let's see if Maestro players can come in. He gets the quad. He's losing a lot of stack, but he's still fine. Heavy is still up, and he doesn't have his piercing sight on, so he's got to be a little bit careful. because he knows he's playing versus two of the CPS players there are. Just get the Mega. Can he go up the jump pad? He does go up, but he's so low. And, oh, okay, Buxer is right there with him. Great support by him. And teams are tied.
It's been neck and neck for the last 5 minutes. It's been very difficult to kind of contemplate any kind of control as Buxter comes in. Will he take him down? And both have finally come in, and that was a great bait and switch there coming out from both Garpy and Buxter. Buxter just been able to stay alive there in that moment, but also just sticking around and not prioritising stack, but prioritising actual kill was the difference maker there. It's now MytzTwo, 2 frags up, which is definitely something we were not really anticipating, but you can see why they selected these maps. You know, it seems like on Blood Covenant and Molten Falls, they're making great work with the spacing, and it's doing him a lot of favors here compared to that Deep Embrace game in that first map. But the Heavy is up, has been picked up, and Mega will be up shortly.
What I really like about Buxter and Garpy team is that their champion pool isn't deep, but they know exactly how to play with the champions that they have. A lot of the other teams have a really deep champion pool, but they play with a Visor the same way they play with an Anarchy, basically. And these two know exactly how to get the max out of their limited champion pool. That's why they're beating Maestro right now. Maestro was very dominant in the first map, but that didn't seem to phase Garpy or Buxter at all.
No,
we even saw their team comes up and they said, oh, it's just jitters, it's a warm-up map, let's get over it. And they did. Great.
The direct as well, and then the LG straight after. That's exactly what they needed. And protection's coming up in 10 seconds, but look at the stacks from Wenger and Raze. It's not looking good, but a few rails could definitely do itself justice here. It looks like Garpy's able to get one, and he does manage to get an easy double there on the cleanup and grabs the protection. They could put the final nail on the coffin here, depending on how much or how many frags they can get with this protection.
Heavy coming up soon, and Buxter is looking to collect and then go on a mini hunt. Can he find the players? Garpy is the one collecting frags.
I can tell you what, MytzTwo winning this series is probably not on many people's bingo cards, I can tell you that.
Definitely. Like, this already screwed my predictions.
Oh, Raze managed to get one in the end, stays alive, and the flank comes out and managed to get a double. So this is going to be the window for them. But the problem is Heavy's up in 5 and they haven't really got the stat to contest it. As you can see, Raze is so weak.
Good rail, and they should be able to get the other kill on Buxter as well. Not quite, but they know he's trapped. There's another rail, and Maestro coming back in the game, tying it up, just with really good plays.
This quad, it's going to be so important. This is actually going to be the final power-up of the game. So if they don't make this work or try and at least get away with the quad in terms of how many frags they can get, then honestly, it's anyone's guess how this map is going, this whole series is going to end it. But it looks like they will be able to pick up the Heavy, depending on... Looks like they were both looking to see what was going on and trying to drop down, but they fell into the trap. Raze got one, Wenger manages to get Garpy,
this is really
and now
good plays.
still got quad in 35 seconds.
Wenger, Raze dropping for it, drawing the attention to him. He actually steals the item, and then Wenger coming in with the support. And there it is, like, the last 2 minutes have been really, really good by Myztwo. And the power-up is coming up soon. I'm kind of fearful for MytzTwo right now. It seems that Maestro finally found their balance in the last couple of minutes. Another rail by Wenger. And Raze gets the kill, and Garpy trying to push in, but he's going to die. Can Wenger get there on time? He has 5 seconds to get to the quad. And Raze, he doesn't have much stack either. I like the angle he's trying to get. He does get the kill on Buxter. Garpy is there. Where is Wenger? He's right above Garpy. Can he get the kill? He's going to get the power-up. He gets the kill. Where is Raze? Is Raze here? No, but
no, he's there.
God. Raze got the quad just in the nick of time with 1 minute to go, and the quad, there is very little chances now for MytzTwo to get the comeback.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely, especially with the time limit now. And Raze with the quad, it doesn't even need to go for him. He can just literally just waste the quad, and
as long as he doesn't die and give it away, it's fine.
This is what I trained.
And yeah, I think that is pretty much it. We have 45 seconds left. It's 9 frag lead. That's the highest frag lead we've seen in like a whole 2 maps.
Yeah,
the first map
much.
was like almost 20-something difference, and after that it's been super close.
And this was a much closer affair than what we expected after that first map.
Yeah.
We know it was an inverted quotes warm-up, but...
It was basically at the 13-minute mark where Maestro said, okay, let's play properly, and they have not let up since.
Yeah, literally forced them to play that slow methodical style, which Wenger and Rave not a big fan of, but managed to break it very, very late into this third map. But it's going to be GG, 48 to 36, not even reaching the frag limit here. And they're going to be not satisfied, but more relieved of what could have happened.
Yeah, a great performance by Buxton and Garpy. They played really, really well. They got that map win from Maestro, and it almost seemed like they would have taken map 3 as well if it wasn't that last 2 minutes by Maestro. Very impressed by their performance. I think they can go very far in this tournament.
They wouldn't hear the end of it from Garpy if they won that. They would not hear the end of it. And Zoo, I know you've... but he had a nice long break after that, I think. You know, 2 15-minute games. And what did you think of it?
I was very grateful for the third map. Well, map 2 I didn't see a lot because I was chatting to Base, and his English is amazing.
See?
It's the first time I've been able to have a conversation with him. It's
really
awesome.
Good.
And then I came rushing down when I saw the score. I was like, crap, it might be about to be over. They carry it through to the third map, and I'm like, how? I thought they were going to get slammed because at the beginning it was like a good 10 frag difference, and then they came back very quickly.
Especially after the first map, which was complete landslide.
My thought of the first map was that I don't think MytzTwo ever actually thought they were going to win it. So they tried something. They tried to cheese it with the keel.
Yeah, it just didn't work out.
It wouldn't work, and they were always focusing on
But their
map
mental
2.
fortitude, like what they were talking about at the end, is like, oh, it's just jitters, warm-up map. That kill didn't work. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just perfect. Like there was no negative feedback from any of them after that. It's just focus on the next map. Complete the reset, basically. Really
I think
good.
there's a lot of information on both of those maps, but not really too much map 1, but maps 2 and 3 for Endpoint, Chicago Dogos, and anyone else really like who's going to go further on into the bracket. There's a lot of information you could pull there from how Wenger and Rave, not just their aggression, like we don't need to worry about, and how they actually escalate things, but how they set up to go for the heavy, the power-ups, what they do when on the back foot to try and break it. There's a lot of little things in there they can definitely dig deep and grab a lot of information from. So if there was any series they wanted to watch, there was so much jam-packed info they can pull from that in order to then decide how to tackle it.
I was just wondering, was it the threat of losing the third map that they finally woke up?
I don't know.
It was really weird that suddenly they clicked. I think part of it might have been that Buxter and Garpy, I think, crumbled under the pressure is very strong.
Yeah.
But I do think they kind of felt the win was in their grasp, and suddenly they were just the wrong decisions were being made.
Oh, well, I would love to ask that to Maestro whenever we have them ready. Like, what happened at the third map? What happened so that you regained their focus? And also at the second map, what were your thoughts after losing the second map, after getting such a dominant win after the first one? Because their heads must have been spinning after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's definitely a lot you can unravel. Like, I think, like I said before, with Endpoint and any other teams here watching this, they're laughing in terms of what they can do now, because it's just crazy how it's not just due to the time limit and how much time they had, but it's those instances you don't really see much of. You don't really see a lot of slow methodical play in these 2v2s, but you saw so much of how they had to break it and how much they had to pull and struggle and grasp to be able to do it. Now it's going to give these other teams an opportunity to then actually go through the VODs, as if they do go through the VODs later on this evening. But we do have an interview lined up with the Maestro lads, and Lyco Vinus is now going to be finding out exactly how they feel about that series. Probably relieved.
Yeah, I think so too, Harry, but I'm going to ask them directly. I mean, you must have been sweating after the last 2 maps, because they really pushed you to the maximum. How do you feel now?
Well, we are coming as a lower seed from the online stage, so we were the underdogs here. No, jokes aside, yeah, they were playing really good and also like railing a lot. And rail is kind of the meta with like all the flight champions getting 1 rail and they are already low, so it's very difficult sometimes if they are connecting a lot. But it's good that we managed to break through it anyway.
When Buxter denied you the handshake at the opening ceremony, kinda, do you think he tried to make it back up when picking Keel on Deep Embrace then?
Well, we were just fooling around. I was also flipping them off, it's fine. It's just banter.
Perfect, yeah, a bit banter is always nice. I mean, do you think that Buxter and Garpy are pretty much better on the bigger, slower maps? And do you think it has to do with Garpy's age?
Well, I'm getting older as well, so probably I'll play like him in a few years, playing bigger maps. I think they're good with timings, so obviously they want to play maps where they have more control on the items, more than fighting all the time. So that's clearly the reason, I guess.
Makes perfect sense. Okay, I have one last question for you, Rave. Do you prefer pizza or pasta?
I think I like bolognese pasta the best. spaghetti. But pizza can be good as well. Depends on your mood.
Do they make good bolognese in Hungary?
Every now and then, yeah. There are places where it's not good.
Okay.
You would die if you ate it. And I would be there like breaking the pasta in front of you just to piss you off.
Now guys, you understand what I'm trying to do. Imagine having to deal with him all the time.
You're best friend. Don't worry about it.
Okay, and with the breaking of the pasta, sending it back to the desk now.
The breaking of the pasta.
I don't know, my brain was melting reading that watching that last part of the interview. But it's always very interesting to see.
Garpy took collateral damage there. That was,
Yeah,
that
poor
was
Garpy.
savage.
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, it was more of a collateral. If there's a word beyond that, that's definitely what he took. Yeah, poor guy. He's just lost the series, just got to lower bracket, and he's been slated for his age as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Couldn't make it up, but that's Quake for you in a nutshell. But yeah, so before we go, we're going to head into quite a long break, and we will head into our 4th series later on. But before we do that, just so you know, we still have our GoFundMe page. We've still got all these milestones to go through. Make sure you go on the GoFundMe page and search for KeenCon 2025. We've already reached the €1,000 goal. I'm not too sure if we hit the 1,500 one. I think we might have done already. And then the next one will be the Vaxi mouse, the 40 Gods jersey, and so forth with the keyboard and more jerseys. But the big one is that €20,000, the Barcelona KeenCon 2025. So you want to see this event happening again next year, make sure you hit that threshold. It's going to be very important. So if you want to see this event, great. If not, don't donate. That's probably the long and short of it. But we're going to have a quite hefty break, but when we come back later on, we'll be heading into our 4th quarterfinal of the day. Again at Barcelona KeenCon 2024 for our last quarter-final of the day before we head into the lower bracket. Joining this instant zoot once again as we're going to be witnessing Team Boba versus Endpoint. And Team Boba haven't really been too shabby, have they, so far, from what we saw from the group stages yesterday?
No, they've been playing well. They started out a little bit, a little bit weak, but as the day went on, they were better and better. They managed to take down DBE 2-0.
Yeah.
In the group stage, which was massive. So right now, if Endpoint aren't on point, they might lose.
That was a good one, by the way. Well done.
I hated it as soon as I said it.
I was speaking to FaZe during the break. I was trying to ask him a bit about Chenzo as well, as I'm trying to sort of put the pieces together a bit about what this guy's like. And he's saying, structuring his thoughts like Rafa, he says. He's got that kind of like elements of Rafa in him. So apparently Rafa took him under his wing earlier on in some Nations Cups and has had some pretty good influence by the sounds of it. So I'm very interested.
He's basically RMV.
Right.
He's American RMV.
And I also just spoke to RMV, funny enough.
There you go.
And because it's the first time we've met.
Oh, really?
LAN. He said he's played, this is his 4th LAN, is what he was saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, it's just amazing getting to see like a younger player getting involved and just hitting like a truck. He was like almost cursing himself for how him and Dramus were playing the power-ups. Yeah. But what a performance, right? And just because of these crazy practice schedules, he's playing with Dramus, he's got a crazy work schedule, and you can still pull out a performance like that. It's pretty cool.
And what's even more crazy is the GoFundMe so far. We've actually hit nearly 1,500 euros, which is our next milestone. We've got milestones every 500 euros. We're on just the over 1,400 mark. And make sure you head over to the GoFundMe page and search for KeenCon 2025, where you can find all the milestones there, as you can see. So the next one will be the correct with the KeenCon jersey, and then after that will be the vaccine mouse. We've got it all up to the 4K, and then we've got the 20K, which is the having Barcelona KeenCon 2025 next year, which is super important if you want to see this event again coming up next year. But enough of that though, we're going to speed things up a little bit as the players are ready to come out onto the stage. So for the players to come out, it is Team Boba versus Endpoint.
No handshakes from either side there.
No, they're just like, no, do you know what? We'll just get straight into it.
They did it already in the back.
Oh, maybe.
They
hate each other.
Just forgot that they had to.
They hate each other.
They weren't that BM, were they, I suppose? But go back to what you were saying about Chenzo. Yeah, it's crazy. Just Splitgate players are just built different, because I've been casting Wootum in the Halo scene. He's come from Splitgate, and he's been now, I would say, arguably one of the best players in Europe currently, apart from number 2. I would definitely say he's in the top 3 in Europe for Halo right now. And
you had to talk about Halo at some point.
I had to.
I was wondering when it was
But now
gonna come.
we're witnessing Chenzo, who's like starting to slowly, as time develops, is make a name for himself for Quake as well.
And there are some similarities with Splitgate, not really in the movement sense, but it's a fast game. And if you can get used to a really, really fast game where you have to react quickly and insert a lot of inputs essentially into your devices quickly, which is what you have to do in both games, there's this similarities. You can deal with the chaos that is Quake occasionally, particularly with all the movements and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, no, fascinating to have him here.
And what do you feel like they need to do now to do the damage onto Endpoint? This is the first time we're going to see Endpoint on the stage. We've only seen a few hiccups there and there during the groups, but hopefully they'll be able to solidify themselves and be able to rectify as they progress further. But this is going to be quite an interesting matchup, considering that Chenzo and FaZe actually defeated DBE yesterday.
Yeah, and especially given that they're a pretty new team. Like, they started playing about 3 weeks ago, when it was apparent that Chenzo's teammate wouldn't be coming to the LAN, and FaZe stepped up to the task, and they started playing together. And they've already achieved really good results. And their style kind of goes into each other quite well. I like seeing it.
Is Team Boba like an official name, like an organization name?
No. What do you think?
I assumed not.
Yeah.
I just need to work on the name games here.
It's from the memes.
What memes?
Bobbert.
I'll just think of Boba T. No?
I don't know either, so don't even look at me.
What are you talking about?
Bobbert is like a small animal.
No.
I don't know anything about this. So I'm on
Okay,
your,
so I thought you.
Okay, because you guys don't play Quake. It's for.
What?
I don't know if it's only in the Quake scene, but there's a lot of people called Bobbert. I don't know why.
What are you talking about?
I'm not. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it is. It is. Oh, it seems we have picks and bans underway.
Let's
and
do that.
the picks and bans are going to be very important, especially for Endpoint, because when it gets to the.
Interesting.
We have to ban
We have.
Yes.
We don't need to care about Awoken because we're gonna ban.
I guess it works.
Are we listening to their comms?
I think
No,
we're
we can
listening
do
to
both.
every
Yeah,
comment
we're
at the
listening to the
same time.
comms, but we can also debate about it
Ban
as well
Exile.
at the same
Okay,
time.
that's good for us. There's Awoken, Molten Veil.
Which one do you prefer? Out of all of them.
Did they not
The one you feel the
plan
most
for this
comfortable
already?
Probably Awoken. We beat DB on it.
You know what I mean?
We beat Myztwo on it.
I spent an hour with FaZe last night just deciding what maps
And we
they
were
should
beating
play
DB on it
and
as
what maps and what champions they should ban.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And they're now deciding.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
What were they hoping for Molten Force?
Yeah, I think we should do that, right?
I think so, Gilson.
It looks like Deep Embrace will be first, CK will be second. Just waiting to see what is going to be coming up next. He's still got Awoken available as well, and it looks like that's actually going to get banned. So it means Bale will be the final map. A very small, in terms of map geometry, a very small pool.
It's this is very in favor of Team Bobber, I would say.
Yeah, I agreed. Yeah,
Because
like,
they can
no
really
spacing at all.
Exactly, they can really imprint the speed that they want, especially in the first two maps. And depending on in Endpoint, of course, they have to ban Clutch. And Team Bobber, from what I talked with them, they should be banning Nyx. But there's Nyx is not really played on any of the three available maps.
And it makes me wonder why Endpoint CX actually selected CK, because they're quite rail heavy with Team Bobber.
That's a really good ban, because when we are talking about with FaZe, they're like, oh, we got to ban something for Avec. He's really good in two champions. He's really good at Nyx and on Strog. They were going to ban Nyx because they were expecting Endpoint to pick Blood Covenant. But since they didn't, might as well ban Strog, and that kind of gets rid of Avic's two best champions. And Team Bobber can play any single champion. So they're likely going to go like Athena Anarchy or something like that on Deep Embrace. I'm curious as to what champions Endpoint are going to pick. But right now, just looking at the picks and bans, I would actually favor Team Bobber.
Oh, okay.
Do you think out of all the quarterfinal matches, this is the closest one on paper?
Yes. I mean, the closest one was Maestro versus MytzTwo, but I think on paper, this should be the closest one.
Yeah, if XR or maybe Blood Covenant slipped in there, then it may have been a slightly different story. But yeah, I do believe, I think it will go to at least map 3. I'll be surprised if it doesn't.
I will be very surprised if it's a 2-0 washout from either side.
Yeah, it's going to be, may feel quite an interesting start here. It's going to be, well, let's put it this way, we're not going to get 2 15-minute smackers, are we? For map 2 and 3, that's for sure. But it looks like it's all been final. So Deep Embrace we could be starting off with Clutch, and Strog will be banned for the entirety of this series. Then it will go to CK, and then Bale to finish things off. And Bale will be quite an interesting one to see how Kilson and Avec will try and establish any kind of control. But it does sound like the series is going to get underway very shortly. So, I'm going to let you guys crack on with the fourth match of the day, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, no, okay, I'll stay here for a bit longer. I was literally just about to get off my chair and go, right, I'll let you guys crack on, but that's seemingly the case. Might have been a little bit of an error there, but it'll go back into it very shortly.
It's probably FaZe, right? It's always him.
It's always FaZe. Yeah, just a little bit of a hiccup. We'll get underway.
FaZe is telling me he's hitting like a truck at the moment.
Is he?
Yeah, that's what he's been saying.
Oh, wow. I mean, he likes saying that, even though it doesn't make it true the more you say it.
I have to give him credit, though. He's a great nuisance to play against, and the few occasions I get to play versus him over the last couple of years, he's
a very solid team player. Like he's the kind of guy that he can pretty much play on any team. He's very good at communication. He has a good champion pool.
He's practiced very hard on Diabolical Rogue.
Yes.
Just had to slip that in there, didn't you?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh dear.
But he's just been kind of grinding one of these games of some sort over the last couple of years, it feels like. I know that his practice schedule's also been fairly complicated with Chenzo, and that they've not been able to get in as much as they wanted.
And the only reason he hasn't found he wasn't playing 2v2 this year is because he was like he was moving house and he didn't really have time to practice, so he only really started finding time the last couple of months. So this was kind of perfect for him.
Yeah, and a bit like what's happened with RMV and Dramas. I know he's had a complicated work schedule.
Yeah.
We're all getting older, you know.
I know, it's bad, isn't it?
So it's just us, yeah.
It's that approaching 40 vibe.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, FaZe, he's a young 27-year-old still, and that makes me feel even older.
Yeah, I've got to feel it from my perspective now. I see the late 20s is young.
Look at Chenzo. Chenzo is like 19, 18, 20.
18, I believe.
I think he's 18. Like he has his father here with him.
Oh, really?
Like those two.
That's cool, though.
Are younger than Kilson almost.
Yeah. Together.
Yeah.
Almost.
Right. I'm gonna let this quick slide. I'm getting out of here. You guys crack on with the first match. I'll see you boys in a bit.
All right, let's see. We're on Chenzo start with it's Slash and Ranger, good picks. And the other side, it's Nyx and Slash. Nyx on this map, I'm not a big fan because Nyx is a champion that really relies on her ability a lot. And this map, you don't really get a lot of gravitical chronometers.
Oh my god.
It still exists.
I hoped you'd forgotten about that.
No.
We can't get away from Slash on this map, surely. That's just an absolute given, right?
So Avec, since he doesn't have the Strog, he decides to go for the Nyx, which is one of his best champions. I have no idea if it's actually going to work here or not. We're going to watch his POV for a bit to see. And Avec is an absolute monster at any game mode, really. But especially in TDM, he really comes in his own outfit.
TDM is just his favorite, essentially. That's why. Oh, Chenzo.
Chenzo's dropping off the map.
Bit too much momentum on the slide just there.
You see, tribal. He doesn't like the tribal. And yeah. Wait.
What?
Oh, Clancy.
What is this?
Okay, the story here behind FaZe's, fake name is that he has been.
Oh, he's telling me this, yeah.
Yeah, he has been climbing up the ranks, especially versus Russian players online. He has been getting annoyed and annoying them with the new nickname, and everyone was trying to figure out who Clancy is.
Right.
So he's just showing up here.
Apparently they only now just know this is the big reveal.
Yeah, it is a big reveal.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Avec almost going down.
He's so low. He's so low.
Power-ups.
Okay, that's Kilson. Kilson has it. And who gets the protection? And FaZe gets the protection. And he doesn't get the heavy because I think Kilson stole it while he was trying to rocket jump up. He missed the rocket jump and Kilson got the heavy. Let's see what Kilson can do with the quad.
He's going to need to have his bodyguard in front of him to take some of the damage. Can he push forward?
Nice.
Wow, okay.
Gets both power-ups. Maybe one more kill and that will be it. Oh, that's one. Still has some seconds, actually. I thought it was going to be over much faster. Can he find someone else? No.
I think this is the first time we've seen this map where they have kept the timings for both items. Is that right?
Probably.
I don't know if we saw that on the Maestro game, but that was over too quickly. So
yeah, and I really like. FaZe is having issues with his movements today. He missed the rocket jump and now he misses the Orba, but at least he's hitting shots, so not all bad. I really like when Kilson is the one playing mobile champions, because when he's playing like more static champions, you don't really see, you kind of see the dual Kilson instead of the TDM Kilson. But when he plays mobile champions, he's a lot more mobile, obviously, and he actually participates in a lot of the fights.
He actually gets around the map a bit more quickly and involves himself.
But I think that is also very key in this matchup, to have Kilson on a very mobile champion. Can he, there he goes, gets the shot. Not
off the map.
Ah, there we go. There goes FaZe.
Off a little push there. There's a self-kill essentially. 16-12 for Endpoint.
Yeah, still no lead or like any sort of item domination for either team. Both teams are still just fighting it out. 15 seconds for the power-up. A lot of damage there. He's gonna get the light armor as well.
Surely both teams go for quad at this point, or it might be too late now. One of them's just died.
I mean, FaZe should be able to get the quad. His teammate is not stacked, and the power-up, the other power-up is taken by Avec. Oh, Avec!
Oh,
that's a great rail by Kilson. Surely Avec goes and picks it up.
Someone take it?
Kilson does. Okay, it's
wow.
Avic's.
Okay, Avic's just doing all of the damage at the moment. We're going to see him with quite a lot of time left on it, and he's going for the backstab. There's a bit of a sandwich at the moment, and Kilson even keeps his life, so he can go stack up at the same time. There's a lot of net positive at the moment for the Endpoint team. And this is, a nasty amount of damage. You have other weapons.
There we go. 10 frag lead just with that power-up. Now we're starting to finally see one team a little bit more in control.
Ooh.
The Chenzo hits like a truck. That's all I have to say. He does. Just some of the best aim.
Well, those are these young guys coming out aiming the older people.
think like the only older guy who can actually keep up with the kids, name-wise, is basically Toxic. I don't know how, but Toxic just he still hits
around?
like a truck.
Does he still float around?
Yeah.
Oh. There we go. Finally locking down on that shotgun kill. Trying to keep that frag lead extended. And Kilson can settle back on that mega health. Team's going to have to start thinking about the power-up situation soon. Ensuring not to use their abilities too early anymore. There's an exchange on the rails. There we go. Chenzo managing to get up a bit further on the board, but a further exchange there from Avec. 20 seconds until the power-up.
Behind. And Chenzo and FaZe will need to actually start getting power-ups to... Oh, they force Avec to use the ability, but I don't like that Avec actually stayed alive. He has nothing to play with for these power-ups.
He could have respawned, got something, and turned up to the fight. He's in a lot of trouble at the moment. However, they have killed Clancy. Is there going to be FaZe there as well?
Avec is still getting kills somehow. Like, I don't know. Like, this is just the Avec TDM factor. Like, he didn't die. He actually killed one of the power-up owners. And where is the protection? The protection is still up. Protection has been delayed for 15 seconds.
Okay.
So
that
this
spices it up a bit. There's going to be a clear focus now on both power-ups at this point. Clancy can't really face. He's even terrified to go and walk towards the health bubble. He's not getting much damage on this, and then it is going to be Endpoint who actually have the power-up advantage.
Yep.
Taken down regardless in the final seconds of quad.
And it's still like a whole 10 seconds now where Avec still has the protection. And yeah, Chenzo couldn't really do much with that quad, and Avec, he doesn't have to do much with the protection. Just him existing is enough to apply pressure to the enemy team, because he's the only power-up on the map. I don't think Avec has died since he used the ability earlier.
Yeah.
Which is insane, because I was even saying he should have just not used the ability there, but he made it work. Just trying to jump over the potential rockets.
Give me the heavy. You're a long way off that heavy. Does he mistime that?
I'm sure.
It's a big
There's no
mistime.
way he's there. I think it was the Mega. The Mega spawned at that time. I think Kilson might have said the time, but maybe didn't say the item.
Right.
Might have happened. So Heavy is spawning soon, and Avec knows it should be up soon now, but Chenzo coming in, hitting the shot and just leaving. Heavy is now up on its platform.
We're starting to get to that point where we really need to see that comeback emerging from Team Boba. It's okay being 10 frags behind early on in this map, but right now you're going to have to reduce the amount of mistakes that you're making quite significantly.
And let's see. 10 seconds. 10 seconds for the power-up. Kilson is well positioned for it. Doesn't even need to use the ability. He kind of should, but there it is. He's using the ability to try and secure it, and Avec is the one getting it. And Chenzo, FaZe gets it in the end. And now he still has time to go. He's going to give it away to Chenzo and see if he can make his way to the protection. He does make his way. Can he get the kill? Should have shotgun out or LG out. It's fine. They get the double power-up, and now the comeback is on. 7 kills behind.
FaZe Clancy. I can't help it. It's what I'm seeing on the screen at the moment. Sorry, FaZe. Big chance. It's already called back quite a lot. Push, push, push. That shotgun just not doing enough from the edge. Kilson is going to go down.
4 frags behind now. Just one double power-up changed everything for them. Should be another kill here on Avec.
That pummel damage just did not do enough. Look at that one good power-up run. We are within 2 all of a sudden. FaZe gets himself another kill. It is going to get exchanged.
They still have the items. He gets the heavy, and he knows the Meg is up next. How much can he do anything here?
Wow.
Oh, he still gets the kill on Kilson. Chenzo playing phenomenal.
That was awesome. Really, really awesome. Oh, he tries to get the health bubbles, but he had to push out too far. That was covered by Kilson. He's going to lose out on all the weaponry they previously had. FaZe also suddenly Avec appears from the void.
Only 3 frags ahead though. It's we're back to the start basically, where both teams are fighting for everything. I think that was Kilson getting the heavy.
Yeah, we want to be careful not to lose all that hard work you've just done.
But they just lost both major items.
Yeah.
And now they start bleeding frags. It can go to the same place where it was a minute ago.
Oh,
no! Jumps off the map.
I think
he just stumbled his
him.
moment. No. If someone hit him, you would have gotten the ring out.
But I thought maybe it was Kilson's tri-bolt or something that
I don't think it does knockback on teammates. I think it just changes suiciding as well. So 5 seconds for the quad. FaZe has a good stack, but he doesn't really
Can't really get close to it. That was a great kill on Kilson. Where is Avik?
Where's he gone?
He went up with the power up, and now Avik might even get the second kill before getting to protection. They might kill him. He's taking a lot of damage, and FaZe is gonna get it. No, Kilson is there to save the day. And he gets the heavy right after. This is very dangerous.
They invested everything for that. Still about 10 seconds, a little less on the quad. At least get away from this if you can. Somehow FaZe survived the first blast. On the other side of the map, we had Chenzo taking down Avik.
Can they get the kill on Kilson? I mean, he has protection, so not going to be easy. They're doing so much damage to him.
Oh my god. Fortunately, he had a stack to work with there, but that was a bit too close for him.
I don't know if I like that push, because even if they think he was low, he had protection. If they use that to just get position on heavy, but they don't need it. They're hitting the shots. Chenzo hits one, FaZe follows up, and it's only 4 frags behind. Team Bobbers can still get it.
3.
Mega coming up. Chenzo knows the timing. He's pushing Kilson. He gets the Mega. He gets the kill. 2 frags behind. I have no idea what's going to
I don't know how they managed to do that. They were at such a disadvantage off that power up. Kelson's been taken down. Chenzo doing amazing work at the moment. We've got 5 seconds until this heavy armor.
Oh, can he get the heavy? He does get the heavy. That's all great. He doesn't even need to get the kill. Even longer he survives and gets back some ammo for his LG.
Into position now. Nice bit of high ground to work with. He's run out of LG ammunition.
There's the Mega as well.
Brilliant
Yes,
timing.
a massive stack. He gets the LG ammo. Great rail by Kilson. Or Avik, I couldn't even tell.
Both of them are really, really low on the side of Endpoint.
I really like Chenzo just circling back from one item to the other and taking fights when he can. He's gotten the last 2 Megas and the last 2 heavies.
It's like dual mode at the moment. Is just get that rotation going. He misses a huge rail and can't get away.
Now it's all on FaZe. Can he get the kill? He can't, and it's Avik getting the quad. It's so long until the protection.
1 more kill.
I think we're gonna go to team team comps. Endpoint team comps.
Oh my god! What? Can he push that? Oh god!
He's so low.
Oh my god! He's out!
He's out of the map. But it's so close that even getting out of the map there is not the best thing possible.
All players have got really even stacks at the moment. Heavy armor was just taken, I think, by FaZe. I can hear the players yelling to our side as well.
We have still Endpoint comps.
Window and upper.
Super tense. Can you even see anything with that?
They don't want to move.
Going there.
They just take the heavy.
Got the heavy.
Real next,
wow.
Oh no! Trying to get out.
Wait.
Rocket. Too close.
Stay close. They're above there.
That was so close there in the end. You could see Avik and Kilson.
Protection because I was
I was there. I just trained and everything.
Yeah, they were wrecking me with rockets.
I know. I was right next to you.
So much at the start anyway. Like,
We
were down so much at the start anyway. We're doing so good.
Yeah.
It was really cool at the end because Kilson and Avik were pushing in from top light and from the rockets. They were sandwiching them really well, and they did get the kill in the end.
I was really
Super
surprised
dense.
they went for the push as confidently as they did.
It's just because they were pushing from 2 angles and they knew they were doing damage.
I think
you kind of need to at that point.
FaZe and Chenzo, it felt like I don't think they were expecting that aggression necessarily. It makes sense if you think about it, because they only needed 1 frag on Endpoint, so they just had to somehow share the target or the angles. And as you say, that sandwich from both sides was really, really smart.
Yeah.
But really tense end to that. Really, really tense.
And Avik, when he decided to fall off the map, it was only 3 frags for the enemy team. He knows he's going to give them a frag, but it's better to give them both power-ups.
Yeah. Well, I guess as long as he fell off and didn't give it away, so there we go.
Yeah.
But oh my god, that was intense, and I like FaZe's attitude
the right
at the
guy
end there
fast
as
as
well.
fuck.
Just
Let's
it's okay.
Keep in mind this
We were
map,
down, it
don't
was
focus
fine.
so much on heavy, focus on the Mega control and the upper armors, and then don't push out too much. And one of us needs to kind of stay in the shop room to keep them away from getting the weapons. And then we call out who we pounce on if you see somebody and the other guy is free.
You heard Kels, right?
So much fucking cars.
I love Kilson's attitude. He's always just
Let's
laughing.
do it.
Let's do it. Very, very tense game.
I play Anarchy here.
Oh, he plays Anarchy. That's interesting. I mean, Anarchy is one of the most powerful champions. And since he doesn't have the Strog, he doesn't want to go with the Nyx again, so he's just going to go with the Anarchy. From Chenzo and FaZe, I'm not sure what champions they would be playing. Huh. It's going to be CK.
I thought CK was tiebreaker.
No,
oh, no,
Bailey's tiebreaker.
No,
There we go. We go already. We are on Avik. And Avik, actually, he said he was going with the Anarchy, but he's going with the Aizen. He baited us.
He might switch to it at some point. I don't know. That might be his backup. Well, we've got a BJ on both sides. And that's the kind of meta that I know, is BJ playing on CK.
I'm genuinely surprised we don't see one single Anarchy. Especially FaZe. Like, FaZe is like the best Anarchy out of everyone on this server. But he wants to... He feels like he's always fighting that Anarchy main accusation, so he never plays Anarchy, even though he's super good on Anarchy.
I respect that.
Yeah, but he doesn't. So he never plays Anarchy, even though it's by far his best champion.
Little push from down below. That's got to put them in a nasty spot. FaZe somehow gets that rocket kill on Kilson.
And look at Avik's combat skills. He managed to isolate each player, despite only having like shotgun and machine gun, and gets both of the kills. Avik is just a different breed. There's the Mega for him. Oh yeah, even Avik's turret is more powerful than others.
This is that was the last rotation before the quad's going to be spawning.
Yeah, it's good for if he doesn't actually take fights now, because he shouldn't be wasting his time.
There's just been a switch. There's been a switch.
Oh, there's a switch.
Yeah.
Is that?
That's our FaZe. I'm pretty sure switched to Anarchy.
Is it? I hope so, because he's really good at Anarchy. And that's Chenzo on Anarchy. Okay, that's even weirder for me.
And Chinzo's suicided, so FaZe can get it.
Nice.
Good damage. He does lose out on the heavy, but I love that sharing. Sharing is caring. Lockdown Kilson, could hear him stomping around.
And I mean, FaZe is really, really good at the Ranger as well. He's one of his most powerful champions too, so it kind of works out. And I think...
really nice push.
Be another one. And I think they're going to get like a substantial lead until Endpoint decides to do something. And they already did. The Avik switched from the Aizen to the Ranger. So I'm loving the switches from both teams here. We don't usually see teams adapting this early into the game, but both teams understood this isn't working, we gotta switch.
A lot of damage there on Chenzo. Well shared by the Endpoint players. I'm kind of surprised, though, that Endpoint didn't sort of answer back then. If they're going to make a switch, why go to a medium? Why not counter it by going, okay, light on light?
Because Ranger is just great versus...
I guess you can get through the power-ups really quickly.
Yeah, and you can just... As Ranger, if you have the orb, you have a shotgun, that's no Anarchy is going to survive.
Yeah.
I guess he felt he wasn't getting enough, enough value out of the turret, even though he's already gotten the frag.
Yeah, he has. Not a bad KD.
No mega time. It's
very
not
early.
Up for another 5 seconds.
Kelson, you're a dueler. You should know this.
Oh, he's gonna give it to Avik. Find someone else. Great damage by Kelson. There's Avik now.
That should still be Chenzo, who's picked up the heavy, I think.
Yeah, oh, that's a lot of damage by FaZe. Really good rockets that he has.
Very good timing as well. It's almost
he's got
good. Okay, kill himself. He's going to have time to spawn, but he has to be fast.
Oh, that's such a bad spawn that he got. And Kilson actually gets the protection. He doesn't have anything to play with, and he's just going to give it away to Avik. So without Avik there, Kilson takes the lead role and then gives Avik the protection. Very well played by Kilson there. Nice, I like this. He's almost made it to the heavy time. Almost.
Much nicer timing. Push, push, push. He can afford to take whatever damage to keep firing these rockets. He's got almost infinite amount of health at this point. Running out of LG ammunition. Huge push from Chenzo. Still manages to take him down, and now he's got a bit to work with to push back versus Avik.
That was a really good push by Team Boba. Sadly, the frag lead is 6 frags already. Meg is the next item up. Can they get the frag? No. It's going to be Endpoint getting the Mega, but at least FaZe got the heavy. And Chenzo also survived with his life. Oh, that's a nice kill.
A lot of stack to work with at the moment.
Sadly, he doesn't have LG.
Yeah, that would be huge.
But his rockets are amazing. Oh, he does with the shotgun? Nice.
There's the health. He's got a recovery. Both the major items are up simultaneously. But I think that was just taken by Avik really quickly. Gets himself a quick double kill.
Oh, someone just stole the heavy in front of him.
Team Boba missed out on both major items then.
Oh, there's a rocket behind the corner.
How did he do that?
He just jumped in.
Was it the floor?
No, he just jumped and shot at his right side. So 6 frags in the lead still for Endpoint. And Avik, not a lot of health to play with, but he does so much damage. And Ilsen here also trying to do a lot of damage, but it's going to be Team Boba getting both of the kills and the power-up, and they might also get the heavy. No, Avik steals the heavy. Very important steal. Chenzo going to survive? Nope. Here comes the protection. The quad in 3 seconds. FaZe trying to fight them, but Avik's gonna get it. FaZe gets one of the kills, but Kilson with the rocket.
Is he pushing him still?
Chenzo should drop for him. He's so low. Can they get the kill on him?
I think he might. He's just there to pass it on to Avik if he needs to. He's still low HP, but he doesn't want to sacrifice himself completely.
Oh. The heavy's coming up, and Kilson, he can't really push for it. The risk is too great. But that's also fine. If he doesn't have HP, the most important thing is that he actually doesn't give it up. And he didn't. Good run in that sense. Good self-preservation by Kilson. Avik shooting at the right side, and FaZe getting 2 quick kills, just like that. Again, 6 frag difference. Seems to be the threshold for this game.
It does feel like Endpoint are slowly sort of eking out an advantage, but we're getting another comeback. Can they sustain this level of good play but longer than normal?
They haven't really been defending the top light, which is key on this map. If you're not getting the heavy, that's great kills by Endpoint. If you're not getting the heavy, you need to be defending the rockets, the top light, and the machine gun to defend the LG as well. And they're like kind of going more to the lower light part of the game, and they're letting the Endpoint get the top light, get the mega, get the machine gun, and you can see that's why the frag lead is now going even more in the favor of.
Yeah, they make a small recovery. 1 step forward, 2 steps back is essentially what's happening perpetually throughout this game. Mega Health to be next. This is going to be the last rotation coming up in a moment. Ahead of the protection. Chenzo getting 1. Kilson, I think, floating around the bottom there, around by the Mega Health. And he's just going to chase him down. So there's the major items taken. The heavy armor.
Can Avik get it on time? He can't, but this does enough damage so that the heavy is shaved off.
This is bad, and Chenzo I think is about to go down too. Protection's taken.
No HP.
But does he care anymore? Even that 1 additional health bubble just gives him so much.
Yeah, one health bubble is worth basically a mega.
Yeah, you can survive with that rocket practically.
Good rockets by Avik.
Just rocket jump up almost. But what exactly are Team Boba doing wrong at this point? Should they be trying to run a bit more, or can they even?
I think every time, Avik and Kilson are playing for the heavy a lot. They're going out of their way to go there. And every time they leave the mega, and every time they kill them, they are allowing them to get control of that top light, which gives them the HMG and allows them push into the LG a lot more. I think if they manage to control the top light a bit more, they would be so much better in the game right now. Because look, as soon as the guy gets there, it's so easy for him to push the LG as we saw now.
So I think FaZe at the beginning was talking about where to control and so on, and was mentioning lightning gun room as something that should be a key focus point. But they've just not been able to win that fight there.
Self-kill, but now they're behind 12. This is a much bigger scoreline difference that I thought we would get. Okay, 2 kills by Team Boba. Can they get to the heavy on time? Chenzo here. He's taking so much damage from everyone, and Kilson steals the heavy.
That timing is just not quite right there. They were standing on it expectingly, and just nothing happened.
Yeah, you can't do that versus especially experienced duelers. They will just take complete advantage. 15 seconds for the power-up now. It spawns at 34. Watching FaZe, he doesn't really have a weaponry to push in. Avik's gonna drop on it, still 3 seconds. No team seems to be exactly sure of the timing.
They're desperate for this, but I don't think they're going to get it. Kelson has not got much in the way of health and armor, but
now
changes in a second.
Now he does, and he might just finish the game in the next minute because of this. He's taking a lot of damage. It's kind of like Team Boba's last chance, basically.
And they feel like they have to. They need to get something going, and what's that doing at the end of the day is essentially making this game last a little less time. 6 frags until they hit the limit, make it 5. I think we're going to see Endpoint making it to the winner bracket quarterfinals very, very shortly.
Yeah, almost a 20 frag lead. I did not see this coming at all. Oh.
I wonder if Team Boba just got a bit disheartened from map 1 or something. Maybe felt they should have it.
Maybe, because that was their map pick. And they almost won it. It's just at the end they got sandwiched, and now it seems that they've been getting sandwiched every fight almost.
Kelson loves this map as well. This is I know duel-wise he does, but I'm curious about, does he have the same passion for it in 2v2? Because it sort of feels like it. And they're not rushing it. They could just scramble their way through it and just have some scrappy fights if they want to.
On Team Endpoint comps as we approach the final frags.
Nice, good job, man.
Finish just like that.
Yeah. So Team Endpoint goes through to the semi-finals after a 2-0 victory.
That was a 20, was it 50 to 28 or something like that? It was pretty significant lead at the end there. Not
I think it was the biggest one that we've seen so far.
I think even versus the Maestro game map 1, which I think
it was like 20.
Similarly close, maybe. And I think FaZe just wants to break down the game immediately. He's like, so tell me what happened.
He's surely just going to go back and watch the VOD.
Yeah.
For sure, because he plays now, there's going to be...
He gets a break.
Yeah,
and
then he plays.
He should be going against MytzTwo, I think, afterwards. I'm pretty certain.
I believe so, yeah.
And we should be seeing Pita versus DBE next.
Yeah, I do believe so. Lethal, what did you think of the game?
Yeah, it was pretty good until that second map, to put it bluntly. Well, of course, without the rail, which is what Chenzo and FaZe were relying on so much in Deep Embrace to give themselves a way into that matchup, they had nothing to play for. Just good items, good control, good preps for the power weapon, with the power up in the middle each and every time. It was a bit slow to start with, but then they were able to show a bit of indication of what needs to be done, and they rectified it and managed to just pull away with it. And yeah, I was wondering at the very beginning, like you were saying, Zoot, if they were a bit disheartened from that last map. FaZe seemed to be pretty on point and thought like he could probably take it on that second map, but yeah, it wasn't to be. There wasn't really any clear indicators as to what they could do and what they could show in order to actually bring that back. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate for them, but I do feel like in the lower bracket they will cause a bit of a kerfuffle with some of his team. If they're against MytzTwo though, I'm not really too sure, because it's completely different play styles entirely from the two, and I kind of feel like MytzTwo are very good at forcing how they want to play on their opponents. If they can do it against Maestro Rave, then they can probably do it to Team Boba.
They've already played in groups as well.
They have, yes, you're right.
And Team Boba beat them, but I don't know how it will go this time around.
It could be a little bit different now that it's on stage, but also at the same time, Garpy and Buxter had a bit of an opportunity to kind of like discuss what went wrong in the some of their group games.
But that was clinical, I thought, overall from Endpoint.
Yeah, it was rough as well.
It was just everything that FaZe and Chenzo were trying to throw at them wasn't working. They could not control the key positions inside. The more they tried, the worse it went. And then that led to just the power-ups never really working out well for them. Kelson was brilliant on the power-ups, I thought.
Yeah, he certainly was. Yeah, he definitely made absolute use of it. Every opportunity he was actually able to get hold of it. But the only other team we've seen dominate on CK, we've seen Maestro Rave dominate a few of the games on CK in the group stages. It'll be interesting to see if those two actually match up against each other on the exact same map and see how different styles will comprehend against each other. It will be quite an interesting one if we get to see that at some stage in this tournament. And if, of course, if CK actually gets picked, because now that I said that, CK probably won't get picked, which will be a little bit of a pain in the backside. But for what it's worth, though, I think Chenzo and FaZe did a put up a very good fight in the first map, considering the amount of power-ups they lost out on. But the second map, yeah, it was just 9-day difference.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm curious to see how Team Boba will keep playing, as we're going to see them later today again. And hopefully they can recover from this. They're going to definitely go watch the VODs and practice a bit more.
Do you watch VODs, or do you just get back in the server and scrim?
I watch VODs. I love watching VODs. I love, I watch VODs, I take notes.
Yeah.
And then I see, like, if something appears, like, 3 or more times during 10 minutes, that's the most important thing.
Do you make a Google spreadsheet for that as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it's got it barcoded in red. I need to stop doing this. Or
well, yeah.
Another spreadsheet.
Like, the most thing I have to fix is, like, stop using rockets at mid-range. And the other thing is, I don't remember, actually.
There's nothing else because you're perfect.
No, that's it. That's the biggest thing.
I think the process is like when you're actually competing or you're playing, normally you see something happen 3 or 4 times in a row, it's just stuck in your mind, that's it. You don't really need to watch a VOD to go back for that. It's just more very minor detail which can create like a complete catastrophe on the server. We've all been there, haven't we? So it's, yeah, it's a bit of a break. But we do have an interview now with the lads of Kilson and Avec to see what they thought of that quarterfinal and going into the upper bracket semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and many people I've asked backstage predicted this to be extremely close. I mean, the first map was, but the second wasn't. Why do you think it turned out that way?
We just set a game plan on CK, to be honest, and it actually played out really well. Like, we played good together, communicated well, and then it was just, one rock falling after another, and yeah, everything kept going our way.
I mean, you had a quite decent start on Deep Embrace as well, especially you with like all the power-ups, but then something changed and they actually made the comeback. Like, it was 2 frags difference at the end or something like this. How did the power-up setup for you change on Deep Embrace, or what was leading up to them getting all of them?
Well, later on you had like big gap between quad and protection. So that was like really important for us to know the timing well. I knew it's like 13 seconds like between them. Like, I'm next, so I'm squishy. It's kind of very difficult to like get like clean like quad and still go to protection and get another one with like decent HP. That's why the last power up was important. Like, I was 9 HP near the edge. I had 2 power ups and it was 49-48. So either I like try to fight with them and then lose both power ups, or I jump off. So I decided to jump off, slow down the game. But for the rest of the power ups, I don't know. I think they just like kept like the rail side more, like during the game, mid game, and that set up the tempo for the game for them like pretty well.
Okay, so I think tomorrow you'll go up against Maestro Rave. Do you feel confident for this?
Yeah, I mean, we already played them in the group stage, and it was quite a close one. Like, we lost by 2-1 in maps, so. Yeah, we can take them for sure. Just need to keep the momentum and now take it with us for tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, of course, do our best, and the better team wins.
All right, and with that momentum, back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Linus. And yeah, we have to agree with Endpoint of looking extremely strong. A great showing in that CK map. They managed to. It's very difficult to comprehend because we've seen a lot of weird matchups on Deep Embrace, haven't we? We've seen some very close ones, but some are bit way too one-sided. I know it can be very situational depending on how segregated those power-ups are, because obviously if you can contest them both and you've got time for it, then obviously it creates a bit of a pickle, so to speak. But going into this now, because they're against Maestro Rave tomorrow, and that's going to be a huge matchup, because they've already mentioned before that they actually, well, they only lost 2-1 and it was a very close series. In the best of 5, anything could happen. There's, of course, for the picks and bans, it will make it a little bit more of a fiasco.
Definitely, and
is everything best of 5 tomorrow?
Everything is best of 5 tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, so everything's best of 5,
except
and then the grand final
is
reset best of 3.
Yeah, exactly, that's it.
Why stop at best of 5s?
Yeah, let's go for best of 9.
Reset best of 7s.
Yeah, do it.
Back in the 1 map advantage best of 7 days. Yeah, we could have had that. But yeah, it is going to be an interesting way to see who's going to make it through the grand finals. I think it will probably go all the way the distance again, like we've seen. It will be interesting to see what the map picks are going to be like, because obviously with the lack of bans, it's going to be a little bit more variety on the cast to see how they're going to progress. But I think they will. A lot of teams are going to be looking back on their Deep Embrace games to see what they could have done better.
Yeah, and now that we have like the semi-finals all set up, it's going to be basically the top 4 of the online league, except for DBE. But basically what people assume the top 4 would be, because people always put Myztwo up there despite them not playing much, and Myztwo are still in the semifinals. So kind of unexpected results, but in the end, the top 4 is there.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Yeah, it looks like the top 4 we kind of predicted is going to be set in stone. It just depends on placement because it could be a complete mishap. We have absolutely no idea, but we're finding that tomorrow because we've still got 2 more matches left to go. We've still got 2 lower bracket games. The first one is going to be DBE versus Pita, which is coming up next. But before we go into our vote, just to let you know and remind you that we still have our GoFundMe milestones, and each one is going to be 500 euros per milestone. We've already reached, or maybe reached the 3rd one already, but make sure you go to GoFundMe and look and search for KeenCon 2025, and you'll find all the details there, as well as all the milestones. But until then, we'll be back in a few moments for our first lower bracket matchup of the day. And we're back at KeenCon 2024, and it was a close affair in that in the last series during the first map. The second one was a little bit of a whitewash, but I'm sure they're going to head back and figure out exactly what occurred before their next match later on against MytzTwo. But first, we do have DBE versus Pita. Joining me, Instant Zoot once again. And I think a lot of people are going to favour DBE for obvious reasons from how they've been performing over the last couple of days. But Pita did have a strong showing on one of the maps against Chicago Dogos earlier.
Yeah, against the overall LAN favorites. They played great. They almost took them down on one of the maps. And if they can bring that shape here versus DBE, I'm not sure DBE will have many answers for them. But of course, that's going to be the hard part, bringing that form into this match.
Oh, RMV was actually sort of giving some pep talks to Pita earlier in the tournament because Pita's quite nervous. It's his first LAN.
Doesn't matter.
So,
first take him down and
he
then
didn't know he
him.
was going to go into this battle of elimination at this point. This was before the writing was on the wall. So he was like some words of encouragement and, you know, just play yourself, the kind of things that you would normally say to someone who's been to a lot of LANs. If you saw a player who's never been to one before, how would you encourage them?
They're both new to LANs. They're both new to LANs.
I mean, RMV compared to Pita is a veteran. Even with
4 versus 1.
So still, which is quite nice and touching that RMV's showing that support. But now he's going to possibly wish that he didn't say any of that.
Yeah, I'd probably support if I'm knocked out, or I'm definitely not going to play against him. So these are the only 2 occasions, but. I do understand though. When it's someone's first event, you do have to give them a word of encouragement, but you don't normally go into direct detail. You just say, just play yourself, do this, do that, and then you should be fine. Don't change the way you play it from home compared to here, because that's what quite a few players have done in the past.
We've seen that in the past with, I think Venger's probably one of the most notable examples. He is one of the most sort of erratic, aggressive duel players, and in his first LAN, he had a 35-minute ZTN game versus Agent or something. Like, that's not. He was not playing himself, and I think it was almost like dissociating at that point because it was such like a high-pressure, different experience to what you're used to, right?
But that's ZTN on an Agent, it's like the perfect combination.
Usually on LAN, it's easier to play defensive, and it's a lot harder to play aggressive because there's no such the picker's advantage is a lot less, so you can't benefit from aggressing that much. And due to weapons hitting better on LAN, it's a lot easier to hit defensive plasma, defensive tribal, defensive rail, rockets, everything.
And you also question yourself because you go, oh, if this push doesn't work, then I'm going to be wrecked. I'm going to lose, or the frag advantage.
So the risk taking is a lot less.
Yeah, but I think that's where you start thinking too much about what happens afterwards, and you're no longer playing yourself there. You have to take those risks. If you would normally take those risks, and they would normally work out for you online or when you're practicing, just keep going. And it's hard. I think it's hard. It's easy to say that. It's hard to listen to that and accept it.
Yeah, it's not even about your mental state being demoralized. It's just start questioning your plays, don't you? And start changing things when you should just stick to your usual routine. Like, that's the whole point of how you naturally progress yourself.
That's what got you here.
And basically.
I think that's maybe what we saw from Pita in the first map that we saw versus MytzTwo and Rafa. His positioning was a little bit off. Maybe he was questioning himself. Maybe he looked a bit anxious. Map 2. Very different, in my opinion, playing much, much better. I don't think this is an easy one to predict if FaZe and Pita play like they did in their first series.
I mean, if they play like they did in their second map versus Chicago Dogos, they can take down RMV and Dramis very easily. But to play like that again, I'm not sure if they can actually do it. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, they certainly will have to. They're just getting ready at the moment. And the funny things you were saying about Pita, where it's his first event, and he's on the stage as well, of all things. Like, normally it's your first event, you not really too sure what placement you actually get, and it depends how far you get in the tournament. But the fact that he made it top 8 already, and now he's going to be on stage as well as being at his first event, is a lot of feelings to take in. But we know what Pita's like. He's been playing for years. It just hasn't turned up to an offline environment, which he now has. But I think after that first series on stage, it could have swung 2 different ways. Could have been really bad, really good. One of the maps actually turned out not too bad. So at least that'll give him a little bit of breathing room in himself to go, okay, maybe I should be okay in the next matchup. But this is do or die time now. The pressure is going to be on for him. This is going to be a make or break situation for you if he gets knocked out or continue on in the competition. So this next matchup is going to be for top 6, and they're going to be looking more for that. But they need to keep telling themselves, they've got to remember, they are a last-minute replacement of each other. Both their teammates couldn't turn up to the event, sadly. We know that Base was with Cypher and Pita was with Pepco, exactly. But so far, from what we've seen with minimal practice, they've been doing quite well.
They have, and I think they kind of complement each other. Like Basita is more aggressive, Base he's more of a pure IGL. He likes taking his time, making decisions. He makes very high quality decisions. He knows when to take advantage of opportunities and not. And Basita is basically a tool for him to use.
Well, you got to remember, Base is he's always known as one of the most, or if not the most, defensive duelist in the league. But it wasn't really more him be defensive, it's just more reactionary in terms of like how an outcome's going to occur depending on a certain situation. People mistake that with defensive play and reactive play with Base.
From what I remember from Base, he wasn't even reactive, he was just actually passive.
There was a little bit. I'm trying to help Base it.
There was one more passive player than him, that was CNZ.
Yeah.
CNZ would play deep embrace and finish the game at 1-0. Yeah. He would just hide that shotgun for like 10 minutes if you had to.
Or Base would sit him around mid on Molten Force to make sure you can hit absolutely everything and then be able to make the right rotation. Yeah. Well,
2v2 thankfully is a little bit more fast-paced.
Yeah.
So you're forced to be aggressive.
It was interesting, I was chatting to, again, I was saying earlier, I had this very lucky opportunity. Base grabbed me on the stairs on the way up to the players area, just zoot, and started speaking to me in English, and I was like, oh crap, you speak in English now.
Yeah, that must have been a shock to the system to you.
And I was like, this is like, it's opened up a whole new world, but he was saying that, you know, coming to events like this, the way he described it in the words he was using is like, it's in his soul is the way that he said. He's like, he wants to be around high-level players within Quake, and really was describing these types of LANs as something that just has to be a part of it. And so he's so grateful to be here and to be playing to begin with. And he's always the guy that's laughing. And we remember like his frag videos from Quake Live days, just where he's got like pouring water over his head, sweating. You know what I mean? You must know. If someone in chat has got the link to his Quake Live frag video, it's just amazing, and it just characterizes him so well as a sort of like fun-loving, playful guy in game.
You kind of see Base as one of those players where you will never see a retirement tweet coming out of him, would you? Like, he will just never retire. It's like he said before, where he will always be lingering around in the scene one way or another. Like,
mostly because he doesn't use Twitter.
Oh,
yeah, so that's the way you have to announce it, right?
Yeah. It's not official unless it's an X.
Like, I think almost every player here
Twitter.
I know, but I have to. It's my job. I'm sorry. I do prefer Twitter.
Just like almost every player that was a pro Quake Live player here has at least announced their retirement once.
Yeah.
And I mean 37 if you're talking about Garpy.
I retired from casting 4 years ago, so yeah.
Yeah, and you're back.
Caster or player.
They always come back. It doesn't matter if you're a caster or player. They always come back one way or another.
So I'm saying for some players is like, if we keep getting these lands like as a community, some of us will still be here till we're 60, you know.
Yeah,
probably.
We'll probably be here till 60, 70, or in case something else happens.
I mean, that's only 2 years away for Toxic and Kilson.
Yeah, it is quite balmy, but again, that just does not surprise me. You know, it's a 27-year-old game, and there's still people in the scene who've been around for 20 years and will still continue at a very high level. It's madness, it really is. And I think as, you know, spectators, casters, fans, viewers in chat, you know, we're very, very lucky to still be able to witness your favourite players after such a long period of time, because you see a lot of players in multiple different esports where, you know, by the time they're late 20s, early 30s, they could put, that's it, they're done. But you still got, you know, Kilson, Rafa, and you've still got many other players, Tox as well, who have, you know, in the mid to late 30s marks, who are still around playing at an incredibly high level.
Apparently, I saw something on my Discord earlier. 2nd of December is the 25th anniversary of Quake 3.
2nd of December, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That was when I fell in love in Quake.
Wait, that's the 25th? Oh, right, because it came out in 99. Yeah, that makes sense. I've never played Quake 3, actually.
You've never played Quake 3?
No,
have you actually not? I'm quite surprised by that.
I started in Quake Live.
Ah, right, okay, that makes
Still a while ago.
Yeah, 2008.
But part of your spreadsheet of data that you made was looking at players who had won the most dual international championships across the most games. Was it Rafa that you said had the most?
22.
But no, across how many of the Quakes?
He had won a major in 3 different Quakes. Quake 3.
Quake
he won
Live.
The last one of Quake 3, and he won in Quake Live, and he won in Quake Champions.
Was there anyone else who won as many?
Yes. Avek won in 3 different games as well. Avek won in Quake 3, Quake 4, and Quake Live. And Cooler won in Quake 4, Quake Champions, and Quake 3.
So there's 3 players who have won in 3 different Quakes.
But
and this is just dual, though.
If you would count IEM Europe in Quake Live, which Cooler won, then Cooler would have been the only one winning 4. I didn't
Right.
count it because it was Europe only.
I see.
So are we
but
just
you
going to
could
assume
count it.
Cooler's won that then, even though the
Well,
IM...
Base was talking to me about Cooler as well, and I think Cooler is slightly trepidatious to coming back in because, firstly, he would have to get that grind mentality back on.
Yeah.
And I was starting to debate that. Somehow Cooler's always able to play 16 hours a day to play,
Yeah.
and he's like, yeah, he's insane.
But he's like someone that every time he stops and comes back, he's at such a low level, and then when he starts grinding, he eventually starts getting it back.
But apparently he hates losing so badly because he gets trolled online.
Of course.
Mm.
I mean, when you have his name and his legacy, yeah.
Doesn't ruin his legacy. Yeah, I can understand that because you kind of feel like, you know, you've had some decent placements towards the end and you just want to leave it put. But if you come back, if you have a bad placement and retire again, they're going to, you're only as good as your last placement, aren't you? So
Right.
that's kind of like how they see it. And it's like all the stuff you've done in the past. It's like just many moons
Exactly.
ago, and they just care less about it. But yeah, and just to let everyone know that we've actually reached our next milestone already on our GoFundMe. So we've already managed to hit that, and the Vaxi Mouse is going to be the next one to go for, and then followed by the 40 Gods jersey. But not only that, we've still got plenty more, as you can see, with keyboards, additional jerseys, and that big final milestone, which is KeenCon happening next year. So make sure you guys get involved on the GoFundMe page and search for KeenCon 2025 to find out all the details there and how you can donate. But apart from all that, and talking about the history of the last 27 years, making me feel like I'm 50, we do have our players ready to come out onto the stage. And who better than coming out onto the stage is going to be none other than DBE and Basita. So I'm going to start with you, Ince. You know, we spoke about it a little bit before. I think we've gone through the entire history so far in about a space of 5
We'll
minutes.
do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, we probably will bring up a good few more times, actually. To be fair, I do like talking about
We're not
the
done
history
yet.
a little bit. No, not at all. We've got plenty more.
I can
we've
print
got
out the spreadsheet tomorrow.
You could, but do we want a 24-hour podcast?
I did a 2-hour
Let us know.
one
Do a
with
straw
Avek,
poll.
so
We'll find out. Find out indeed. But let's go back to the matchup anyway. So we've got the likes of Dramis and RMV versus Base and Pasita. Base and Pasita to put on a strong performance against Chicago Dogos earlier on, not Chicago Cargos, as I mentioned earlier. I probably will bring it up again, I'm sure.
That's a better
But
name.
yeah, do you know what? I prefer it because it's on the tip of my tongue after saying that earlier.
Almost every name is better than Chicago Dogos. Almost every name you can come up
I don't even know what it means.
Not Team Boba, though.
Team Boba is a better name as well.
No.
It's still better.
No.
There's quite a few fruity names lurking around today. Isn't there? Very fruity. to say the least. But in terms of, I think, of course, we can say that DBE are going to be quite the favourites coming into this matchup. But what do Base and Pasita need to do in order to try and tackle that?
I'm not really sure because I haven't seen a lot of Base, and no one has seen a lot of Base and Pasita playing together.
Either, no.
So it's going to be. I don't think even DBE know exactly what to expect from them. We saw them against Raf and Maxter, and they, from one map to the other, they seem like a completely different team. It's up in the air.
It feels like they have to deal with RMV, honestly. Like they have to isolate him almost. Is it to the point, because RMV was so amazing with the slash, is that what you would consider banning at this point? Or do they have something else that you've got to consider?
If you're versus Dramis and RMV, their best champions is Strog and Slash.
Right.
Especially for Dramis. Dramis plays Strog and Slash almost exclusively, and then he has the kill or the Ranger. And RMV kind of plays everything, but if you play versus them, if you get rid of the Strog and the Slash, you already get rid of Dramis' best champions.
Yeah.
So that's already a big step. And if you get rid of any of them, it means Dramis has to play Deck Crouch Slider and RMV has to play something else. But do you want to go versus RMV's Clutch as well? Pasita can play Clutch really well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they leave Clutch open and then go into Clutch Anarchy versus Clutch Anarchy or something like that.
I think you made a very good point, Nois, about isolating RMV. That's going to be the main factor between it's going to make or break some of these maps in particular. As long as they put enough pressure on RMV to kind of keep him at bay. But then again, it's like I mentioned before, he will just take every single fight no matter what stack he has. And there's sometimes where he's on 50 HP, but the way he's standing there and at least trying to debate, if to take this 1v1 or not, he's acting as though he's on a 150 stack. Yep. He doesn't really show any kind of signs of weakness not in terms of his playstyle, but just weakness in terms of his stack. So, of course, they can collectively say how weak he is in terms of damage, but it's just crazy how aggressive he is. He doesn't really have a, it doesn't really have a stop button.
Yeah,
So the question is going to be, how are they going to strategically be able to keep him on par and to stop him being so proactive on the map?
And it's even worse for Dramis, because Dramis does the same thing, but he has rail out every time.
Yeah,
which is
true.
even more annoying to spectate.
Was it both RMV and Dramis that were just railing? They'd always switch to rail.
It was Pita and Dramis.
Excuse me?
It was Pita.
Yeah, and
when
Dramis, both of them.
And Dramis.
Okay. Because, sorry, I thought you were talking about that old Spasiba name.
Yeah. Oh, we have the picks and bans underway.
Bands coming up, and it looks like
Deep
already we've got Woken, I believe, is the first map, and we have CK coming up as the second. I know, when you see green, it's so easy just to say Deep Embrace, because we've had it so much today. And they've already banned Blood Covenant and also banned Bale, and we can actually hear their team comms to find out exactly what they're going to decide to ban on next.
Have we seen Awoken yet today?
It's been selected as map 3 a couple of times, but not played.
We've not gotten there, so it's Awoken, Corrupted Keep, and then last map it's either going to be Molten or Deep Embrace. Deep Embrace would be very good for DBE, and Molten would be very good for Base and Pacita, I think. They should ban Deep Embrace, I think.
I'm surprised Deep Embrace has stayed in the pulse for such a long time, but maybe they're just doing it just to see exactly what they're going to ban first. And it looks like Molten Falls will be the final map, and now they're going to decide on exactly which champions that they're going to ban out for this entire series. Yeah, it would make sense that
Strog, shortly, because Slash, you can't play Slash on Awoken or Corrupted, so they should ban Strog, if anything. And they ban Clutch, so they're scared of the Clutch on like the first map, because you can't play Clutch on Corrupted, nor on Molten Falls.
Are DBE known for much Clutch? Do they do?
RMV is an amazing Clutch.
Okay.
But it's only one map, and DBE ban Anarchy. Oh, I think they just banned like a really good combo for Pacita. Now I'm not so confident in whether Pacita can take it to a third map.
Yeah, it could be a little bit different this time around. We'll have to see. But
we're going to surely... We haven't had any Doom played yet. Awoken is where I associate Doom massively with it.
We've seen a Doom only once in a group stage, but that's literally it. Really? I've not seen it used, yeah.
So what I would expect is Galenas, because you're always hiding totems around Awoken. Again, I'm talking about dual metas over here.
It's going to be Strog Athena, most likely.
Strog, definitely. And Athena, okay.
Yeah, Athena is very good for Awoken. RMV plays her really well. And so does, I think Baze is the one who plays Athena on the Pacita team. Will be interesting. But I think pool-wise, DBE definitely have the much bigger champion advantage.
Yeah, it seems to be more stacked in the favor of DBE's advantage so far. And yeah, you're talking about Doom, we've only seen it once, that's on CK, and it was not utilised at all in the slightest. It's a little bit pointless. But
has he fallen out of the meta or something? Or
other champions are just better.
Right.
Because even if you didn't have Strog or Athena, you'd still go Ranger over Doom. And maybe even Nyx.
In Duel, you'd always go for Doom though, just because he can make those gaps so much more easily.
So can Nyx.
But and Ranger can't necessarily.
Sure, but if you go, like Doom usually goes versus Nyx, right? And Nyx is just more powerful because of variability.
And you've got to remember there's more additional champion bans as well, so it would leave Doom open.
I'm just preempting a possible Doom.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not being picked.
Have fun, guys.
Well, we're going to go to the next series. Thank you, Inz. We'll catch you in a little bit, me old mucker. And Zoot, you're with me now to cast this first lower bracket series. And this is the second to last series of the day here. We're going to be kicking things off with RMV. They're going to have the Ranger and the Strog versus the Strog and the Athena, which is going to be an interesting choice.
You're standing up, so it's making me stand up too. Thank you.
Sorry, mate. Do you know what? It's because I'm a bit short, so I can't actually see the screen that well. But for you, you're perfectly fine. You can see it sitting.
Get the blood moving here. We've got our first fight over here at the power-up. My God, RMV's been doing so much damage. Dramis is going to be able to finish base off, and that is a quick 2-0 with the next round of major items spawning immediately.
And they barely took any damage either, as well as picking up that heavy, and there's time to back away. Every player's used their ult.
There's the rail again, always out. And I think Dramis went into fight. He's being tackled a little bit by Pacita, who's done some good damage, managing to get Pacita on the board.
Yeah, I like this play as well. Pacita just making sure to do as much work as possible with that rail, with the little stack he has, but in the end he does manage to steal that heavy. I say steal, he was prepared for it, but wasn't actually in the end able to masking out fully, but in the end, though, Dramus has taken himself out, and it's now 5-2 in favor of DBE.
Once they get the rail out, I mean, stop using it.
Yeah, exactly.
In close range combat, surely anything else would work at that point. Another little double kill we've got here by DBE. And again, this is the pick from Dragonborn Esports. And Dramus is going to get it to start with. He has got the better mobility between the two champions on DBE's side. Does take a face rocket just then, but still has plenty to work with.
Yeah, he doesn't have the LG, sadly, or the heavy machine gun, but at least he's got just a standard machine gun, well, obviously, to go around and be able to do a little bit of damage, but let's see how this goes. But not a huge amount of done with the quad.
It's good
but
positioning,
I will say,
really
yeah,
good positioning from
Pita. Yeah, I was going to say, Pita defensively was able to avoid that quad damage really well.
Amazing work. We're stemming the bleeding quite significantly. They do get rid of their heavy. There's been a small exchange there. RMV going to snap across to see if he can get onto the mega health, but will go down. So we've had a couple more kills on the board recently for Pita. Had a bit of help from down below. Dramus going to go down as well. And can heal up a little bit again. Close range rails, as you always expect.
I'm not expecting anything less now from what we've witnessed from him, but he's hoping to get another 90 before he was cleaned up. But yeah, this is looking pretty bleak here for Pita. We need to try and at least establish some kind of element of control, as we do have the heavy not for a while after it's just picked up, but the Mega is going to be out, and Pita base will be ready to at least contest and pick that up. So they're going to be getting away again. Protection's up in 40 seconds, and the Heavy will be ready quite soon.
One more rail? No. Not going to happen. Base nowhere to be seen over there. Pita is under a lot of fire. We have got one more round of major items before we get over to the power-ups. Dramus trying to hold fire here. Both the DBE players fairly low at this point. The thing is, Pita are even lower.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. Lovely LG coming up on Dramus. Good rail straight off. He's good trying to hit the other one, but he does not, as Pita does absolute work with the LG, and base just puts him down there with the machine gun on RMV. So they were going from trying to keep the matchup competitive to now actually being able to solidify a little bit more control here. This is much better coming out from both Pita and base.
Yeah, and this could be a good power-up run if we can get some damage on him. Oh, we put him up the bounce pad. Still not got a bad amount of HP when you put the protection in. He didn't manage to get the LG, but RMV just walks into a rocket. Has he got a chance to chase with the last dying seconds? He needs to get himself in a good position around a major item, really. Oh, beautiful base. There we go, finally switching to the rocket, doing what Pita can't in close range.
Yeah, that's...
Look at the score gap now. It's just gone to nothing. That was a brilliant power-up run. One between them, and they have got position on the major items at the moment, at least the heavy. Base.
Yeah. DBE were actually up 16-9 at one stage. They've had no unanswered frags over the last 6. Yeah,
I thought it was like 16-5 or something, wasn't it? I'm probably wrong, but it felt that way at least.
It felt that way considering how they were performing, with how defensive they were, just trying to keep themselves away from a lot of the control which DBE had. But RMV does clean up with the heavy machine gun, and now it's only one between them. Make that 2, and Dramus and RMV.
Look at the stack here from Dramus. Loads and loads to work with. Push here onto the mega health. Great timing. Dramus is fully loaded at this point. RMV is getting the points on the board, but Dramus has got the stack.
Yeah, the coordination seems to be a lot better now in comparison. You can see Dramus is purposely distracting at that choke point so RMV could flank behind him. And that's twice they've done that. RMV did it earlier top mid as he was contesting the mega for Dramus to give him room to get behind. And they just did the exact same thing with Dramus distracting at that choke point. Now RMV flanking from behind. Being absolute nuisance. And we've got the quad in 10 seconds.
Dramus has had the stack for absolutely ages at this point. He's finally taking some damage. He is critically wounded at this point, but RMV looking really good. There's the quad. Oh, right behind him, loads of damage from base. RMV does get the double kill still, but he's lost a lot of stack from that. The frag lead has re-extended now, 2 double digits, 26-16. And that heavy's going to help him give just a little more confidence pushing through the corners.
Yeah, Woken does that.
Beautiful.
It could be a complete swing fest, as we saw Pita coming back and tying things up to now. Oh my goodness, the tri-bolt coming up from RMV, and he's going to get a little bit more out of it. That's going to be a double come out from RMV, and Dramus supporting and distracting there whilst laying down some of the damage coming forward. But RMV is, I've noticed that he's still been quite aggressive and just taken on every single engagement, but at the same time, he's been a little bit more defensive to actually make sure he's actually got a get out of jail free card rather than just standing purely in the middle of the map and just taking every fight and somehow winning him on the odd occasion.
There's a couple of kills there from Pita at last. It's been a while. They were so out of control for a while. There's still a minute to the next power-up, so you've got a couple of rotations on major items that you're going to have to deal with. I've found that they've often been getting stuck up here around the power-up area. Not bad rockets, but still going down regardless. Again, the damage is happening, but it is DBE that are getting the points on the board.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse, really, being pinned around rail, being pinned around LG, and having to decide which motive you want to take in terms of your rotations. It's Dramus now. Both players are just holding it around that power-up area, as protection will be up in 30 seconds. Heavy will be up before that, but Dramus, see you later. He's going to be sync-carried, and you can see Base is going to be cleaning up RMV straight afterwards.
So it's got to be a heavy focus, then to a power-up setup is what we're looking for. Mega health to get there before the power-up is going to be really, really tight. It looks like, I think Pita stole that. I might have missed that one. RMV is a little bit early. We should be expecting Pita's come in, looking for some rocket damage. He's not done too bad. Is there going to be another chance for a push? Protection has been taken by RMV. And looks like Base, I don't think he could properly get on there. One silver lining is that RMV isn't massively stacked, so if he runs into both of them at once, it could be bad. See, he can't push. Base goes down, Dramus goes down right in front of him, and he decides, right, I'll take the risk a bit later.
I kind of feel like RMV having the protection is like anyone's worst nightmare to fight, because he just doesn't know when to back down, and it's like obviously very beneficial for him with protection, as he gets a lovely rail onto Pita and finishes Base off with the heavy machine gun. And look at now, 37 to 23. It's been the RMV show for the last minute, just doing absolute work, and just the entire map has just pretty much been his playground. A couple of missed rails there, but do you know what? The damage has already been done. Dramus also gets a frag to his name. Now a 15 frag deficit.
Look, look, look. Is this Base above him?
Oh my god, he is. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
There's one way to make for the job. One way to get the Mega as well.
But how often is that going to work? You've already given away the fact that you're going to hide up there, which you very rarely see happen, by the way. I don't know how often it's happened in the league this season, but that is unusual to see in Quake Champions. And look at that, you're talking about the RMV show. He just comes in and gets a quick double.
Yeah,
as if it's nothing.
It's not something you, even now, even though you've just come back, it's still very unusual. It's still something you never see normally. But the Mega is going to be up.
It's honestly the type of thing that would happen when you're not really sure what else to do as well. Like, that's the point of desperation that it gets to. There's almost a 15 frag differential. RMV is under a lot of pressure. Pita falls down. They have momentum coming over here.
Even if he does get cleaned up, though, he does have time to come up on a respawn and go for that quad once again. But he's looking for one more. I don't know how RMV's been able to stay alive.
Yeah, how?
He's left the heavy on purpose so that Dramus can go pick it up and actually push with the stack. Quad's going to be up in 2 seconds. It needs to go for it now, but Base, with all those rails, has still managed to clean him up and take him down. And look at this, though, 42 to 28. The problem is it's such a huge deficit now. I don't feel like there's going to be much way for him to be able to do this, but it can at least try and close the gap.
This is the last chance, really. This is absolute last chance for Pita. Protecting that light. Is he going to push through? He can't! Needed to look for some early rocket damage, but couldn't make it. And Pita has nothing to work with at this point. We are just about to hit that 10-minute mark, and only 7 are needed for DBE.
Yeah, this is crazy. Another minute and a half to protection. I don't know if it's going to go to a minute and a half, considering how that strategic aggression has been a thorn on the side of Pita here, as the Pika does come up and gets cleaned up with the rail from RMV. Base now just trying to hold that rail position to keep him at bay at that choke point. The problem is they can't even get out of it. The Heavy's going to be up in 5 seconds. Just been railed once again, but Base has retaliated and Pita taking down Dramus.
It's just too late now, really, to make an impact. RMV, a little bit in no man's land over here, does manage to get out. Base, these vertical rails.
I'm gonna go full scorched earth on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and kill Athena here. I stole 17 Mega.
We got some
comms.
comms.
Still hear some comms now. We're going to hear a little bit of comms from DBE to hear what they're going through in this last part of the map.
Rail. I'm the best in the world. Yes, you are. One more on Mega Heavy. 2. Probably thumbnail's weak. I'm dropping on this. He's railed. One more. He dropped. I railed him. Mega's up for you. Mega's up.
Last kill.
Get to power. I spawned here. Railed the
He's here, he's here.
Lovely stuff. Very, very calm comms when that listening, just to see exactly how they are in their comms is not how they're expressing in game. That's for sure.
Ranger was the play, for sure.
Face is having a giggle.
Yeah, he has to laugh it off, I suppose, doesn't he? But DBE will be winning that map just now. Of course, this is a best of 3, and it will be a best of 3 until the end of the day, and we'll be having best of 5 tomorrow. So we need to try and create that reverse sweep, see if they can keep themselves in this competition or bail out in the top 8. Of course, this is for a place in the top 6. And yeah, it was phenomenal day how both Dramis and RMV were performing. But it's not just their coordination, but how quickly they execute it. How many times, like it was literally back to back when RMV was top mid, causing a massive distraction with Dramis making a rotation behind. And then they did the exact same thing with Dramis at that choke point, managing to cause a huge distraction and actually not really taking much damage for it. And RMV was able to help out massively and get a clean double. But it was the RMV show for those last few minutes. No doubt about it. Just taking on every engagement, great aim skill across the board. But it's their strategic, methodical approach they have with their coordination to follow suit. It's ridiculous.
Sorry, I'm listening to you with the voices of the team at the same time. Is it possible to move away from those sounds as well? Yeah, so, are you surprised about the scoreline there? Or do you think this is kind of where you expect it to be?
I think it would have been a little bit different if it was on a bigger map. So if it was on Blood Covenant, Multiple, something like that. I think a team like Basita, they need space, and they were given none of that at all. They were either pinned on rail, and they couldn't get any other weapons in order to kind of create some kind of fortitude with their weaponry and actually progress further and push. Or, you know, with a bit more space, at least they can recollect, think about what they want to do. And I think you've got to remember that they play entirely different to how DBE play. They're not like the very fast, aggressive, coordinated approach they have. They have a more methodical approach, and with Awoken, it's very difficult to kind of execute that.
This is why I'm a bit worried about Corrupted Keep. That, yes, you move away from the rail, I guess, which is probably a good thing for Pita because he doesn't put it away.
Yeah.
But it's still fairly fast. It's still very quick flowing, and you need to be rotating super constantly. I guess they did well on Deep Embrace, so maybe they're feeling that they can still work like that, but I always see them as players that thrive better on those larger maps.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, especially base, he definitely performs much better. Back in the duel days, he certainly did. And we're going to be starting things off from Pasita's perspective, getting a little bit of damage with the Pika, but it's going to be flanked from behind from both players. As Dramas kept his Pika out, and basically I have to deal with the crutches of Dramas' Pika still, but finally put to rest as now Base actually gets a lot of LGs going towards the Mega. That was huge, and Pasita managed to get the double, cleaning up both kills with the heavy machine gun.
Beautiful work from Pasita. Managed to get the Mega health, and that is going to be him pushing forward. Got that extra little life flask.
Yeah, he saw the bait and switch coming. I think Base pushed a little bit too far ahead towards the heavy machine gun, but I think every kill is going to matter here, especially on C carrying.
That was a great read from Pasita. He knew he was going to get double team just then if he stayed on the lightning gun, so controlled it at a really, really good time. Mega health's going to be up in less than 10 seconds. Heavy armor is definitely something to think about. And this is going to be the last rotation before the power-up spawns.
This is going to be very, very important. Pasita just making sure to stay alive, but Drums has already cleaned up Base around the Mega area. Pasita now just trying to get, I like this as well, he's trying to get as much heavy machine gun damage as possible so that when their stacks are weak enough for their opponents, they're going to have plenty of room and plenty of ways to be able to contest that quad.
Really enjoying the movement we're getting from Pasita at the moment. He's switching into his aggression at exactly the right time. We've got Base who's going to be getting himself onto the quad damage. Pasita's going to have to be super, super careful. Just stay back a little bit and up to Base. Don't fall into any traps at the moment. Can they get a bit of a frag extension here? This really drive their confidence going through into the rest of Corrupted Keep. He's got to know there's probably hiding up there. Takes one shotgun blast, but he can afford to take that. And he's there to support Pasita, so losing no kills just then, really, really valuable. We are about to lose quad. He's just a bit too late. He ran out the quad damage, but had enough DPS to deliver.
It's hard to explain it. It's that they are in the most common unorthodox spots, the common spots you'd expect them to hide, especially in that kind of situation. But where else could they have gone? They had the entire map covered and they were completely split. So it's just a matter of Pita feeding info to base and base to pressure on forward. But Pita getting a lot of damage done before he was cleaned up. And already now, Pita now up 11-8, make that 9 as Dramus was able to claw back an extra frag to the name.
I think Pita called that Dramus was a lot lower than he actually was. Dramus somehow survived with so much health, had the 225s, picking up the vials from the bodies as well, managing to survive through that dual wield.
Yeah, didn't really take that into consideration, but again, a lot of Pika damage coming out.
Heavy armor, base trying to get there, can't make it. Huge denial there from DBE. That is going to be leveling the scores out.
As if he managed to steal that as well, considering his opponent was actually pretty much around the heavy at the time. And now DBE clawing that comeback. It was 12-8 at one stage, now 12-11. RMV's so weak here, but this is what I mean. He's still in a position to try and contest that Mega and be able to help Drums as much as possible. But this is what I mean about how you should bait, not just bait and switching, but attracting the distraction towards you, so that way from your teammate, at least that way, he's so weak, it wouldn't actually worry about too much in terms of where he's going to be, and they can at least distribute further damage by double backing and coming back in. But the quad is, oh sorry, the protection came up, and now that has already been taken for the side of Pita.
Very nice work from base. He's managed to get himself up to the mega health as well. It's a while, base trying to rotate every single light armor at the same time. Pita is going to take away the 25, so that's not too big of a deal. Loses out on the heavy armor, but look at the damage that's being done. He's taken even more himself. So the last few seconds are going to go over to RMV, and he's going to telefrag base on the way through, and that should be Pita going down as well. Great damage from RMV. 16-16. We have got a close one here on Corrupted Keep.
They certainly do, and DBE taking a lead now. They're going to apply further aggression. Great rockets coming out from Drummers. That was ridiculous, and it's going to try and stop him from contesting heavy, and he manages to pick it up as well.
I told Dramus that he got carried in the last match by RMB, and it's like he's deciding to do something about that.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially in this CK game, and then you can see the items as well, quite heavily segregated between the two. Mega coming in the next 5 seconds. Drummers just did so much damage, and it's RMV with that support role. And saying that, RMV just got nice cheeky double of his own and just trying to catch him on the red room, and they have done lovely stuff from Dramus. Heavy coming up in 2 seconds as then a fly on in. Pita does take him down, but Heavy does get picked up.
Yeah, Pita manages to get himself onto the heavy armor. They lost a lot of kills just really going onto the LG over and over again and trying to continue that pressure, but RMB with a double, securing that lightning gun room's not really done much for them at the moment.
No, not really at all, but RMB's aim skill right now is just,
this is a bit like
a joke.
This is what happened with Team Boba versus Endpoint. It was scrimmaging around the lightning gun room, not being able to get that control, and eventually you just see it go from a close game to a not so close game, ultimately.
Seems to be turning out that way. The quad's come up in a couple of seconds. RMV's got a height advantage, and he's going to make full use of that, and Dramus with the distraction tactics. Where are they? And you can see they're doing everything they can. It's their last hurrah, really, to try and keep themselves in it, but it looks like they're trying to take out the quad that they have done, but Dramus is already there with the Mega as well, and just continue on the flurry of aggression and the nightmare coming out for the side of Pita now. 34-22. This could be a clean sweep here, so.
It could be. Base and Pita are really getting themselves firmly onto the map. I just wonder if they can continue the rest of this without putting as much pressure on the LG. You technically have time, I think, to slow the game down a lot more, but you're looking at a 15 frag differential at this point. This is a large gap to fill.
It certainly is. Even with the protection, it's not going to make a huge difference. They're probably going to need at least 2, maybe 3 power-ups to even give himself a kind of chance.
I think
but on CK, it can't happen.
That's what I think you do, though. Again, slow playing this is easier said than done.
Yep.
But if they can keep the frags low from both teams and just get themselves those power-ups and play for them, I think that's the main way that you get in. The other one is obviously you continue investing your frags and trying to get that control, but that hasn't been working for them.
No, it certainly hasn't. And with a map like CK, it's very difficult. Yeah, they're doing their best to. But it's like you said before, it's easier said than done, and it's going to be a very difficult task for them to stay in this matchup. 16 frag deficit now And you can see Dramus just standing guard, trying to find out some info to relay to RMV about the whereabouts of Pita, but finds him near the Mega, left on 77 HP, and it's going from bad to worse here.
Yep.
Now that's a 17 frag deficit. Good rocket.
They are at risk at peaking versus the Chicago Dogos on Deep Embrace. They are not able to replicate what they've previously done, and it is only 6, make it 5 kills until they're going to be out of the tournament. Alexa, play Despacito.
Yeah, that's done. This is pretty much game at this stage. With protection as well, there's absolutely nothing they can do. They just, I don't know what happened, but they just flicked the switch 3 minutes ago, and I feel like not only was their coordination extremely good anyway in this series, but they sped it up massively. Not only were they not able to get the items, but the weapon denial was just ridiculous across the board. There was absolutely nothing they could have done. 1 frag left, they still got protection, not much left of it, mind you, but like I said before, the damage has been done. That's going to be at 50 to 27, probably the largest scoreline we've had so far today.
One more than we had with Team Boba versus Endpoint on Corrupted Peep at least. And yeah, we welcome Ints back here. Do you think that was a bit like what we saw in the last series?
Yeah, I mean, I think as soon as DBE realized, oh, they are not as good if we speed up the game. That was the key for them, because they can play as fast as they want, but Base and Pita kind of struggle with that a bit, and as soon as they started speeding up the game, it just snowballed massively.
And I thought that Dramus actually really picked up from how he played in the upper bracket as well. I thought he was great in this series. Both him and RMV are firing up on all cylinders. Bless you, Ints.
Thank you, actually, mate.
Yeah, I mean, secure themselves what looked like quite an easy series, so I'm not writing them off as like cannon fodder in the next round by any means. They can do damage depending on who they go against.
Yeah, it's hard to say if they're a dark horse or just a wild card, and I think they are going to be a dark horse in this matchup. I think it's just a matter of which is the best team to be able to control their aggression and stop them from playing the style that they want to play, which even the likes of Chicago Dogos were struggling. That says it all. That shows how difficult it is to stop and maintain that kind of established control of the map. Because they don't care. They'll just go in willy-nilly and not really give a what's it to in terms of exactly what's going to go ahead and what's in front of them. Like you've seen, they'll just take every engagement, but their aim skill's so good, it will just complement that further. It's absolute madness. But commiserations to Base and Pita. They did make it out of the groups, but they will place top 8. But you see DBE, they're now currently in the top 6, and they'll be waiting their next opponents later on, depending on how the upper bracket semi-finals go tomorrow. But at least they can now put their feet up, have a brew, and just chill and watch the rest of the games. I say rest of the games, but the next series.
I'm slightly sad that we don't get a Base interview at some point this weekend.
True.
You know? Not that I mind that we have DBE, but
we'll
I
definitely
love a bit of camp
we
time
have
on Base.
people, doing behind-the-scenes stuff as well, so I'm sure there will be a video of Base with fluent English online soon.
No, his English isn't. I'm not being just polite by saying his English is good. It really is, like, his vocabulary is.
I was just about to say that, yeah. It's like
impressive.
he's gone from not knowing any English to knowing half the thesaurus.
I was laughing at him because he was saying he started picking up English when he was playing with Zeniku and so on. I was like, oh, so was playing with Wenger hopeless in that case?
Yes.
Because that was his first 2v2 partner playing in, was it DreamHack Tours that they played together?
No, that was me.
That was you?
That was me. Sadly, that was me. Very sadly, that was me. Yeah, they played with him at QuakeCon.
Okay, yes.
Under C58,
of course
I believe.
It was, yeah. And yeah, Wenger didn't teach him enough English at that time. But Base learned how to time then, so I guess there's
I remember that.
English.
Yeah. Oh,
by
good
the
English
way,
teacher.
Team Boba is apparently Team Beaver.
What?
Because there's the Polish meme, which is just one guy looking at the beaver crossing the road. That's it.
Right, on that note, we're going to leave that there. We're going to go straight with an interview with DBE, and Linus has them on board to see what they thought of that last series.
Yep, joining me are RMV and Dramus. Congratulations, first of all. Great game. You were dominant on CK especially. Dramus, just one question. Who you think is more clutch, RMV or the robot?
RMV, all day long. He's an amazing player, so.
Yeah, and he can also be clutch as well, right? Yeah. On top of that. I mean, it seemed like their game plan was denying you the railgun by picking CK, but that didn't seem to work. Like, how do you feel like CK evolved as a map?
I mean, everyone always seems to think like
the team name's Railed or like Stramus. They can't play CK, but we can play CK just as well as the rest of the maps. We just don't pick it because we like Rails.
Perfect. I mean, understandably, but tell me, Dramis, you was cross-saying all over it. You had struck on both maps, and is that the same way how you got to the venue today?
Yes, it is. I actually slid my way right into the door. So yeah, that is exactly how I play.
Okay, last question for you, Reese. What are you going to think? Who's going to win the next game of MytzTwo against Boba?
I think Boba. They're a really strong team. The aim is insane. I think if Chenzo just speaks a little bit more, they'll be a really strong team.
Okay, perfect. And then with that prediction, I'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Linus. And yeah, they assume that they're going to take that, but you still got to really keep in mind about Myztwo and their play style and how they force it. They can force it in Maestro Rave. There's no reason why they can't force it in them as well, but depends if how Chenzo and Pita come out the woodwork.
Yeah, definitely. It's not surprising that DBE would predict Team Boba to win because Team Boba beat them.
Yeah.
So they should be cheering for the end and for the other team, if anything, to take revenge.
I got messaged by Nigel, who's the Maestro manager, by the way, as soon as we started talking about the Quake World Championships, and he corrected me on the team that played the sacrifice.
So what was the team?
Hypno played with Vu.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I am so sad. I had dinner with him. I had dinner with him like 2 weeks ago.
Cheers, Nigel.
Oh, I forgot my best friend, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he put it up quite well.
And then he disappeared soon after.
I am so sad.
Well, while we leave Inns to be sad and think about all the important information he's actually missed, we are going to come to a very short break. But also, just to let you know, we've reached that milestone. We're going to try and reach more milestones over the course of the weekend. If you want to find out more, just go to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025 to make that contribution and the donation. And we've still got many more milestones to go, and we still got that 20,000 euros to reach. That is the pinnacle if you want to see Barcelona KeenCon 2025 next year. But for that, though, we're going to have our last series of the day very soon, as we're going to head to a short break, so we'll catch you very shortly. The KeenCon 2024, it's our last series of the day, and it's going to be nothing short of spectacular, I believe. It's going to be Chenzo and FaZe versus the likes of Garpy and Buckster. It's going to be a very interesting one in itself. Joining me is Instant Zoo as usual, and it's going to be a nice way to finish things off, because I'm not too sure how this is going to go depending on the styles of play, because it's the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I was asking people upstairs what they thought of this game, and it was basically a 50-50. Like, because Garpy and Buckster were showing up hard versus Team Maestro, and before that, I assumed the favoritism would be on Team Boba's side, but now it's very balanced. No idea how it's gonna go.
Do you think there's a bit of it, because based on what we're hearing, it to me feels like Team Boba underperformed versus Endpoint and MytzTwo overperformed versus Maestro Rave. Does it feel that way a bit, or
I would assume
is it too hard to distinguish?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay.
Especially because they did play each other in group stage, and I believe Team Boba beat MytzTwo.
Right. So you'd have to make them the favorite in that case based on that.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that, yeah, because it's like I said before, how they forced to play their style of Maestro Rave, which is actually quite ridiculous, but Team Boba seems to be uncontrollable, it sounds like, if they were able to defeat him in the group stage, unless Garp and Buckster made such dramatic improvements to their gameplay that they were able to change that, and will they be able to change it here? That's going to be the next question.
We'll have to see. I'm very curious how the picks and pans are going to go and what is each team's game plan for each map. I'm not sure anything. I'm not sure of any. I don't know what champions they're going to ban. I don't know what... the only thing I know, they're going to ban Clutch, for sure. That's it.
Well, I'm relying on you, Bruno, so...
Oh, well, unlucky.
Yeah, same, because if you're wrong, then why are you here?
Must be my beautiful face.
Yeah, that is true, and also debatable at the same time. But let's go to see the teams as they come out onto the stage. And this should be, it is going to be the last series of the day, and it should be a pretty damn close one as well. It's going to be MytzTwo versus Team Boba. Garpy absolutely giving it, come onto the stage. He's ready. He's ready for a bit of action. He's ready for more, isn't he, after how well they performed against Maestro Rave earlier.
FaZe is also an ex-Maestro player?
Half the community is.
Hello, they were coming out arm in arm.
You're an ex-Maestro player.
I am. I'm represented for 6 months or so.
See?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was back in 2017,
official Maestro streamer, I think I was. I think it's on my CV.
Yeah?
It's not a bad thing to put on your curriculum vitae, is it?
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. So, how do you? So you said you still feel like it's still unpredictable, because you really probably need like a map to kind of fill the way in terms of how this could turn out.
Once I see the maps, it should be a little bit. I should have a bit of an image of how it's going to go, but before that, not really sure.
Well, didn't you say earlier? But Buckster and Garpy believe that they're just terrible at the first map every time.
Really?
Does that mean the first map of the day or the first map of the series? Because I think Garpy was saying that while we were just seeing him on the exit before.
That's why they called it
crap for the first map.
Exactly. That's why they called it the first map cheaters.
Right. Okay.
So maybe they're used to losing the first map hard.
And I guess they have to lose it again, and then maybe they'll come back and then lose it right at the end.
I kind of feel like with map picks, Deep Embrace is probably going to get selected how they perform against Maestro Rave. I'm sure they witnessed that. And it wouldn't surprise me if MytzTwo banned Veil and Awoken. Just get those maps out of the way, so that way they've got the rest of the map pool with a lot more space to play with.
I mean, MytzTwo kind of wants to play the M6, like Blood Covenant a lot.
Yeah.
And Team Boba, they are fine on almost every map, really. They are fine on Deep Embrace, they're fine on CK. I don't think they're too phased by which map they play, really.
Yeah, well, in Blood Covenant, they were, I wouldn't say getting destroyed, but I wouldn't even say dominated. They were getting edged out quite a lot by Maestro Rave, and you could see the difference on how they reacted, well, not more than how they reacted, but how they adapted for the power-ups. Before, they prepped early every single time, and they never once got it, just due to the fact that they would just claw in with about 3 seconds left remaining for the TP, or made some bizarre rotation.
Oh, there we go.
But instead, one of them would actually feed themselves info 10 seconds beforehand, so they know and can recollect and decide exactly where they're going to go and what path they're going to take for that power-up. So, and that was their biggest play and the biggest adaptation they made on the Blood Covenant. And you can see, yet again, Blood Covenant coming up straight away, and Team Boba coming up with the Veil. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see MytzTwo banning Deep Embrace and also potentially banning Awoken as well. But it looks like Team Boba's actually going to be banning CK.
Interesting.
And that's that doesn't surprise me seeing Deep Embrace come up straight away.
I'm just happy we're seeing a Veil. I haven't had one of those yet today.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm excited for this. And is it going to be the second series with no Deep Embrace in that case, I guess?
What I don't like about this map is that none of these maps is good for clutch, but they kind of probably expected the clutch to be banned, so this time they probably have a different game plan. That's what I expect now.
Who bans the clutch?
MytzTwo would ban the clutch, but given the map pool right now, they don't need to.
And
clutch is not that good on Veil, and it's definitely not good on Blood Covenant.
Not surprised Boba's banned Molten Fours after the way they played in their last map against Maestro Rave, so it does make a little bit of sense.
MytzTwo banning Exile, so yeah, okay, the clutch is still in play if they do get to the third map on Awoken. MytzTwo, do they want to ban the clutch or do they want to ban something else?
Going to be the next question. Are you a little bit surprised that they actually decided to ban Awoken over Exile?
A little bit, yeah, because if they banned Awoken, the clutch would be completely gone, and that wouldn't be a problem for them. But now with the clutch there, I'm not sure what... They probably have to ban the clutch, and then Team Boba will likely ban the Anarchy, because that's Garpy's best champion.
And you've got 5 seconds left to decide what champion they're going to ban. It looks like they are going to ban the clutch.
There's the clutch. And Team Boba, possibly the Anarchy ban, maybe even the Athena.
Seen a lot of Anarchy and clutch banned.
Yeah,
it's the most powerful duo.
I think they both decide who's going to ban the clutch and then it's ban the Anarchy every single time without fail. It seems to be happening. It's been kind of like the routine, really.
They ban Eisen.
Eisen's been
banned. That's got a Veil. Very focused on Veil.
Yeah, the Eisen ban is just basically saying that we don't care about whatever champion you play.
Pretty much.
But it's a good champion for Veil, but not for the other maps. And for Veil, there are better champions as well.
So as you can guys see at home, it's going to be Veil first, followed by Blood Covenant, and if it goes to a third and final map, it will be on Awoken with the clutch and Eisen ban. And obviously, Eisen ban, that's the first time we've seen him banned throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah.
So to me, it seems that they're just looking for the perfect conditions for Veil, and then they don't care. They're like, that's all right.
Yeah.
But is there an issue there that they're not targeting DM6 and Awoken much at that point?
They have a better champion pool for those maps. Okay. They're fine. Like on DM6, they'll likely go Athena Slash. So they don't want to ban any of those champions, maybe Athena Anarchy, but Garpy, this opened up the Anarchy for Garpy. And Garpy will likely even play Anarchy on, or Sorlag even on Veil. And then they'll definitely go Anarchy on Awoken.
I'd love to see a bit of Garpy Anarchy.
Yep.
That would make me incredibly happy. But without putting words in your mouth, and I know I'm doing your job at this point.
No, that's perfect. No, you do my job for me. I can sit here and chill.
It sounds like you're saying that you favor Team Boba then, based on...
I do.
Okay.
I favor, especially in the first map. The first map in the Awoken, I think it's like Blood Covenant. I definitely favor MytzTwo there, but on Veil and Awoken, I favor Team Boba's chances.
Yeah, if we go back to the previous results, yeah, it's possibly true. But how different are MytzTwo compared to yesterday? This is the difference.
This is exactly as you're saying. Based on how people have performed on stage so far, MytzTwo have been a lot more impressive to me.
Yeah. Agreed.
But the conditions are right for Team Boba.
Yeah.
But they have to now play to their potential at this point.
I think we'll know, because if they get dominated in the first 2 maps, then it might have been Maestro Rave just playing a little bit more reluctant compared to what they're used to.
I mean, I guess we're going to find out soon.
I think that's the next step, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are commentating this one, aren't you?
Yes, we are, yeah. So you can put your feet up, pop back and say hello, and then pop back again.
Oh, well, you enjoy yourselves, guys.
We will. Cheers, Zoo. We'll let you crack on and have a well-deserved break. I mean, it's going to cast this final series of the day to see who's going to progress into the next stage of the lower bracket or who's going to be knocked out completely from the KeenCon competition. Already Buxter coming out straight away with the first frag.
I like the champions. Double Sarlacc versus Double Rail.
And it's the first time we've seen Sorlag today. We've seen Sorlag yesterday, but not today.
It's a popular champion on Veil, but it's the first time we've seen Veil today, so Sarlacc and Ranger for both teams.
Quite surprisingly, he actually went for the orb anyway, but decided to go through with it and
might as well.
commit.
It's the time. If you need to go for an orb, it's the only time before the power-up that you actually get to use it. Usually 1 minute before the power-up.
Heavy is up and has been picked up by Team Boba, but you can see they're still just backing away. Only got a 1 frag lead in this first minute, and you can see that both Chenzo and FaZe are making sure they don't get set up, they don't play that defensive manner which they have shown to do, especially in their previous series. Still, quad is going to be up in the next 30 seconds, and it'll be interesting to see how both teams are going to progress and try and contest this item.
He shouldn't be fighting right now. There's a heavy now. Okay, he did take some damage, but as long as he gets a health bubble, he's fine for the quad. He just needs the LG ammo. That's it, some HP, and now he's going to make his way to the quad. Will he rocket jump or will he go there last minute? He could rocket jump from here. He's just going to waste the ARP to go there. Gets the frag on Sarlacc and gets the frag on Buckster.
Huge. That's going to be a free quad for them straight afterwards, and now it's all about trying to add to the tally there, to the frag limit. Bucks has already managed to get one. Chenzo's backing away, still quite weak with that quad. I can hear the call-outs coming up from MytzTwo already, but pick up that heavy is going to not really going to do themselves any favours here for MytzTwo. Now only down by 3, down by 4 now. And I must say, quad on Veil, it's just very difficult to try to keep away from and keep your distance, but they've actually done quite well considering they've only given up a couple of frags.
Yeah, and Chenzo finishes the quad on the high ground, which is exactly where you want to finish to establish control over the next set of items. We see them getting the mega, we see them getting ready for the heavy, and they're even getting both of the kills as well. Chenzo on the warpath.
Yeah, it certainly is. Only a couple of minutes in, but I must say, look at this. The baiting switch coming out from Chenzo in phase is ridiculous. Good orb as well to finish off Garpy. Trying to stay alive, but at the same time, he's just trying to distribute a little bit more damage to help out phase.
Mega about to spawn. Chenzo kind of thinking of rocket jumping up, but siding against it, so he's just going to get position set for heavy. Phase also here. There's the rocket jump, not quite working. And MytzTwo now finally getting a couple of the items.
Garpy managed to get one with the heavy machine gun. Chenzo just trying to get out of the war zone there. But they're still got that top control, just trying to keep that height advantage and just preparing for the next items. Mega's coming up in 2, Heavy's going to be following suit, and these will be the last items coming up before protection. And this is where it's going to be very important to decide when to engage, how to engage, and how to go for that protection later on.
And each of them gets one major item. They have so much superior stack. They don't really have the abilities though, which Team Boba does.
Yeah, orbs now available, but look how weak both players are. Boba is actually, both of them still trying to wave out, hoping to steal it, but Garpy was in place.
Very nice.
Finished him up with the LG, gets protection as well. And let's see how they're going to go about.
He doesn't even need the mag, he's just going to tell Buckster to go and collect as he's going to be chasing for frags. Heavy up soon. He doesn't even need it either, he can just chase. Just land the rail, collects the heavy, and now it's go time.
Oh, I love that from Bucks as well, coming from behind, so Garpy don't have to play the chase game for the next 10 seconds, going up that staircase, managed to clean up another. This is looking very good. Because in the scoreline, there was a 5 frag deficit, now they closed it just 2. And we could be seeing another game here going to the time limit. Quite surprising considering it's on Veil.
And Team MytzTwo on really solid control of the map. I think they stole the heavy, and it actually did a surprising amount of damage to Garpy. Garpy not stacked anymore, so he's going to lick his wounds, get a couple of the 25 HP bubbles, and go back up as he prepares for the next set of items. Oh wow, where did the rocket come from to hit him with the rail first? Buckster there, cleaning up. Mega soon, can he hold the ground?
Yeah, the trades are definitely going in favour of MytzTwo so far. Heavy is up and available. They're going to try and drop for it, which they managed to grab, which is going to be super important here for Chenzo. But still managed to tie things up. Garpy did take down Phaser, trying to stay alive, but not for much longer. And it's going to be MytzTwo with the lead, using that spit, but it still pushes on forward. Needs to try and grab a bubble if he can to, again, stop his health from deteriorating over time. And Mega's coming up in the next few seconds, followed by the Heavy. And the Mega and the Heavy, this is the biggest segregation we have. We haven't seen a big segregation between the items yet.
Yeah, and this segregation is allowing Garpy to actually collect both of the items. He's not so stacked anymore, and Bucks is going to decide to respawn as he gets ready for the power of the Bucks. Garpy is a little bit too late for that. He has no HP to play this, but they still get it. It's still Buckster getting it. Oh, he does die.
Oh, he was available, but he's able to stay alive. Oh, great rocket coming out from Buckster. Looking to try and get another. He manages to, and that's beautiful stuff there onto both FaZe and Chenzo. Bucks now just needs to try and continue on the warpath. He's got a huge stack. There's absolutely no reason for him not to push this in and now continue to try and find FaZe, but doesn't find him as of yet.
It seems that as soon as MytzTwo got control of the game,
they're not really, you know, going aggressive and expanding, but they are getting, the trades are favorably going for them.
Yeah, they're increasing the lead slowly, but at the same time, they're holding on to the map control.
Without losing control over it. That was a good opportunity, but sadly for them, Buckster spawned very close to Garpy and was able to secure the items once again.
Good teamwork coming out from Garpy and Buckster here for the last couple of minutes.
Oh, that's so much damage. Great rocket.
And Garpy was going absolutely crazy with the rail earlier, but now Buckster's also doing the same, just getting some great angles in and just adapting to how they're playing and what routes they're taking. Buckster's now to finish him up with the LG. Beautiful stuff here. It was literally only a 2 frag deficit, but we haven't really seen him get any frags at one stage.
It was 10-5 for Team Bobber, but that was 4 minutes ago when they had control, and since then it's the MytzTwo show.
Certainly is. That's the first frag we've seen from them in the last minute or so. It's quite balmy how the tide has turned. As now the Mega will be up in 5 seconds. Heavy will be following suit straight afterwards, and looks like Buckster does.
That's a great steal by Buckster.
That was huge, yeah.
That Mega was gonna mean that FaZe and Chenzo could attack again at the power-up, but both items went in the way of Buckster and Garpy, and Buckster has such a massive stack. What can Chenzo do with 10 HP? He cannot stop them. It's gonna be yet another power-up for MytzTwo. The frag lead is now 10.
Yeah, it wasn't contested that well, was it? But then again, they didn't have to stack at first, but after picking up the heavy, they were able to stand their ground, hold the angles, and because they got into the power-up area first, they were able to initiate damage straight away and wouldn't give them much of a room to breathe and push on forward. As now, FaZe has managed to get one, but Garpy cleans up Chenzo.
We see a switch coming up. FaZe decides to switch. Was it FaZe or Chenzo? I think that's Chenzo. Decides to switch from the Sorlike to the Strog. We're gonna see how that can work out. So far, they're losing by 11. So, and a swap was in order.
Yeah, they're definitely here to play the long game, and they're going to expect it as well. Can't believe it, 28-17, giving not really making any errors, very minor areas, if that. As Buckster adds another one to the tally, taking down FaZe, and there's 8.5 minutes in. 6.5 left available as Garpy just trying to stay alive, but some good rockets coming up from Garpy, which he used to be known for, the Rocket Man, but FaZe puts a halt to that. With good well, but good teamwork again.
But still, even with that, Garpy still gets a kill of his own, and trades are never going in the way of FaZe and Chenzo. They do get the Mega now. I think it's the first item they have gotten in a few long minutes. They actually get both of the items. This is massive for them. They should be able to establish control over this, and we can see frags now starting to go a little bit on their way. Yet a spawn frag, very important to push out when you have this amount of control.
I kind of feel like the last 4 or 5 minutes, it's been more due to the fact that MytzTwo have been valuing their life a lot better in comparison in every situation. But now, times has changed a little bit. Quads up in 15 seconds. This is vital now for Team Boba to grab this and pick it up. Depending on how his engagements are going to go, but they're both super weak. Garpy could just clean this up, even whilst he picks up the heavy. He needs to go for the TP and try and get that quad in the next 5 seconds. Does manage to take down Chenzo, but FaZe is already there with the rockets.
Nice,
will he be able to stay alive?
Oh, that's a nice. He's 3 HP. Where is Chenzo? He needs to drop him the power up. There it is. He drops him the power up, and Chenzo is gonna go hunting.
He certainly does. He needs to do it now. There's only 5 minutes left on the
clock. He
clock.
doesn't really have the weaponry to push, so he's gonna have to play for the heavy instead.
If he's able to stay alive as well, still managing to grab that heavy, but of course, why wouldn't he? Considering the stack he had in the quads, you would hope that they would purposely try and contest for it. It's now 31-26, kind of lightened, well, softened the blow. So,
still anyone's game at this point. But now that Chenzo and FaZe, it took them like a whole 7 minutes to get back control.
Yeah, and that's quite a long time considering the circumstances.
But thankfully, they're not that far behind, even after not having control for 7 minutes.
You can tell it's been a little bit chaotic, but I think the lads on Team Boba want this to be as chaotic as possible, because that's where MytzTwo are going to be struggling in terms of their combat skills. But in terms of the combat skills, they've been extremely good with the angles they've been holding in their defensive play. Chenzo was a little bit tempted to go for the TP, but he's going to completely leave that idea behind, even though one of the players of MytzTwo was weak, but it looks like he's been able to recuperate his losses in terms of his stack and pick up that Mega. But I like this though. The Heavy has been contested though. It has been grabbed, but Garpy still gets taken down. But at least he's burnt it.
And 2 kills from FaZe there. And now there is not a substantial lead anymore. And FaZe and Chenzo have the control of the map. Mega coming up soon is this Mega and then power up. Chenzo looking to collect. He doesn't really have the rockets, which is the big weapon on this map. Looking at Garpy trying to defend the power up position. He's taking so much damage and he goes down. Bucks are not able to get the heavy. He's hitting a lot on Chenzo, but FaZe is going to be the one getting the power up. Oh, Chenzo actually waits for... FaZe actually waits for Chenzo to get it. Because he had the armor. Good move.
77 from that last rocket. Could have been another good rocket, but just going to whip out the LGs anyway. As Garpy must have traded with Clancy, but even then though, will he be able to stay alive? Chenzo does stay alive.
That was very close.
And FaZe was coming in straight afterwards, but that's not an issue anymore. But it's Boba now finally regaining the lead after such a long period of time. I kind of feel like it's been the last, what, 5-6 minutes at least. And that has been a Myztwo show so far, but Mega will be up in the next 12 seconds. Can they maintain, not just maintain, but can they keep a hold of this lead?
As long as they keep control of the items and don't bleed out frags, they are doing fine. Like, it's important every time they have like some type of overstack, they push out a little bit, but not overcommit.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they just did. Oh, somehow Chenzo just took so much damage and he's going to go down, but they got 2 kills for 1 and Chenzo's gonna shoot his spawning in a decent enough position. A lot of damage by Garpy. They realized that they did kill 1 player and now it's their opportunity to try and push back to the Mega. They should be able to get the kill onto FaZe. Can they push?
Oh,
and they can. That is really
trade.
good sense of opportunity by Team MytzTwo.
That's huge for them. The quad's coming up in 40 seconds. They could potentially, actually no, it will be the last power up here in this game, so got to make it count. This could be the turning point here as Chenzo has been cleaned up. It looks like FaZe as well. RVLG coming out from Garpy. His aim skill, incredible. Not just this series, but for the entirety of today. We thought his rail was good, but his tracking with the LG has been following suit as well. Quad's up in 12 seconds.
Garpy already waiting. He's gonna have the ability right before it. I'm not sure if any team knows exactly when the power up spawns. And Garpy can wait 1 more second. That's fine. He should be able to get it, and I think he's gonna give it to Buckster. That's it. Buckster. He gets the kill on FaZe, who tries to make a pretty ballsy drop down. Not quite working, and FaZe just gets a lot of damage out. Oh, he's trying to give it to Garpy. That's it. He got it.
Parcel pretty much.
1
Garpy
minute
now
to
with
go.
the quad, and yeah, it's now only a 2 frag difference between the two, keeping it very tight knit. The question is how we're going to go about things here. We've still got the Mega coming in the next few seconds. No more power-ups now in this game.
I'm not super comfortable with Garpy not chasing for frags there, because he's sort of like, he knows they're just spawning. Even if they spawn a trail, he should be able to get the 2 kills there with a quad.
Yeah, maybe he was worried about jumping into a trap, which Team Boba actually set up around rail, but he decided not to push forward.
As long as they keep control, they are fine. That's what it is. It's only 30 seconds left now, and it's almost impossible for them to lose the game. They'd have to seriously throw at this point. And who would have thought yet another MytzTwo game that hits a time limit? They are ruining our schedule.
It's fine. When I saw who I was casting, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a late one. Ruin the schedule, why not? But there we have it in, it's 46-22, only 5 seconds left remaining. Absolutely impossible now for them to make any kind of comeback here to solidify that first map win. 46-33, just to cushion the blow. And that's going to be GG, and that's going to be a nice, comfortable, well, not even comfortable, a nice victory here coming out from MytzTwo, and it looks like they could be on path the victory here in this series if I continue to play how they did in that first map.
Honestly,
actually,
with
that
Blood
wasn't a map
Covenant,
pick, was it?
Yeah, this was Team Bobber's map pick.
Yeah,
with
I
Blood
thought so.
Covenant coming out next, MytzTwo is looking very good for the 2-0, honestly.
Yeah, and considering that was their map pick, they're gonna be having second thoughts about what they're gonna be able to do. Now they've got more space to play with. I think next map's gonna be on Blood Covenant, so this is gonna be very difficult. And the worst thing for them is MytzTwo knows their mistakes with the power-up and what happened before. Before they couldn't collect enough information to then decide how to position themselves for the power-up. But now they do, after playing against Maestro Rave, that could make matters worse here for Team Boba.
Yeah, definitely. Highlights coming out soon.
It's going to be a very long highlights, right? Because it was 50 minutes of game.
Yeah. Quite a bit. But this is definitely, if Vale somehow went the distance, Blood Covenant's going to be exactly the same. It's like almost guaranteed.
We'll be fine. Yes. It's going to be early for the power, so make sure we can secure it and save the stack for it, rather than try to fight like right before it, because I would rather have us have full stack and going into the fight on power up itself than, you know, sitting and defending. Yeah.
I used to find the team comms from the side of MytzTwo is a little bit more interesting. The language
Yeah, they have more interesting comments for sure.
If we're able to switch to MytzTwo, I'd be curious to see what Garpy and Buckster have to say. But if not, that's fine. One's better than none. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. But let's talk about the series anyway and how it could be going. Oh, okay, nope, they switched, never mind.
I just sit there and try and rail.
Yeah.
But if I know like Mega's up, I'll try and attack it. If you hadn't said it, I'll been like.
Yeah, and I actually didn't time my orbs for the quad. I timed it really bad. Like I think I had it only once.
I thought there'd be more discussion about what's going to happen in this next matchup, but they were talking about. I think they were actually thinking about the replays, saying, "Oh, I did this. Yeah, I wish I did that." But yeah, which is true. There was a couple of all players which could have gone a little bit differently, but is what it is. But the main thing was they managed to come out that matchup in a win. This could be the second and potentially the final map here, starting with Chenzo's perspective.
And surprisingly, it's going to be Athena Slash for Team Boba and Athena Nyx for MytzTwo. FaZe and Chenzo already have the rail, but Garpy just camping corners with rocket launcher. Good push by Bucks. What a rail! What the hell was that? That was a massive flick.
That's ridiculous.
Xinvis, can Chenzo find Garpy? No, he can't. Oh, there's the shot. And very good at the drop down just to deny that rail. And they have to really keep track of that rail, because if Garpy gets it, he can wreak havoc.
Yeah, he certainly could. Quads come up in the next 45 seconds, but still got a couple of items in the meantime to contest as Garpy does clean up FaZe with the heavy machine gun. Chenzo just standing his ground here. He is railable. He's on 38 HP. Needs to try and back away, but Buckster's able to take down FaZe. You can see FaZe was just trying to get in front of Chenzo just to keep him alive, but good thing he did. He was able to clean up Buckster there after the previous engagement FaZe got involved in.
Got a kill on Garpy. They invested a lot of resources onto that kill, and it was far from clean still. Buckster not able to get the rail just yet. Should keep this in mind, but the kill there from Buckster. Oh, they cleaned them about 5 seconds before the power-up. Can they still make it on time? I'm not so sure, because they know exactly where they have to come from. But Garpy missing all the rockets. There we go. He does land the few rockets at the end. So it's going to be power-up for Buckster, collecting the Mega. And then he's going to try and go on a rampage. And this is a team you don't want to give the lead to, because they can slow the game down to oblivion.
That's good. And Bucks are just playing very passively with that quad due to the stack he has currently.
I think he just stole the heavy from him. Like, was like, okay, just take the power up then. Just take the power up.
It's like the what I said about earlier about it's always good to have good communication, but if you're talking to a brick wall, don't help. Heavy's coming up in 10 seconds.
1, 2, and 3.
And Garpy just continuing what he did best in the previous Blood Covenant game against Maestro Rave as Buckster has taken down Chenzo, and there's no reason why he can't take this fight either. Of course, as you see from the previous engagement, it was a little bit weak. And now with the Heavy picked up, they're looking to try and do a little bit more damage as Garpy's finished off FaZe with that LG. Now 8-5. Could have been 9, but sadly missed the rail. Now a 3 frag deficit between the two.
He missed the rail and Chenzo just made him pay the ultimate price. Just hit every single machine gun bullet. Good rails onto Chenzo there. And Garpy is he's gonna just stay positioned and try to just keep hitting shots. And so far he's succeeding. That's 5 shots in a row. Okay, finally missing one.
Yeah, he's just letting Buckster basically go on the front line and cause a distraction and do a little bit of damage, and then just let Garpy just pick him off to the support. I like it. It's a tiny bit similar to Celts and Sirius. The only difference is they're a lot more aggressive with their style of play.
Oh, that damage that completely prevents FaZe from doing anything in the next 10 seconds. But now with FaZe being dead, he can respawn and get back there very early.
Yeah.
And Chenzo gets a kill on Buxter, so it's Garpy here alone. He's gonna try to get the power up and then use the... But Buxter is the one getting there. Who stole it, actually?
Yeah, I suppose he had a ghost walk, so he didn't really have to
Yeah,
worry
but
about that.
I was expecting him to try and go for the power up, but instead it was just FaZe rushing in and stealing it.
Yeah, it looked like he didn't know the timing. But then again, they're the ones who picked up the previous power-up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there. And FaZe struggling a bit, but he does get the kills, and it's still a very, very close game.
And there's quite a deficit previously, but that protection definitely giving himself a helping hand. There's Chenzo just LG'd Garpy into the next universe, and FaZe has just cleaned up Buxter there beautifully and keeping their stack intact. Good LG coming up from FaZe there, trying to do a little bit more, but 2 ticks and he's done for, and he's decided to back away and pick up the health bubbles, which is perfectly understandable. And Mega's up in the next set, and Heavy's up next, and it's going to be a matter of how they're going to be able to contest it. Looks like they're going to continue this engagement. FaZe really wants to try and support and help out, but Chenzo, after all that, still managed to take it down, even after those missed rails. Now we've got the sides of what's their next protocol. Still a couple more items left remaining before that quad comes up, and this is going to be make or break Team Boba to keep themselves in this series to try and grab this quad if they can. But we've always seen MytzTwo always be there preparing early for this power.
Yeah, you can see Garpy's there already 30 seconds before.
Yeah.
Heavy coming up soon, and you see Buxter trying to rail from the distance. He does have that's a really important rail. And you see how they're trying to trap them there from both angles.
Yeah.
Get the kill on Chenzo, and they know where FaZe is. Here, 15 seconds before, that's a really big rocket. The second one and the third one. Garpy cleaning house. And how are they going to get here on time now?
It's just not going to happen. They're just giving away frags now to try and... Oh my goodness, yeah. You can see FaZe's plan was hoping to maybe sneak through the TP at the last second to try and grab it, but he actually went through the TP as they picked up quad, so it just made matters worse there.
And there's Heavy up for Buxter as well. Can he get anything done? They got a lot of frags pre-power-up, but after the power-up, I don't think they've gotten any yet. There's one.
No, even though he's only, well, not getting many frags with the quad, at least he's denied it from likes of Team Bob, and that's the biggest factor. Well, both of them are underneath, aren't they? They're going to be suffocating in terms of what we're needing, just basically in terms of weapon denial as well. They're just all over the map here from different angles, and they're just worried to pop out and to see what they can do and make of it.
And again, I think it's really dangerous to give a team like MytzTwo can slow the game down a lot. Any type of frag lead. Oh, nice rail. Can Buxter survive? He can, because Garpy is on the rocket platform to help him out, and there's Mega up, and this time around he's sharing the Megas.
Oh!
You get the kill?
Garpy was a little bit tempted, but he was like, nah, but I best not before I start letting this spiral out of control.
It's better not to die as Nyx, because if he dies, how does he get rail again? It's really hard.
Yeah, there's no way he'll be able to. Or if he does, it's going to be an extremely tough road ahead of him to try and grab it again. Mega's up in 5 seconds. Garpy, again, is not going to be in position, but it's understandable considering the stack he has. He's going to let FaZe take that. And protection's up in 12 seconds, but look at the stack difference as well. MytzTwo did have the stack advantage, but after those couple of rails, it's completely turned things on its head. This is surely going to be their rail. Oh, is he going to try and steal it? Oh, actually, I think he managed to get it. Yes, he does get it.
Garpy being there off time for like 1 second was enough of a distraction so that Buxter could steal it. That is a massive steal by Buxter. Can he get any kills with it? Even just stealing it is fine. If he can get any kills with it, is insane.
He had no means at all to go for that power. There was no way they should have let that go. But it is what it is. These situations happen. The slightest distraction was able to help him go for it straight away. Oh, wow. Chenzo does it clean up by Buxter, but FaZe with a double just to try and cushion the blow in terms of the scoreline at the moment. It's still a 7 frag deficit.
After that power-up steal, it could have gone a lot worse for
FaZe and Chenzo, but they managed to stop the bleeding, and it's still only a 7-frag game.
And a Mega will be coming up now. Chenzo just trying to get a little bit of rail damage done, but Garpy with that heavy machine gun has been a massive nuisance there. And FaZe able to pick up the rail once again. Heavy was up in 10 seconds, but Buckster is able to get a great double, a huge double for him. This could be the turning point to make or break the second map to potentially end this series. But good machine gun damage coming out there on the side of Team Boba.
Yeah, nothing.
MytzTwo again just valuing their life.
Indeed, they really play their life at every situation. Garpy especially, every time he has rail, he just plays like it's a KeenCon final or a KeenCon final even.
Yeah, you kind of feel like on a lot of occasions when Garpy's weak, he's pretty much pixel peeking a lot of angles and a lot of areas, and no one's able to retaliate against him because he's been denying the rail so much on Bloodcom.
Oh, good rails by FaZe. They need to get this power up pretty much cleanly to even come back in this game because they're behind by 12. And I would still favor their champion picks, but Garpy has been playing the Nyx very well. Okay, they actually killed Garpy. Can someone get here? Buxer is 5 HP. There's no way he can get the Mega, and he does die right before, but Garpy gets the Mega himself and the Protect and the Quad. He's just gonna go away. He already has the... Did he spawn with the rail or what happened?
That's what you kind of feel like.
Maybe he has loadouts and we don't know.
Potentially, yeah, we'll have to have a word with young Gareth and see what mischief he's been up to. Daring for them, waiting for him to go through that TP, but doesn't matter too much, even though he's picked up the quad and got a couple of frags.
Like, they could always play a bit more aggressive, but they are fine with just keeping control, keeping position, keeping the timing.
He's got double whammy then as well, that was ridiculous. And rightly so, yeah, FaZe has committed suicide. There's no point in continuing that fight.
I'm just gonna fight for the heavy instead. They get the heavy, he dies again. And Garpy, oh, he almost hit that sick shot at the end.
His position's been so good though, isn't it? Everywhere he needs to be, he's there. Once they've both been cleaned up, he's there denying the rail every time. And then creating these miraculous plays to deny the power up as well.
He's a very good Nyx player. And now leading by 15. This is a pretty massive scoreline. I was not expecting MytzTwo to win 2-0, but it seems like that's what's going to happen.
Well, it's like I said before, even though Team Boba defeated them 2-1 in the group stages, I kind of feel like there's a massive difference from what we witnessed before in MytzTwo against Maestro Rave earlier. I thought it was either Maestro Rave underperformed and it looked like that MytzTwo were playing well, or MytzTwo have just basically made some huge corrections to their gameplay, and it looks like it's done exactly that. They've just made huge corrections to their gameplay, rectified what was required in 24 hours, and look at the difference it's made.
Oh, he's alone. Chenzo gets one of the kills, and he gets both of the kills actually. That was very surprising. Bucks are trying to push Chenzo out, and he completely backfires, and now FaZe, they need the kills. He just needs to go for the kills at this point. Because it's only 3 minutes to go, and you know MytzTwo are going to play as slowly as possible to prevent any bleeding.
Yeah, and with that Nyx, with the Ghost Walk as well, just going to be
annoying.
A real nuisance, yeah.
Can he find anyone else? I don't think he heard anyone at the stairs. He might have seen him now. 10
frags though, clean in 3 minutes. It's highly unlikely. They've been putting a good performance for the last minute, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be a little bit too much instead of hitting that time limit. Well, all we can say is that there's a good chance that if MytzTwo make it through here, which it looks like they probably will, there's going to be a lot of delays tomorrow.
Possibly, yes. Oh, they're getting the kills, though. They're slowly making it happen. Now it's 7 frags in 2.5 minutes. This is definitely possible to be a really good comeback, and I do think it is definitely possible. There's the Mega, and they know the timing of the Heavy as well. They're pushing in, and Buxer tries to go for a little bit of a trap. Not quite working. Heavy up soon, and FaZe is cleaning house. Chenzo gets the Heavy, and they even has the ability here. At this point, I do believe that the comeback is completely on the way right now.
Yeah. I think they were hoping to play that defensive rail game, but the speed and the pace, but both FaZe and Chenzo are playing it, they can't.
The difference of pace is just too high, especially versus the Thin and Slash, and because the Nyx can't really escape unless she has ability. And they got another kill. They got like 10 clean kills in a row?
Pretty much, yeah.
10 unreturned frags. And Chenzo gets a power-up. Can he get the kill on him? He does a lot of damage. That damage should be enough. Garpy's 1 HP and FaZe is gonna get one more. It's 3 frags difference now.
And this is gonna be the last power-up of the game. So this
Garpy's
quad's gonna make all the difference here.
Where is Chenzo? Chenzo, he gets the kill on
on
Buckster. And now it's 1 frag difference with 1 minute to go. And with complete control of the game for Team Boba. Oh, they do. Oh, that's still fine. Teams are tied, and Heavy is going to be up. Chenzo knows exactly. Can he get a few more? If he gets a few more kills, they can just play the last minute super defensively. But I don't think they want to play defensively. He wants to go for kills. He knows the advantage he has right now. He knows the momentum is completely in their favor. They've gotten 15 kills against like 2 in the last 3 minutes, and they get the. They take the lead. They know where the last player is. They should be able to punish him. Chenzo coming in from behind. Can he win the LG fight? Of course, he should be able to. Great position by Buckster. He does not want to fight. But that's a great 2v1. And Buckster on top. He doesn't try to help Garpy. They're still ahead by 1. It's 40 seconds to go. Chenzo is railable. He needs to be a little bit careful. Buckster has a massive stack. Good rockets on FaZe. Can they get the kill? They got the kill on Chenzo. It's 30 seconds to go. Lethal. I can't call it.
I know, honestly, it's so back and forth. It's been ridiculous.
And
the last
FaZe has
3
no
minutes have
HP.
been insane. 41 now to 40. MytzTwo have actually managed to take the lead. There's only 15 seconds left remaining. 15 seconds or their tournament life could potentially be over.
He has an
LG.
LG.
Try and push in. Tries into the LG, does a huge amount of damage. Hasn't been cleared up yet. Tries to push it with the heavy.
They tie the game.
The Mazza
5
taking that
seconds to
straight
go.
afterwards. They need to try and find him, but there's absolutely no way they can come back from this with the weapons they have.
They win
and
it.
they bring them back 42 to 41. What a way to come back in that second map.
What a comeback.
And we were talking
what
about
a ridiculous
2-0.
We were calling it. It was like 12 minutes and we were calling it. It's like 15 frags to go.
To run away. I jumped to drop.
Not at the end. Not at the end. Mid-game, we was like 12 up, 14 up.
Yeah. And I lost the timing after the power-up. So you need to tell me the timings and where you need to go. I can't track everything.
I did say, mate, slow down, play Mega Elf, and then you're like over the other side. I don't know why.
I was trying to get the timings.
Play Mega, then we get the timing. So basically, we wasted 5 minutes.
You know what was happening? I was dying first, I was spawning on you, and you're just running and collecting all the...
I love their comms.
Yeah, I'm not really too surprised in all fairness.
Maybe. Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Yep.
Hopefully his father didn't hear that.
A grounding at home. But honestly, I cannot believe we're going to a third map. This is actually ridiculous. They were, what, 13, 14 kills up at one stage, and then
we're going to see it here,
the 14 kills they had in a row was just unanswered frags. There was no trades. They, like, I heard the argument there. It's like, what Garpy was saying was actually quite true. Like, you shouldn't be giving away silly deaths just to try and get information on the timing.
In 2v2, I think both of the ideas are fine. But the team needs to commit to one call.
Yeah.
Either call will be fine if both committed to it. Either attack to get the timing back, or they stop, but both stop.
Yeah.
Each doing a different thing does not work.
Yeah, and you can see that as well, because they're complete opposite ends of the map. One was trying to feed info on trying to get the heavy, and the other one was trying to contest the mega. So
yeah, but that's the problem. That's the biggest problem with this team, besides the player pool, is that they have very different ideas of how to play the game. And they don't always end up complementing each other.
No, but not. No. Sometimes it complements extremely well, sometimes it doesn't. It's like very opposite on certain occasions. That's where the inconsistency comes from.
This is where it started going in the way of MytzTwo. This was a really good play by Garpy, just distracting them by getting out of the Ghost Walk a second earlier, and Bucks are coming into the steal. So now it's 11 frag lead. And look, it's 14 frag lead until. And this is where it started. When Chenzo got those 2 kills at the power-up, and then FaZe got the power-up and just went ham. Really good comeback. That's the best comeback I think we've seen so far in KeenCon.
That's going to be the best comeback the entire day. We're not. If we see something crazier than that, then yeah, I'll be gobsmacked. 14 frags unanswered, no trades, nothing. It was 37 to 23 at one stage, and they just completely turned it around in its head. It was like the first time I felt like in this series they could play how they wanted to play.
Yeah.
But now we're going to Awoken. It's going to be a little bit worry in the hands of MytzTwo. We had the choice earlier to not play Awoken, to play, I think it was another map in particular. I think it might have been Molten Falls, but it doesn't matter there. That's all the way back in the pick and ban phase. We're going to start from Garpy's perspective. And in terms of the state of mind, it's going to be a little bit frustrating. They should have ended this 2-0, but now we're here going into the final map. It's getting taken down from behind, and Chenzo with that LG.
And I think FaZe and Chenzo, they want to keep playing it at the high tempo right now. They feel the momentum. They know Garpy and Bucks are feeling the pressure. The more fights they have in the first 5 minutes, the better it will go for them, I think. There's Mega coming up, then they get the kill on Garpy. They get Buxer gets the rail. Can he steal the heavy? Yep. Might even go for a very aggressive play right now, because he has the orb and he can rocket jump up. There's the orb, he gets the rocket, and can even get another rocket on him.
Still able to take out Garpy in the end during that initial scuffle. Buster trying to fire a couple of rockets there. Good rail there, mind you, but he's got to be very cautious now, and he wasn't cautious enough. He's just trying to get info, but got cleaned up straight away.
Yeah, kind of unnecessary since he already had position on the upcoming Mega. But they do end up getting both of the kills. They miss out on the items, but they get the kill, so it's kind of fine. 15 seconds for the power-ups, though. Good rail by Garpy. That rail is going to be very helpful. And he has the power-up, the ability, position on power-up. There's a double suicide between Chenzo and Buxer trying to get back here on time. It's very unlikely they actually get here on time. Let's see, there's FaZe and Chenzo coming in, but that's the power-up for Garpy. Heavy up soon.
The perfect opportunity for him now. He needs to start making these pushes and extending their lead, even though they don't just be able to grab it. Good LG coming out from Garpy, just making sure there's little room in terms of having damage taken. Again, good distraction coming up from Buxton. Garpy just flying on in with this quad. And he managed to get a few, because managed 4 frags, mind you, and actually this has been quite a beneficial one.
Yeah, 4 frags on this map is quite a lot. Then he's going to finish the run on rail as Buxer converts with him at that point. Oh, there he goes. They do get it. So he starts on that rail, he finishes that rail. They maintain control of the map. Very nicely done.
Oh, okay. a little riding the stroke of us a little bit, going through the TP to clean him up, but the main thing is he managed to take him down. A full frag deficit between the two. But this is the funny thing, though. Now that MytzTwo have the lead, they know they do not have the opportunity to let up at all in the slightest. After that comeback earlier, they know that potential could... I wouldn't say it would happen again, especially on a map like Awoken, but depending on the speed they play...
I mean, you already see they're already slowing down. And outside of the power-ups, it seems to be that it's Team Boba who gets the most out of the map. Oh.
But Chenzo doesn't really need to push it. To get info, yes, but...
There's no need. There's absolutely no need. I get why he wants to do that, because FaZe is trying to rail, because they're kind of over-committing to that Mega when they didn't have position or the weaponry to do it. They kind of ended up missing out. They lost the Mega, they lost the weapons, they lost their lives. Heavy coming up soon.
Good direct coming up from Chenzo, but the retaliation from Bucks with that rail was... And of course change things, but 10 seconds until protection comes up. MytzTwo are quite weak at the moment, trying to restack whilst they're making the push, but Garpy's already taken down FaZe, and if he takes him down here as well, could easily
that's another power for
increase this, and there we go. Protection going to be in the hands of Buxter, and now it could potentially be just a walk in the park now, just going to push on forward and try and make the most of this protection, as they have a 9 frag lead. But the funny thing is, they know they can easily do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to give this, like, the only reason that MytzTwo got this protection was because of that completely unnecessary push to the Mega earlier.
Yeah.
They completely lost out position, weapons, everything. Now they're paying the price. They're 11 frags behind this early in the game. It is not good for Team Bobber.
Especially like on Awoken as well.
They haven't gotten a major item in like 2 minutes now.
No, they haven't, no. If with Blood Covenant, there's a lot more space to work with and you can keep yourself at bay, but this time around, it's not going to happen.
They're both MytzTwo players are holding the angle. There is no need to do this push. That push is fine because he almost gets the heavy and he gets the trade. That's great. That push kind of warrants them to actually push for the Mega in 5 seconds.
They're still playing quite defensive here, but hitting their rares, which is the most important thing. And Mega's been up for quite a while, at least 5 seconds. Finally picked up, and Heavy's now going to be up in the next 7 seconds, and they will be in a position to contest this. And remember, quad's up in 45. This is so crucial here for Team Boba to try and make this map more competitive.
And you can see Garpy just going back to position. They don't want to give them rails, basically. I'm not a super fan of pushing Mega from Cubby. It's a very hard position to push from. And almost every time we see someone pushing Mega from Cubby, they die.
Yeah, and you got to ask yourself, and think to yourself at the same time, is it worth picking up 100 just to then have to force yourself to go into a choke point?
No, because look what happens
for the
now.
power-up. There isn't, no,
The
of course,
aftermath
no.
of that is that Chenzo is stacked on the power-up. It does fall eventually, but they should be able to get this power-up because of that. It's all, like both power-ups have been gone due to teams making kind of unnecessary pushes for the Mega, or like overly aggressive at least. Let's see if FaZe can do anything more with this squad. He's not stacked at all. That's gonna be for Chenzo. With the Athena. He had the Strug earlier, right? And then he switched to the Athena.
Yeah.
And he died. And now it's Buckster with it. There's the heavy for Buckster.
What is going on? 13 frag difference now. Twice the scoreline from what they had originally.
Wow.
Oh, and still manages to take them both down. Good stuff from Buckster.
13 to 28. It's something has to change for Team Boba.
I'm just surprised on this scoreline. Just the momentum was heavily in their favour. That was probably one of the most brutal comebacks we've ever seen at KeenCon, was especially this weekend anyway. With the heavy coming up now, Bucks is going to get it almost uncontested.
Where is FaZe and Chenzo? Why are not they are not fighting for the heavy at all? Each of them was taking fights in a different place, and Buckster, look at his stack. Now they're going to be very comfortable taking fights. But even then, they're going on a 2v2, and with the stack difference, they still don't get it. They still didn't get the Mega there. That's actually impressive. Yeah, with the stack that they had, not getting the Mega there.
I saw one of them from Team Boba moonwalking towards the heavy, but yeah, they were just completely out of position for it. It seems like they're not really on the same wavelength. And Chenzo does manage to LG Buckster in the end, but look, it's still a 12 frag difference.
12 frags is quite a lot on Awoken.
It is, yeah.
It was 15 just a couple of seconds ago, so there's another comeback waiting to happen, I guess.
Yeah.
Now only 11, they get the Mega as well. They don't need to fight here, just go for the position on the power-up. Go for the position on the power-up and you're fine. And you can see FaZe already thinking about the heavy. He doesn't need to take the heavy right now, it's still a while. Good kill. Chenzo needs to come in here fast to take the power-up and then take the heavy, or the other way around, it's fine. There's the power for Chenzo.
And there's only...
This was 15, it was 30 to 15.
And now it's 8. This is why I've like not said anything too much.
They seem to be a very momentum-based team. When stuff is going their way, it really goes their way. When it's not going their way, they bleed out a lot of frags. There's one kill, there's another. That's great. I almost lost track of Buckster there for a second, but Chenzo didn't.
Oh, I even get the opportunity to even grab the rail.
It's a 5 frag lead. It was 30 to 15. They got 10 frags unanswered.
Basically a replica from what we've seen on Blood Covenant now.
There we go. That's finally a frag for...
Garpy, see you later, mate. He just flown off there. And FaZe now just holding the angle, looking to try and push Mega around the same time, but it gets cleaned up by Buckster, standing his ground.
Every time I see a team trying to push from the Mega when they have position on the rail, it never works out.
Yeah, it's been happening a few times now. The heavy has been picked up. Garpy not going to be pushing as of yet. Going to hold his ground around rail. Mega's up in 5.
So Bucks are fighting, 2 of them at T. Garpy now coming in for the support with the rail. And who'd have guessed? The guy who pushed Cubby again.
Yeah.
It's a trend, I'm telling you, it's a trend. Just don't, if you have position on the rail, don't go for the Mega from there. It just doesn't really work out a lot of the times. Now it's only a 4 frag lead.
Yeah, this is crazy. And Garpy's still on the hunt after the lads on Team Boba picked up the heavy, but Bucks have got a very, very important trade.
The game is starting to
be in 20 seconds.
The game is starting to be very fast-paced, and it does not favor MytzTwo at all.
No, not at all. They're trying to control this matchup with their style, and Chenzo and FaZe are just forcing it outright with this aggression. 10 seconds out to the quad. How are they going to retaliate? A lot of damage is already taken on side of Team Boba, but with that rail, it's going to make matters even worse. But he's trying to dive on in and quads up any second now.
And FaZe gets it.
Both players are still live on Team Boba.
The heavy.
This is perfect. This is perfect now for FaZe.
The worst part is that I think if Team Boba gets the lead, they are not going to let up.
No. Don't get me wrong, Garpy's taken out Chenzo, but wasn't able to stay alive straight afterwards. And this is just absolutely ridiculous. A 1 frag deficit now.
Oh, you almost hit that shot. Very close. Can you find him though?
Oh my goodness, he finds him in the end. So we're all tied up here.
Tied. It was 30 to 15 and now it's 35 to 35. So one team got 20 frags and the other got 5.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous.
Look at his stacks, he'll see a massive stack. He doesn't really need to push in for this Mega, and Chenzo now trying to support him from the other side. This time it does kind of work. The seal is a trade. Good kill.
And Chenzo still very weak, so Team Boba now finally managed to get the lead, and who would have expected it after being down by 15 frags? And Heavy's going to be the next item coming up next. Protection's not for another minute. Chenzo's been just a little bit more cautious compared to usual, which is understandable considering he was just trying to do as much damage to his opponents whilst they were dropping for that Heavy, but they will be able to pick up the Mega.
Yeah, and he gets out of there, which is very important. Instead of overcommitting like he usually does, he's actually getting out and trying to maintain his weaponry and positioning.
The question's going to be, how are they going to try and break this setup for the protection?
They're trying to go for the Heavy, but they're completely out of position for it and just getting shafted to oblivion. They actually get the kill on Chenzo. Can they get the kill on Fate as well? That would be massive. However, they did lose a lot of HP for it, and as you can see, Garpy has nothing.
Yeah,
he's going to be able to get this HP bubble, which will really feel like a Mega for him. Can he do anything? 9 seconds for the power-up.
He's fed him the info, though.
He doesn't really have weaponry for this. He does get the rail. Are they going to push for it? Oh, and Garpy gets caught off guard with the Peter out, and Buckster also goes down, so another power-up for Team Bobber. And that's Chenzo. Heavy coming soon. Is he gonna go back for it? Doesn't need to. He has the protection, so Face picks it up, and Chenzo just pushes. There's one, some LG damage, there's the rail. There's Mega also up for him. And now he's gonna go back and try to get the kills once again. Not quite hitting. The LG should work there. There we go. He has such good LG.
So 41 now to 37 there. Team Boa making a miraculous comeback once again. We thought the last map was ridiculous, but this one has just been monumental in comparison. Now up by 5, and there's still a lot of time left on the clock for Garpy and Buckster to kind of retaliate and make this comeback. But Buckster put chances down a little bit there as he plays Tomid and takes down Garpy. And the momentum is heavily swung in their favor once again. Good rocket though coming out there from the lads on MytzTwo.
This has been in the next 30 frags
10 seconds
versus 7. They got 30 frags, while 31 frags, while MytzTwo got 7. That's actually insane. They just clicked and they didn't let up.
And this is probably the series of the day, and it's not even close. How ridiculous that both teams have been and how things have swung in just an entirely different direction.
MytzTwo is just playing for the next power-up because they desperately need something.
Yeah.
But playing at these long ranges versus FaZe and Chenzo might not really work in their favor.
Will they even survive for the next 30 seconds? This is going to be the next question as well.
Nice
Garpy
kill.
finally taken down there around the LG. Heavy's up in 3, but looking to try and make a go of it. But you can see they're already there, ready for the quad. A little bit weak now.
They don't I don't think Chenzo and FaZe even need the quad, but they're still going for it right now. They can finish the game. They smell blood. Chenzo going up to jump and not quite
taking
working.
them both down.
Yeah, they need to time that a little bit better. But it's still 8 frags.
This needs to be a pretty damn good quad though, and even with the stack, it depends what happens after this engagement. As Garpy manages to get it, not the best of stacks, but he can definitely make this work.
Chenzo pushing there, he was completely alone. FaZe was already trying to get position.
Oh no, he got cleaned up by FaZe.
He kills him.
Quad's still there, manages to grab him, but will he be able to stay up? No, he doesn't.
And they
another
got it.
frag coming out with the Rockets. What a comeback in 2 back-to-back maps on Blood Covenant on Awoken.
Yeah, what a performance there from Team Bobber. I mean, we were counting them out in the first map, and then we counted them out on the second map, and they made a comeback in both maps. Arguably, in the second map, it was way earlier that they started the comeback.
But that was just illegal. That shouldn't have even happened. How they got top 6 there in those 2 maps is just ludicrous.
It's actually disgusting performance.
But don't get me wrong, extremely well played to force to really try and get out of that rut. And it's like I said before, when they weren't too sure what to do, how to break their setup, they were kind of all over the place. But once they put their minds to it and then would actually steal the power up on the other occasion, completely changed.
That's it. Once they got the momentum, they just didn't let up. That was a massive comeback on both of the maps. What did you think of that, Zoot? How was the vibes up there?
Vibes were great. I think at the sort of early to midway through the second game, it was generally like, oh, I guess it's going to be a bit of a stop.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah, they're not on break though.
It was getting close, and they're getting the lead. And at the end, there was the 2 MytzTwo players who were just spawning by the bridge spawn, chasing after, I think it was FaZe at that point. Like, no, run away, run away. And everyone was so into it at that point, and they felt like the series really came alive. And yeah, I think it was And then we thought again that a 15 frag difference or more than that in the
It was
second
like
map.
something's got to change.
Yeah.
And they did. They put the Strog. They got rid of the Strog. Then they put the Athena to really speed up the game even more. And it went completely in their favor.
I don't know if people on the stream can sort of hear it, but there's a lot of noise being made up from the play area where there are actually a number of spectators who
I can hear you guys
outside
going
the
absolutely
players.
crazy. It was louder than their call-outs. It was actually quite incredible. But I think we have to, if you think about the history of KeenCon and what moments you can definitely remember, I think there's a couple ones. One is when MytzTwo made that ridiculous comeback against Razy. I think it was on Veil or Awoken with the slash, if I remember rightly. And, well, these two maps alone,
yeah, these two maps
in the
especially,
top 3,
not just one, but the two.
It's just something which the probability is literally under 10%, and they did it twice.
Yeah, it was just absolutely great. Phenomenal play from Chenzo and FaZe. And now they're top 6, at least.
Was it a case of MyzTwo losing focus, or was it a case of just
I don't think they
Team
lost
Boba
focus.
just waking up?
Like we saw at the end, both Buxer and Garpy, they kind of, like in the second map, they kind of have different ideas of what they wanted to do. Garpy wanted to play a bit more safe, Buxer wanted to get back the timing.
Yeah.
That's the thing, if the two players aren't following the same call out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, for each of them, I'm sure Garpy thinks his call out was the best, and Buxer thinks his call out was the best. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter which one is the best.
Lead.
Someone's got to follow and someone's got to lead.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to have one straight leader. And they both, with their personality, they both kind of seem like leaders.
It's like you said, there was like no commitment, was there? They always had two separate ideas, and even if one of us the wrong one, just go with it anyway. Because with Quake, you have to do it quick.
Following a wrong, slightly less right one is better than each of them following the best one in their mind.
Yeah.
It's a shame because I would have been interested to see what their thoughts were in terms of like how they felt, why they let 2 map leads of such huge fundamental multitude in terms of the scoreline. Like, was it 13, 14 in the Blood Covenant? I think probably more difficult to actually be able to claw back on a map like Blood Covenant, because with the power-up, if it's quad or protection, there's plenty of areas where you can keep yourself at bay and keep yourself away. But with Awoken, it's a little bit easier, but even though the frag lead was still, was it like 15 at one point? 30
to 15.
And they're still able to secure, catch up, tie the game, and then actually have a huge lead after that. It's just crazy. I've not seen anything like it.
It's a really good way of closing the stream for today.
It was actually, it was, yeah. Plenty more of that tomorrow. I could tell, and that was only lower bracket round 1, and that's the crazy thing about it. But we do have an interview with the lads here to see exactly how they feel. Probably relieved, but a bit more pumped at the same time for tomorrow, as Linus is going to find out their thoughts on that series.
Exactly, and congratulations first of all, amazing game. That was so intense to watch, but why the hell can't you just win normally?
I can't tell you. I mean, like, I want to win normally. I start off, I shoot them, I'm doing damage still, but it doesn't work. And then I see the timer, it's like 6, and we're down 20, and I'm like, now's a good time to start shooting my guns and turn my monitor on.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it seems fair, right? But I also heard quite a few people up there changing the team name of your opponent from MytzTwo to MytzTwo. How do you think? Does that fit?
It does fit. That's what happened. No, you know, in all fairness, it's been a little bit hectic on the mats versus a lot of teams. I think it's just we're still finding our footing. You know, me and Chaz have been only playing for like a month maybe, if that, and limited amount of practice, limited amount of time in teams. So I guess for what it's worth, I think we're doing okay. And also, like Rafa said, do it on LAN. I just fucking did it on LAN. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that your limited time as a team is also the reason why you sometimes take a few moments to grow into the map?
I would say yes to that. I think my take on that whole thing is it's not like, you know, we're waiting to execute a better game plan, or nor is it like, I don't know. I feel like we're just kind of adapting to the opponent a little bit better, and just slowly but surely, if we're given that time and then we get some value and then, you know, it starts rolling, then we hit a really good stride. Otherwise, when it's hectic, it can be a bit more difficult.
Perfect. And I think you're going to play the loser of Max, yeah. So Cheetahs or Chicago Dogos. You've had Chicago Dogos in your group, right? Yeah. So you're looking for some revenge there, probably.
Of course. I feel like as a team, we can do it, for sure. It's all going to come down to just making sure we have our picks down to the dot when it comes to the maps, when it comes to the champion pool, and just the right call and just keeping together. And I think we can overthrow. Woof.
I mean, speaking of picks, tomorrow there will be more champion bans, and today you banned Aizen. What was the reason behind that?
These guys, I don't know what to tell you. They just love certain VQ3 champs, and we thought that on the more difficult ones like Strog, not difficult, but more dynamic like Strog / etc. That just taking away the kind of fill option that Buckster likes would be a little bit more valuable than trying to meet him on Strog. Because as you saw, actually never mind, we were losing when we had Strog. Just realized.
It happens. I mean, it didn't really change it because you won in the end anyway, right?
Yeah, well, we had to change the whole comp round. We literally both swapped. I was thinking, I'll play Ranger, I'm feeling, but I kind of want to play Athena. I wasn't really sure. I thought Ranger was a safe option, but I guess a free railgun every spawn with hooks is just that much better.
All right. I mean, good luck for tomorrow. It's the last thing remaining to say for me, and with that, I'm going to send it back to the desk with Lisa, Inns, and Zoot.
Cheers, Lawrence, much appreciated. And I was very excited to hear their thoughts. I think FaZe came out swinging in that interview a little bit with how he felt and how he's going to prepare for tomorrow. But he does have time to prepare for tomorrow, because as you said, he likes to go for the VODs, especially like after the game. He will definitely grabbing a certain meal down the road and probably having a little watch through to see what he thinks. But I feel like this is definitely a team who can make some strides. Definitely a wild card, and we even mentioned this quite early on.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a very momentum-based team. Like, if they had more experience as a team, they would definitely have a lot less inconsistency. Yeah. But we still see their highs. And I don't know if it was you or if I was talking to someone upstairs. Their highs are really high and their lows are really low.
That was someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it makes sense. Like the first series that we saw from them today, I don't think I was like, oh, then maybe not what I was expecting.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that the second map of the last series happened, and I would have felt like even if they'd lost to the last map, they at least showed what their the potential was, because MytzTwo did incredibly well in their first match. They weren't a walkover by any means. So the fact that they were able to beat a team like MytzTwo makes me think, actually, could they go further than the next round in the lower bracket? It's possible.
Possibly,
anything
but
can happen
as we're looking at the brackets now, it's going to be a very hard one, because they go... Who do they go versus?
I think they go... Do they not go versus the loser of Rave and Endpoint? No, they surely wouldn't, because they played Endpoint already. They'll go versus the top.
Yeah, they'll face the losers of Chicago, Dogos, and Cheetahs, I assume. And then Team Boba will... on that side. And then DB will face the other on Maestro Rave and Endpoint. But honestly, you don't want to play against any one of those four. Like, they are the four we predicted would be in the top four. We didn't know exactly placement-wise as to how and why, but... Yeah, you want to try and avoid every single one of them not to play. But it's got to that point now, we're in the top 6. But honestly, it's very difficult to comprehend how you want to go about it. So I think, in all fairness, they don't want to play against Chicago Dogos. That's probably the...
Yeah, probably not. But honestly, they didn't seem like they were too concerned who they get a chance to go against, which I think is a good sign. There's we have a chance against anybody, so we'll take it on the day.
I think their mindset would be... Top 6 is realistic. If we achieve it, great. That's the pressure off our shoulders, and now we can probably attempt to try and do some damage further on in the lower bracket. Like, that would be my mindset. I'm sure it's theirs as well. But after what happened today, I don't want them to be in a position mentally where they feel too relieved about the situation they've just come from, and then,
is best of 5 going to make a difference tomorrow in terms of, is it going to make it more advantageous for the favorite, or is it going to actually level things out a bit more?
Well, I can say that I think best of 5 is a lot better for Team Boba than it would have been for MytzTwo.
Right.
They have a much deeper champion pool. They're specialized in a lot more champions. And
interesting.
Especially versus some of the other teams, I think it's going to make a big difference. If they end up playing, for instance, DBE again, I think having 2 bans per team would benefit them more.
So is it 2 champion bans per team tomorrow as well? That's really significant in that case.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Expect a lot of clutch bans. Well, clutch and anarchy,
clutch,
kind of
anarchy, Athena Slash is likely going to get banned.
I'm pretty much incredibly happy to not see clutch. So if you know my history,
I like seeing clutch. I don't like playing versus clutch, but I like seeing clutch.
I don't think we're going to see it ever again now. For an entire weekend, the clutch you saw probably much earlier on. That was probably the very last you've seen of it for this tournament. But I don't know. We have to see how things go tomorrow. But to let you guys know, the GoFundMe is still up and it's still available if you want to try and achieve those milestones. We're still at the 1,500 mark, pushing towards the 2,000. So make sure you head over to the GoFundMe page, which is on GoFundMe, and you just search for KeenCon 2025. as we've still got plenty of milestones to breeze through. And as you can see, that final one with Barcelona KeenCon 2025. If you want to see this happen again next year, then make sure you donate to that page. Still plenty of time here leading into the rest of the evening and tomorrow. But speaking of evening, that's pretty much it though. Final thoughts, guys, before we sign off.
The final thoughts are all on those last 2 maps. Go Team Bobber.
Yeah, literally, I think that was not only the series of the day, but the match was ridiculous.
I think they won the fan favorite award just with that.
I think they have done, and the interview adding a bit of savviness to it has helped things a little bit more as well.
I'm just really excited for tomorrow now. I'm really keen to see Cheetahs go versus Rafa and MytzTwo. I think that's going to be incredibly exciting. The games were great today, and now I sort of think I fully understand the potential of what tomorrow can bring, especially with best of 5s. It's going to be a grind, not just for the players, it's going to be a grind for us, and it's a grind that everyone should join us for.
Yeah, certainly should indeed. So tomorrow we'll have all the big dogs coming up here tomorrow. We've still got the entirety of the upper bracket semi-finals and the rest of the lower brackets coming tomorrow as well. And don't forget about that GoFundMe page. Head over to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. Very important to continue hitting those milestones. But until then, thank you to all our sponsors. But not only that, thank to you guys at home for watching, as we'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow. Goodbye for now.